dash away and just get more of this poke pressure on to build up into the support ultimates.
Yeah, we saw that they like to play dive, and I always like saying dive on defense here, as Hopeful just trying to get some easy poke damage in nice and early, build up that ultimate, already up to 45%, but trying to stay in the shadows there, less, you know, a whole second off their invisibility that they took from the patch there, as now you can see Punisher looking for that Psylocke. He knows he's there. He's got the shotgun ready to go and trying to get that elimination early, using that passive to see through those walls a bit, but he's going to kind of let the Psylocke go there a bit.
Yeah, there's a health pack right there. You don't want to fight close quarters instead because you have to split some of your attention and make sure you can help heal for your backline, because guess who's on the hunt right now? 7.62 follows up, finds the Punisher on Rosie, and then this is the perfect combo when you have the great new Spider-Man skin to really showcase your skills alongside your Venom player, sending PXG back to spawn room doors.
Yeah, I love watching Spidey go at it here, and this is what I like about the MRC a bit. You know, it's a little bit, you can get a little bit more fun with the comps, if you will, now as we're seeing him take the back side of the map here. He's on the roof and looking over. He's going to go. He's got that tracer on, and bam, he gets the combo to go off, and with the finishes the Dance of the Butterflies from Hopeful.
And that's Rusty going down once again with that final judgment online too. It's looking very difficult to try to deal with the split attention that we're currently seeing IP with the Venom alongside the Spider-Man here too. Hopeful getting into more of these trickier positions, but a beautiful freeze from the Luna Snow just to force them not only out of these spawn room gates, but without having to expend too much. Yes, they are running the triple support with the Ultron. This is to mix things up as they weren't really able to get much done in the beginning there.
Absolutely. I mean, that definitely helped open the way as Coach is going to be throwing up the dance floor to keep everybody alive, but it's going to be Gruzzy here that throws in the final judgment with the mag bubble to boot. So great use of combo and teamwork here as they clear one, now two. Starkey to make it three, Vicky, and it's looking like they get the team wipe, but no, 7.62 has something to say about it with his ult.
Spider-Man coming through to get the 2 KOs necessary here too, and that's off of the big reset that we saw PXG manage to get through that choke. It's so tricky sometimes, man, when you have to deal with these Spider-Mans on your backline, but with an ultimate on top of it, you've still been able to stall for as long as you could.
Now, what I'm looking for, Vicky, is the hero coming out, the superstar beautiful, right? We saw Self make a name for himself in Ignite. I want to see who's going to step up as the next huge superstar in Rivals here as Clogging Time slams down, gets no connection, but Hopeful finishes off what looks to be the biggest threat right now for PXG, and that is going to be Bruzzy here. Now, they are getting the job finished. Cafe Noir, great job on defense. Only 54 seconds left.
Less than a minute on the clock, and man, I was gonna say, Bruzzy having to swap off. I like this option at this point. You have time for another re-engage. You're gonna run the res composition instead here, but you have to think about the Spider-Man trying to go for these tricky kidnaps.
Oh, I can watch anybody play Spider-Man all day. Just an act of art here as he tries to get some pulls on the map. Hopeful, though, getting that great elim on Bruzzy yet again. And so right now it's kind of the battle of the duelists, but that res is happening. The triple res comp to give him a little bit more sustain here. But they're going to need it all as now Soz is getting the elimination there on neck rope and now pushing in and trying to get more here on the thing.
Man, trying to build into that Adam ultimate too is going to be necessary for this next fight, but this is how you start things off, getting rid of that pesky Spider-Man, calling him the Exterminator, but then getting immediate revenge onto Starkey is the Venom again, and that's the Ultron going out without being able to utilize that ultimate here too. Necro gets focused again, Hopeful being a problem. Magneto ultimate as Hot Dog slams it down on top of the Invisible Man.
I'm loving these player names as Hot Dog throws down the meteor, trying to get this team going. We've got overtime up. Now it's Toad's turn to land the hit. The Spaceball special connects there on Mantis. 7.62 cleans up Starkey as well. And right now it's PXG just trying to stay in this thing, but that's going to help with Adam with the res. Rusty come up with the follow on Venom, and they might be able to get this point after all. Looking rough at first, but Cafe Noir now on their heels. Oh, we've got Spider-Man now. Vicky trying to keep the stall going, and a little too late, but the shield does come up there, the boundary.
Yeah, the invisible boundary just to stall for as long as possible, but it being a second too late means that 7.62 can't also help out with the stall. So you're forced to back away. Coach still gets that one pick onto the Mantis here too. The focus down on the invisible one, so now staggers are just coming out instead. This helps benefit though PXG at the very least, as long as they can clear off this point, as they have the thing coming out to also get the counters on this dive composition.
Yeah, I want to say the thing from PXG, that great job finding those supports, even though they weren't on that point. He, you know, obviously the Vanguard Vanguards can't peel. They have to stay and put the pressure on, and so the thing found them and got the swift eliminations. Brezzy making it look easy there as they clean up Hopeful. I think that's going to be our matchup, Vicky. It's going to be Hopeful here versus Brezzy. And, you know, it's best of 5, guys, so there is room to kind of adjust game plans and look at what these teams might do as we get some nice poke damage, 67% to Galactic Legend.
It's a really good point, because when you have the one-off Hopeful who made that swap over to the Hela versus Brozzy being a little bit more in the air alongside Starkey being out that Ultron, is going to have Hopeful keeping them in their side. Stone's getting stunned just a little bit. The Extermination now coming out from Starkey. Brozzy could then follow up with that Legendary from the Star-Lord here too, as Arian also with the Mantis ultimate. It's just going to allow them to have more space around that next corner. And 7.62 also making the adjustment into going over to the Human Torch, knowing that there's no hit scan that PXG really has to counter this.
Yeah, great defensible there from Tones, but unable to stop the whole thing. Team staying alive, though, but Brezzy does get the hit there on Coach. Great call there, 7.62, getting that team up there from a visual and giving them that much more survivability here now as we've got the fight coming to both teams. The Agamotto goes out, and Iffy here trying to make a name for himself with now 2 quick elims.
Oh man, that hurts my soul, because you have the Mantis using Soul Resurgence, but even through the invisible boundary from Cafe Noir to keep everyone alive into the Eye of Agamotto, you know the Mantis ultimate sadly doesn't really last that long here. It was at the end point of everything, and the damage output was just too much to worry about here for PXG, as now it's a forced reset.
Yeah, an absolute beauty, Agamotto. I can tell you we're going to see some really good play here from these teams as Goddess of Death goes out, and Hopeful, you can see he's got that Lord icon throwing it out and throwing off the crows. Can't get past that little rock there. Sometimes I hate when the map gets in your way of trying to get the epic play, but 7.62 trying to make the flame wall early, get the pressure out. 26 seconds now. PXG's gonna have to play perfect.
A little window, just not a few pixels large enough to just escape through with the Hela ult, but with the Extermination now coming in from Starkey, being on this Ultron, and again, highlighting Michi being on the thing, just trying to prevent anybody from Cafe Noir to be able to get away on time. That's why they had to make those adjustments earlier on, but now you have less than 10 seconds. It's clobbering time, and 7.62 continues to be a menace from the skies.
Yeah, it's looking great here for Cafe Noir, but they were unable to get Necro, which is going to be huge for that resurrection here. But the Tornado's coming down, the Supernova, making it absolute chaos there on the point now. You've got the dance floor out, the Agamotto's out. Everybody's throwing everything they've got, every button pressed, but it's going to be Cafe Noir coming away with a great defensive effort.
Talk about counterpick on counterpick. Held on to that Supernova on purpose just to counter the Adam Warlock Karmic Revival. The Eye of Agamotto then landing onto 3 just to be the nail in the coffin. I really like the way that we're seeing these ultimates staggered here for Cafe Noir specifically, and seeing how they're going to be able to now work around this on their own attack.
Absolutely here as the teams look to maybe change things up a bit. And honestly, I think the fights went well for both teams. There were picks here and there, but right now, yeah, 7.62 I think is the guy to highlight. I mean, he definitely were able to make kind of those crucial plays and pick situations to ease up the odds a bit there. And taking out the thing was massive to set that fight up for success.
Yeah, the counter picks and just being able to adjust right after they saw the thing. They saw that they had changed over to the triple res composition too. Playing more so in disguise when they didn't have a Punisher. We saw Brozzy originally roll out on attack on that Punisher, and then was constantly harassed by the Psylocke that was Hopeful. And then so the immediate turnaround, they let them get that first point before then trying to re-engage with this changed up lineup, and it really helped them out in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Big great point here now as we look at the defense ready, and BXG, they're gonna have to put up an absolute performance if they want to not go down one game. Again, 3 games, you're out of the tournament here to try to make it into Ignite and make a huge name for yourself and your team here. And right away, we've got that 3 Vanguards. We've got the supports to keep them up. But Cafe Noir, they're going to be tough. They got a lot of offense firepower.
Get ready in setup here too, over to the side here. Just going to be able to get more of this poke pressure in, but I like how PXG are playing a little bit more forward this time around this next corner in comparison to what we saw from Cafe Noir now. Then they're on the defense, and Hopeful coming out, showcasing what Hopeful's hero pool looks like now on the Punisher this time around.
Great job here. Hopeful taking a page out of Bruzzy's book, who's on the Strange now instead of that duelist match we saw. And Tones with a quick follow-up as well. So great job and approach from the teams here at 7.62. It's kind of that flex role we've seen in Ignite, Vicky, that flex duelist that can play it all. And 7.62 is going to be that for this team.
Man, the Wolverine coming out of the gates already. What a strong showcase. Because honestly, we do see a lot of the times, like on defense, some teams like to run the triple Vanguard. We don't have that this time around here on the other side. Well, rather we do here on the side. So the Wolverine really helping them out and just trying to go for the re-engagement now with Rosie being on that Doctor Strange. Starting things off with the Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond. And the Eye of Agamotto this time isolating the Cloak and Dagger Aryan. But thankfully with some safety here between Necro, they get to survive.
Yeah, everything going on at once, going off at once as Coach keeping the team up through the pressure here, and they still have Berserker Rage, and here's the final judgment, but great defensive response from Hot Dog. Can he land the connection? He's got everything set up for it, but does not get the hit there now, and it's all Halfway Noir with what they've got. The full specials, Agamotto coming out from Iffy. They used it all, but they got it all.
And they find Hopeful here from Starkey at the very least. But Cafe Noir having the number advantage. The slice and dice here from 7.62. And I was a little worried. That was with Hopeful using the final judgment and looking around like, Magneto, can I have a bubble? But it was on cooldown, it looked like, before Tones put it on him just a little late and still was able to avoid the giant Meteor M.
Portal coming out here at minute 56 seconds right now. Cafe Noir doing a bit better of a job, I'll say, here on the offensive push. And we've seen this often. This is what makes great teams and great players. They know the heroes they need for the situations. Thought about it. Sub-communication. Should I switch? Should I not? He's going to stay on the Wolf.
Ready getting ahead, though, trying to get up on top of the high ground. They did call him out, though. It's going to be Starkey trying to meet him over by the finish line on top of this building. Getting a little cheeky play here at 57% ultimate charge, is trying to make a move to maybe get a kidnap off the map. Would go hard here, but instead it's gonna be able to isolate the tank. Tries to push him in, but the pullback from the Invisible Woman actually saving the team.
Yeah, that was that was a huge pull to save what was gonna be, because that Strange had ult as well, so that was huge for the team there. And look at that Infants with another. So back-to-back big plays from Weaver there. Now Hot Dog cleaning up as well, and they're using a lot to get it, but right now looking good for the team. But we drew out the invisible boundary up, keeping Cafe Noir and the team ready to go. Coach with a great elimination, though, trading on Stark. And my goodness, with the double force push off the map.
It's the perfect position. I love that. Now you're forcing out the reset. Here was like, all right, well, I'm not going to get staggered here for no reason. Going to have to rejoin the rest of the team, because look at the distance right now, and they have so much time in the time bank, still over 3 minutes.
All right, Invis on Cafe Noir, I see you. I see you. That was a beautiful double shot there. 7.62 again, stalking his prey like a good Wolverine does. Ready to pop that damage reduction. Has Rampage, Berserker Rampage ready to go, but does have to go against Final Judgment first. That shield's not going to do much, and the bubble with it, and he smells someone behind him. I think it was 7.62, but instead is trying to keep his focus, and no connection there. Thinking that's going to hurt. Cafe Noir, they have everything they need to get this point.
Dang, hopefully these picks here too, right through the terrain as well, into the dance of butterflies on top of it all. Necro gets the dance off though, now alongside the Meteor M with Hot Dog. Michi gets stunned just a little bit, close to that Eye of Agamotto, gets away with it, but Cafe Noir, with Coach being on that Luna Snow, uses the dance a lot later. They follow up into the Wombo combo, Starkey falling low, so is Rosie, trying to knock it down here. It's going to be Rosie still fighting Hopeful, but you're outnumbered at this point. Only 3 members alive for PXG.
Everybody on this team getting a piece of the pie and showing why they have what it takes to go through the lower bracket run. Maybe take a page through FlyQuest, what we saw on the group stage. Great job and teamwork there from Cafe Noir. Impressed with what I saw, Vic.
Yeah, I really like the adjustments that we had right there too. Like either it be midway through their attack, midway through their defense as well. But the priority targets and even the counter picks with these invisible moon plays, getting the double environmental KO was huge, because you know that specific choke is one of the most important chokes to hold around that one down lane before you get around that next corner on the other side of the house.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look at the stats, and it was exactly what I thought. 7.62 with a cool breeze, 19 eliminations. That'll do. That'll do. And 41 from Iffy there. I thought Iffy definitely showed some great ults as well. But you can't talk about them without talking about the strat play as well. Look at both of them just absolutely pulling their 13,000 damage from Invis.
what? That's actually okay. And to have that diff with your Luna Snow, even if we saw some changes, is impressive. Because you know Luna, especially with that damage buff, it feels like you're just getting pelted from afar. It makes your eyes water a little bit. But the 37.5k healing, the 45.9k healing from both sides is fantastic. Then you got the 21,000 damage block. Invisible Woman doing what Invisible Woman does best.
Yeah, Coach, great job on Luna there. Was impressed with what I saw. And yeah, after that double push off, I had a feeling the stats we're gonna go pretty crazy there for the Invis. Overall, I thought that team played well and together, but I think PXG, you know, we saw what they can do in fights. It's just kind of tightening things up and making sure there's some coordination there. But, you know, if you are Cafe Noir, you're feeling pretty confident going into the next one.
Absolutely. And then, especially off of Spider Isles 2, you made those adjustments. You held them back right before that second checkpoint. It was kind of a breeze here. A hopeful, I would really like to highlight too, just had so many pop-off moments. You saw the Magneto Meteor M coming in, a 4-man stun with the Eye of Agamotto from Iffy. It was just beautiful follow-ups in general from Cafe Noir.
Yeah, you know, it does change things going to the next map. Do they ban anything? Honestly, there wasn't one major thing to stand out to avoid bans, right? I don't know if they're going to go with potentially maybe Spider-Man ban this next time. They did Captain America, right? So I'm just not sure which one they might do, Vic. But all I know is it's going to take us to our next match. Best of 5. Once again, so you got to win 3 to move on.
Yeah, no, if Cafe Noir win 2 more, that's it. They'll be able to move on where they're positioned right now in the bracket, but it's going to be a good time to see the changes that we're having going on into that next game, Cozy.
Absolutely, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to the next game, but before that, we're going to take a quick break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to the Marvel Rival Championship. We're going to our next game between Cafe Noir and PXG. And Vicky, I'm taking mental note of these teams right now. We're going to see the top two who wins MRC go into the potential Ignite later half of the season. And so I'm looking out for the next Ego Death. I'm looking out for the next Techie, these teams we might see here in the later months.
Yeah, but let's not forget, like, the fact that we have our mid-season playoffs playing out in LAN out here, like, it's just crazy. It gives a lot of motivation for these teams to be that next team to make history in the infancy of Marvel Rivals as an esport. And this is where it all starts. This is where you get to find those hidden legends, those really the crazy players that will come out with something that you never get to see in the MRA otherwise. But we are going on to our second map here. We're going on to Egistril, and we're looking at our current advanced tournament ban system. And you know, the Human Torch was a problem, the Spider-Man was too, but it was a lot of counter picking in favor for Cafe Noir.
I was about to say, I think Cafe Noir is probably pretty happy getting that torch yet again. I like that they banned the Ultron, but they saved the torch, right? It's kind of, we typically saw those two together going in, but I think they'd rather just have no Ultron with how strong of a hero that is. And exact same saves as last time, and honestly, pretty much picking bans as a whole.
Yeah, saving that Loki at the very least, seeing what the other ban is. I'm expecting maybe the Luna being on the other side if they're going to be able to prioritize saving the Loki if you're PXG here, as we're going to wait to see what Cafe Noir's last ban is going to be. Protecting the Psylocke, though, I really like this option too, because we did see how strong Hopeful was on that Psylocke. It went hand in hand, and they banned the Adam Warlock instead of the Luna Snow, so they would rather not deal with the res composition versus the Loki plus Luna Snow combo.
Yeah, we saw PXG try to do that triple res at the last second, right? And so they're getting rid of that, and they don't want to deal with it. Obviously, going to be a bit tougher here on Egistril's path. Just a tough map to deal with triple res at times. But looking at what the teams are locking into, looks like Noir is going to stay about the same of what we saw here. Iffy, though, electing to go with the Venom, which I like to see, man. That Lord Venom's got to be one of the best there in the business.
Dude, Lord Venom icon goes so hard. It's probably one of my favorite, like, Lord icons in general. Like, that was actually one of the Lords that I was working on myself, trying to expand my Vanguard lineup. But just specifically, that Lord icon, man, was so good. But that was the same week that the emote came out, the Dancing Venom emote. So you already know it was going to be very difficult to get that lock in before anybody else did.
One of the best in there. Now they have those new accessories coming in Season 3, and there's some good ones at that. You got Venom popping off on the side when they're on Psylocke as an accessory. So just cool stuff. Rivals always just putting new chaos into the game, and you love to see it here as we have Noir on defense yet again to start things out. They kind of get to set the tone for this map, Vicky. And I don't know about you, I like starting on defense, but sometimes, I mean, when I'm playing though, I like starting on offense as well, just to really like get out there and go crazy.
Dude, same. I actually think the only other map that I've really considered it, like, if I find it to be one of my weakest strengths coming out of attack, is probably Arako. And it's just because of the positioning of the spawn room doors and that high to low ground ramp here. Specifically here, though, in Asgard, I feel like it's a little bit easier. You have a lot more of that high to low ground you can work off of. And it actually benefits PXG and their love for flyers, too. Being on that storm, you have a lot of places that you could navigate around to get out of the line of sight of the opposing team. But it's going to be even difficult when Cafe Noir is still sticking to this more dive composition with hopefully even 7.62 to get the dive. But this is how you start things off, as Brosy is going to be able to get that trade-off between themselves and Cafe Noir.
Absolutely here, Tones throwing up and getting the quick pick and the trade there on the mag, and Hopeful finishing off Starkey as well. Right now, it's all Cafe Noir as they are hunting and praying. We see on this map often, Vicky, that players just love to push in. You know, sometimes I gotta pull back the team. It's like, all right, let's clear out. You know, we got the good wipe there, but let's make sure we don't overextend. That can often put you in a bind. But we see Hopeful, thirsty, ready to go for that quick elim. But nice Starkey getting an eye on them and making sure that they get them uncomfortable to move the Psylocke back. But 7.62 with the beauty on Brosy.
I love getting that slam there too. And you're on that torch, you get the follow-up together between 7.62 and Ivy, that Venom player who's jumped up on top of the high ground. They're holding forward though after Tones gets Starkey again, holding PXG once again back in their spawn room doors.
Great job here. They look comfortable, and they've got everything with it as well. Somebody's about to drop the entire base here as both teams have most of their ults online. You got the Kraken impact with the Omega Hurricane. We've seen teams use that Omega Hurricane first to get something like Coach's dance floor out, but we may see different strategies here in the MRC as we do have the entanglement coming in, and that's going to force the show.
There you go. At least it's the group hug rather instead. Meteor M now slamming it down, just misses its mark instead. So both ultimates now used up from Cafe Noir, and now is the Omega Hurricane. This may force out the invisible boundary though, as it's fixated on the backline, and indeed it does. It takes it out. Starkey manages to navigate right back to the safety of the team, but look who's waiting for them on the backline. It's the Duelist, as it forces out Necrobe and that dance ultimate.
On the button there with the invisible boundary, but it was not enough. They used everything they've got to get the job done. Hot Dog still's got that meteor. You still have got the Eternal Bond as well, so plenty of gas left in the tank. And on the other side, you really just have a supernova to your name, and you do have the Dance of the Butterflies. They are hunting right now, looking for 7.62, but here comes Dance of the Butterflies for a quick elim on the Storm. But look at them keep Storm up. That's huge. Starkey not going down.
Yeah, Hot Dog with the Magneto bubble, saving Starkey in the process, and then now hopefully forces Hopeful back instead with the pressure. Here comes the Eternal Bond. Ivy coming in with the Venom Ultimate too, just trying to take away more of those chunks of health, but with that combined retaliation with the Eternal Bond, it's keeping PXG alive. The Supernova, the Meteor now coming out instead, trying to find 7.62, but he's moving around them to avoid getting taken down. It's just the raw brawl coming in as Rosie's going to be able to find that next bit.
Ooh, great job here from PXG, not getting phased. Yes, that was a good ult there from Tones, but not getting phased and making sure that they get that point. They look a lot better on this map, look prepared for what they might see. So I like to see that effort there from PXG. On the other side, Cafe Noir, you guys know what you can do. We just saw it, and we have the invisible boundary to open things up, but they used a lot there to try to finish off. I think Tones just used that ult because he knew he was going to switch.
Yeah, I also feel like they were just trying to stall for as long as possible. If you're looking at Cafe Nord, just trying to dwindle away more at that time bank. Now after getting that first checkpoint, though, they're at 2 minutes, less than 30 seconds on the clock. And you highlighted it was a very expensive fight. That you have that invisible boundary next year, as Michi's going to be able to use that, but they're going to hold on to that boundary for now. Not enough damage output or wombo combo from PXG to follow up off that group ult.
Yeah, we see Starkey here going up the top. Here comes the Omega Hurricane. The cloud opens, and we look for the category Hurricane. Is it a Cat 1? Is it a Cat 2? It's a Cat 0, Vicky, as it's just getting out and flushing out those support strategist ult as Coach is going to throw up theirs, but they are going to now follow with the chase. You've got Hopeful just spreading that shotgun. Great job.
And I was a little worried, too, with those group walls from Michi. I was wondering if that was going to cut off the healing from Coach and that dance revolution that you like to highlight here, Cozy. But it didn't. Instead, you were able to rejoin the rest of the team and also get that pick in the process.
Yeah, the dance execution, I think, is what we called it on Ignite. Was always my favorite of the names we've had together here. As we have the Turtle Ball going out, keeping the team alive. And they can pull this with the Kraken impact, but Tones, beautiful job.
I don't know if it was like a double-edged sword because you're just staring back at your team slowly and you can't walk away. There's no protection after you use the Eternal Bond, and you just slowly find your way back into that spawn room door after Tones lands that Meteor.
Always so scary when you're trying to be a cloak and dagger, but you got a Magneto hovering above you, and it just shows a great job, great patience not to use it. You know, sometimes this Magneto, I like to get cheeky, like to get the opening plays, but you got to save it for the defensive opportunities, and we just saw it showcased there. 7.62 has Supernova, can use it at any point to put the pressure on with only a minute left.
Telling me to try to follow up on this though. Michi having the group hug again, and I wanted to see more of a combo, but it actually gets blocked out. It looked like instead that was huge from the Dr. Strange of Cafe Nord to be able to stop them back as they try to get the Grand Slam with the Meteor from Hot Dog instead. The Supernova now out, just forcing them back, and the invisible boundary on the timing from the invisible woman here from Cafe Nord is going to get them right back to health. The Dance of the Butterflies just trying to force them back into that next corner and also trying to split their attention from both of these sides.
Yeah, great note there. They are splitting good attention here and keeping this team on the ropes here as the Eternal Bond is going to go out, but we don't have now Magneto ult to counter it, and that's going to allow them to push in. Groot there with a good pick on Iffy, and now they're going to be able to push in and try to make the most of this. Can they get to point 2? We'll see with the clouds opening up, and down comes yet again that tornado, and they do not have anything to respond in terms of strategist ult, so they do get the pick there on Coach. Magneto goes up, goes down, no connection right now. PXG looking good for more as they're trying to find Hopeful in the background there, as Psylocke like to hang out in, but the portal coming out. Vicky as the team tries to fight for this defensive stand.
Frozen coming right back into with the Kraken impact is going to be crucial here when they're forced to get out of the choke. But the Eye of Agamotto only finds BG. This is even better for PXG. Tries to get the grapple. The Supernova now is out. Starkey looking around, but they lost out on Hot Dog. They lost out on both strategists with even the biggest follow-up between Hopeful and Ivy. They cleared out the point, and nowhere in sight is PXG.
It throws Invisible Boundary there. It's just the last. Hey, we had this, by the way. I love to do that on my side. Great job. It looked like PXG was kind of all gas, no brakes, not being able to be stopped, but they found the brake pads there, came in with the portal, and got the quick elims. And honestly, same kind of MVPs. The whole team does so well on this team, as we saw in the stats last time, but good 1-2 punch there with Hopeful into Iffy. Iffy really getting some great ults to open things up, and 7.62 is just a constant presence.
Yeah, the Supernova timing was amazing. And then together with Iffy, like you highlighted, it's just a combo between these two. And then Hopeful coming in with the Dance of Butterflies. They're able to just follow up with those ultimates, not only to get that touch, but also to avoid a lot of the output that you had PXG really have on the other side at the very end of that fight.
Yeah, what you want to see here, you know, we're not on the Ignite stage right now. Again, this is the MRC, but what you want to see as they prep for the big stage are things like this ult economy, right? And team fight presence and what they can do when they are going against even tougher competition here, as Cafe Noir looks to get their second win here, make it 3, and they move on and eliminate PXG from the tournament. Now, Cafe Noir on offense approach, we saw them... Ooh. Are we going to see... This is what I love, Vicky, about the MRC. We got some Thor. Come on now. I don't think I got to cast one Thor over a month of Ignite. Would love to see the God of Thunder.
And that's even like including the changes, man. It's difficult like here if you like Thor, but being able to finally see it out on display. Oh, maybe not. They had to keep us dangled up a little bit here, Cozy. But sticking to what works here, you know, Thor needing a good amount of that love, even with that slight buff, really comes a long way. But we're still sticking to the Magneto, the Doctor Strange, and said that portal after 3 minutes really does allow you to recontest. And it's PXG now this time on the defense, trying to also hold back 7.62, who's opting to go right back onto that Wolverine like we saw for map number 1.
I don't get baited often from hero picks, but that was good. I mean, I thought, you know, maybe they're super confident in what they had going on in their play, that they're going to go do the fun play maybe. But yeah, too much on the line here is Hopeful and Invis get the quick picks, but you do have that rocket res that's huge going to Groot at that. You don't want to waste it on, you know, some of the lower duelists that can get back so quickly here. But now we've got 7.62 getting the job, slicing, dicing, and going on that Groot, making their life an absolute misery right now, and Hopeful with the follow-up. We're seeing this 1-2 punch combo, Vic. 7.62 and Hopeful just absolutely clearing it out.
It makes me cry a little bit when you get that grapple and it pulls not just you, but like 2 other teammates alongside you here, and then you're just both scrambling, trying to survive out here as Stark keeps the team alive. Puts down the sea of Hero being on that rocket. You get everyone back together, but the rocket combined together with the cloak and dagger after Tones finds them once again. You won't have the eternal bond for your survivability versus Kathleen Noir, who have the Luna Snow here on top of it.
Yeah, just look, the dance floor is all purple right now. Purple power as they move in. No healing needed, just damage amplification now as they ride it like it's a ride at Disney World. Small world as they go up here. Yggdrasil's path through the main street, and they've got 4 ults to boot. Yes, you do have the eternal bond to try to stall some things. They will be able to at least prevent that, but yeah, 7.62, he knows. They're tracking ults, at least they should be at this level, looking for it, and there he is. They're taking the fight right to him, Vic.
I mean, they definitely said it was a small world for them to kick that portal and then cut in the execution of the time duration it takes to come in between the invisible boundary and the Eye of Agamotto together. Hot Dog follows up, so huge pick onto Coach, huge freeze 2 onto 3, gets the follow-up, the Meteor Ember LeBron from Tones to still get that pick onto the Cloak and Dagger. The res does help, but you're still outnumbered. It's a nice clearance here from Cafe Noir.
Cloak and Dagger mains felt that all over the place. Just absolute tough to get and become, as we say, the joke and stagger, right? Moving forward, Hopeful now getting that one more push there to take out the team. Man, Cafe Noir, they're just playing lights out and dialed in. You know, we haven't gotten to see the whole story of this team and how they even ended up in the lower bracket, but right now this team is dialed in, Vic.
Yeah, they really are. Like, they're not only riding momentum, but whether it be them just re-engaging with that portal, they're ready for it. They have the counters not only in their ult economy, but the way that they've been trying to stagger through to control a lot of this space up ahead of them. 7.62 is about to have that Wolverine ultimate, and then looking on the other side, even too, with having that Doctor Strange ultimate, is also going to allow for a lot of wombo combos alongside with Hopeful and the Kraken impact.
Yeah, and you know, we saw in the stats last time, and there's a lot coming from the strategist too. Coach and Invis putting up a lot with them, but there it comes. Hopeful with the Kraken impact, making that impact as he has been these 2 games so far. But we do get the entanglements and put it in to Bucky and not letting him get any more of that snowball that he is there. But 7.62 up, he gets 4, now 3. The 3-piece Vicky, 4, he's on fire.
Oh, literally, the rage is real. Logan's mad, and he's wiped out everybody here. 5 out for PXG, and 7.62 continues to be a problem as he gets another kidnap. You can't go anywhere without meeting my claws on the other side.
Claws out, and PXG is out of this map. It is going to be it for the team. And again, we highlighted 7.62 on the last map. I'm telling you, we're looking for these next superstars in the making. We know so many. I've got a list of about 100 right now. And 10.62, I see you. I see what you've got right now in this game as they get now another win on PXG, taking it to the potential last game. If they win one more, PXG being out of the tournament, 7.62, getting that rightful MVP.
This is what I love. This is what I love. Highlighting these key players right here coming together as a unit, though, to take it 2-0. Now, one more map to go as we take a look at the stats. 16 final hits for 7.62 with 34,000 total damage.
Yeah, and Invis again with 12,000 damage to boot. Like, just insane job on the strategist. But yeah, 7.62, just tearing it down. And just look at the story. I mean, 7.62 and Tones there, only having 2 elims, only falling twice. So that's just constant pressure, constant battling, slicing, dicing, and throwing down the Spaceball specials. Great job there from the team.
I mean, you look on the other side, it's so difficult to try to match that damage output. I mean, even a Hopeful kind of splitting that attention between the skies and being over to the side on that side lock, taking more of these flanking angles, and then you're still worried about 7.62. It's difficult out here.
Yeah, I am just gassed to see different players, different teams, but different strategies. You know, we are going to see some meta stuff. There's so much on the line, not only money, but obviously spots here into Ignite. So these teams are going to play what is effective and working very well at the moment. And we're seeing that from Cafe Noir playing at the top level. I would like to see PXG here, though, get a bit better in the pig pan phase. They stuck with the same thing, and maybe it's because, you know, there's a crazy Black Panther on that team. But as we even learned from Ego Death back in Ignite, you ban something like Black Panther, that opens the door to have Luna and a lot more that you have to deal with.
Yeah, you wanted to prioritize saving that Loki, I believe, at one point there, too. We didn't even get to see that at any points, right? We ended up seeing that Cloak and Dagger more so. Really not being able to get that follow-up. Even the Rocket, when you're on defense and not running triple support, could be detrimental. Sure, you have the BRB if you want to try to run like a triple Vanguard like we have seen when you're on the defense, but sometimes it doesn't work out if you don't really have anybody else to help support your team, and the Cloak and Dagger is the first one to go.
Absolutely, Vicky. Well, guys, this could be it for PXG. We're going to find out in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you right after that.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the
What's up, guys? Welcome back. We saw 2 games right now in favor of Cafe Noir. Can PXG put it to the test and survive elimination? It's going to be tough there with 7.62 absolutely popping off there.
My gosh, if it's not the Wolverine just wiping out the entire team, you know, leave some room. You see the Storm right there? You weren't the one that took out the Storm by your own hand, but you make sure you take matters into your own hand to prevent a stall situation from happening. Right now, Cafe Noir, they're playing out of their minds.
Yeah, as we're heading to the pick ban yet again, and PXG going with the same pick ban to open up that Black Panther and the Ultron to boot. So right now, same story from both.
Yep, looks like still sticking to their guns here and protecting that torch, man. I mean, if it isn't the Wolverine, it's going to be the torch in this case, and you only have so many bans in our advanced ban system here too. They're going to be able to protect the Punisher, which is what I wanted to see going into map number 2, seeing how much of an issue even at the very end of map 1 with that torch was looking like, and they banned the Psylocke instead. So I like this. Again, once trying to approach Hopeful being on that really strong roll, but we also got to see Hopeful shine on that Hela.
Yeah, absolutely. Great point there. Hopeful was just a constant menace in the back lines here as we look towards the saves of both teams. And in this spot, they did do Psylocke typically, right? So they're going to go with Cap. They're going to... Okay, so listen, PXG did do their homework. They have a reason for these Panther bans and the Cap now as we head into... They're trying to decide what to save there. It is going to be that Loki save. So instead of Adam, I think you're going to go with Luna here if you are Cafe Noir. But they like to play Luna.
Yeah. Trying to see what they wanted to opt for here instead. Hovering over what they want to lean into, protecting that Loki again, and gonna ban the Magneto. Okay, this leaves things now open for the Emma Frost if this cut team is comfortable playing it.
Yeah, we saw Tones do such an incredible job there on Mag. So we are going to get access to both Luna and Loki. You know, you can tell Coach likes playing Luna. They're not going to get rid of that even with the Loki in, and that's going to give everything open here for PXG, but they're not going to play the Luna. They're going to go instead with Necrobe, who is going to be fittingly playing the Loki with that beautiful Lord icon. I tell you what, some Lords you can get fast, Vicky. Loki, it takes time. It takes time to get his Lord.
It does, and it looks so good. It's so worth it here. But I want to highlight what you were talking about before, too, because you get the protection on the Loki, but you go for the Cloak and Dagger. You still have Luna available to play, but no Cloak and Dagger instead this time around here. So wondering, you know, you won't have that follow-up invincibility. Cafe Noir, who have Coach on that Luna Snow instead, has been able to find a lot of output, but that's with Konya being on that Invisible Woman and still consistently dealing out, like, what, like 12,000 damage?
Yeah, it's probably because Magneto is gone now, so they feel a bit safer on that Cloak and Dagger is what I would expect. But we kind of heard this from the top teams that you got to get flexible. You have to have a flexible roster. So if something like meta empowering like Luna Loki does open up, you've got to take it, right? You got to use it to the best of your availability here. Battle starting in 3, 2, 1. Teams going in. Noir looking the same outside Captain America and Emma. A little bit of a different lineup there for them. And PXG taking the fight right to them. We've seen this a lot here in Ignite.
Well, they're trying to get a little cheeky portal play, it looks like, before just opting to maybe try to go over to the point. But it's about getting that information before jumping right in, which is important here. Last chance opportunity for PXG to turn things around in our best of 5 here. Cafe Noir only needing this one game to go, and Starkey being on the torch is going to try to match that. Again, 7.62.
Definitely should put more pressure for 7.62 now as, oh my goodness, just gets the beautiful pick there. Taking down Necrobe, who was on Loki. Now over to Luna, going for another dive. Hopeful to follow. Doesn't matter what heroes they're on. Oh my gosh, those eliminations, Vic, were on the passive pops, I believe. It could have been on the stun, but it looks like that's the icon for the passive pop. Whenever you get elimination, it does that quick pop at the end there. If so, that is a thing of beauty as Hopeful is hunting down Starkey now.
This team is terrifying, actually. The way they just cleared them all up like that, getting their feet planted on the point first, too. Some of this poke pressure continues from the high ground from Hopeful, and it is combined together with that Emma Frost, too. You know, you get rid of the Magneto, you usually get the Emma Frost out, too. And, of course, when you play on Demo, it's just really good and just trying to control a lot more of that point.
Yeah, here's Rev 7.62 getting more pressure on. Again, we might, definitely will see most likely Cafe Noir in the next rounds unless we get a huge sweep here from PXG. 7.62 throwing down the flame. Starkey just trying to match back, but it's all about these early picks. And right now that's been in the hands of the duelists of Cafe Noir as they're using this little unbreakable wall for a little bit of protection with the Strange. Like the strategy and the high ground, but with 50 seconds, they've got to make a difference here as now we see Vicky 7.62 trying to get through the back.
They're already overpassing 55% here. It's going to be the desperate Eternal Bond as Hopeful getting away with murder, by the way. Literally in the back, Starkey does manage to find 2 members out from Cafe Noir. So that's 3 members now out as Hopeful comes right back in. Doesn't even go for the reset. Just tries to stall for as long as possible as they get to 69%. Nice.
Yeah, led by that Eternal Bond. They were able to get some quick elims. That's what you want to see there from Starkey. Also has that Supernova ready to pop off. Final Judgment. They've got it all, and they can't use it all, Vicky. I want to see them go with maybe the Luna damage boost up into the Final Judgment to open things up, or just use the Supernova, one or the other, to keep this point locked.
Approaching. I definitely agree here too. Even if they don't have the protection, they have it with Necro being on that Luna Snow. Brosy gets called out. Ivy coming in from the high ground, gets frozen, gets choke slammed here too. And now it's the dance off to try to keep the rest of PXG alive. Yes, they lost out on that Punisher a little earlier on, but now they're playing Ring Around the Rosie around these street strums as a Hopeful takes to the skies with the Goddess of Death. And that was off of the Eye of Agamotto from Michi originally. Now you get rid of Necro. You have no sustainability, and PXG now have to regroup.
Yeah, when you have to deal with flyers, it's one thing, but when Hella becomes a flyer, it's another with the Goddess of Death there. And just pure, absolute chaos coming from Cafe Noir, who looks like they're handling this with business. 76-52, though. PXG can win this next fight. They have plenty in the arsenal to do so here. They can open up with plenty. They can go with the EMEA ult, the Psionic Seduction, into the Supernova. I like what they've got. We'll see if they put it together here. And no stretch ults outside of Invis coming up somewhat soon.
Help keep the sustainability of this team. Talked about 7.62 though with the Supernova. Looks down and shuts down Rossi. No opportunity to get any final judgment. Now overtime taken away, and the rest of PXG can't even utilize those 2 ultimates. No Eternal Bond that was online, and nobody left in sight as Cafe Noir are able to take round number 1.
Tone's just sleeping on that ult for now with EMEA, and just able to save that for the next round. Again, it's so important in domination. If you guys are watching, that first cap is going to tell a lot of the story. You get your ults built fast so you can plant your foot and really hold your ground. And even if you get it taken back, usually then it gives that team that gets the first cap to recharge the ults and win the battle. So always tough and so crucial, Vic, to win that first bit of the point. But going in here, you do have Supernova. You can match the team well, but the invisible boundary is going to give the big difference. But no, we also have the Eternal Bond for PXG too. So you'd like to see PXG. Really, this is it. Honestly, Vicky, this is absolutely it for their tournament run for the MRC if they lose right here, right now. So they've got to use everything they got.
They put up a formidable fight right now, but I really, want to see more utilization of that protection on the Loki within their pick and ban phase here. They really want to lean into that. I know Arian has been on this Cloak and Dagger, I believe, since game number 1. You'll have the Eternal Bond this time around, but imagine just the fact that Loki gets that ultimate online so early. Combine that with a Luna Snow, and your survivability is there to try to match that between Coach and Kanya, who's been on that Invisible Woman, who has had also a large impact here for Cafe Noir.
It's a great point here. Again, Portal, a little bit of scouting, but they're going to take the fight to them here as they throw the Portal in. Team goes out now, and we've got PXG on the point trying to hold it down. 7.62, though. He's hunting. He's going. Starkey and him. That's the big matchup, and it's going to be 7.62 getting the best of him. Hopeful. This duo, Vicky, is one we're going to see advance in this tournament unless we see a miracle come out of PXG, because they are deadly.
And you use the Eternal Bomb, but you still lost out on Rosie right beforehand, too. Starkey, Hot Dogger holding on to those respective ultimates between the Psionic Seduction and the Supernova and playing split attention. Look at Hopeful's positioning right now, uncontested, off on the high ground. Both backliners are getting harassed, and here comes the Psionic Seduction from Hot Dog. IP Build now coming in, though, with the Captain America Freedom Charge instead, looking dead on, pulling everyone together. It's the invisible boundary now coming in from Kanya to just keep everyone alive.
As they say in America, it's not a good day to be a hot dog on the 4th of July. Entering the 5th, though, looks like it could have been, but not right now, as Hot Dog and team going down yet again in that team fight where a lot was looking good for them. But look at 7.62, just so much pressure. Look at the dodge and weave. Perfect job here in showcasing how to play duelists at an elite level, using that melee cancel. We saw this a lot as well in Ignite. We're seeing it here, so he definitely knows his stuff.
He's breaking my neck. I'm getting whiplash right now. Just looking at him go back and forth here, while also looking over to the side, trying to put in a good amount of that pressure on Tamichi, on the Captain America, who won't be able to dive into that backline. Instead, Necrobe having that Luna Snow ultimate with the Fate of Both Worlds is going to help with this re-engagement.
This is Supernova. Oh my gosh, the opening on the cloak again, that's just devastating and gives them almost no shot here now. But if he does go down with the trade, hopeful to follow though on Captain, that's going to keep the point that much longer. Ooh, we do have potential 7.62 getting that pressure, but he can't be stopped. He won't be stopped. It is looking like the swan song here for PXG.
And they have been uncontested. PXG just has not been able to touch this point, not a single time. And when they do, they're going to have to deal with Hopeful and Coach with a big reset, the Hella reset 2 on top of the Luna Snow reset. And look at 7.62 eyeing about and looking at PXG, who are making their way over.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he's on Wolverine, Johnny Storm. He is hunting his prey here, throwing down the fireballs and going for the quick shot here, 7.62. On the back line, the team's forced to push up. Captain's already gone. You got to stay with that team there on the quick picks. And great, look at both angles, Vic. Hopeful on one. You've got 7.62 on the other. It's just a lot to deal with.
It's literally a duelist shish kebab that is the pressure being put out by Captain Noir. It's Hopeful holding one angle. I really like the positioning that you saw right there from 7.62. Not only getting information, but harassing the backliners. And Arian is going to be able to use this Eternal Blonde. That's to try to counter Hopeful taking to the skies, being on that Hella. But now you have a plethora of ultimates to cycle through. The Psionic Seduction on top of it all. Coach trying to keep the rest of Captain Noir alive here. Starkey, too, had used up that Supernova earlier, and now overtime is ticking away.
Yeah, this is the old Quake coming out. Every team throwing what they got. And for PXG, it is quite literally to stay in and keep any advancement hopes alive now as we have the Goddess of Death going down. But look at, once again, it's Cafe Noir. They can't be stopped. They won't be stopped. And sometimes, Vicky, in the MRC, when you have a team maybe get an early lose and they go to the lower bracket, you got to deal with a very good team. In this case, Cafe Noir, they were just a much tighter team that was able to pull this thing off. Beautiful ending as they advance, and Cafe Noir really, I mean, they showed out 3-0. Beautiful job.
I mean, they've been cleaning up 3-0s. If you look at their history and how their bracket run has been looking like, they're upset now having to play that lower bracket, and 3-0 after 3-0. They mean business here in a best of 5 where it could be a little difficult too. Even making that last final swap over here where we saw Noir take advantage of not only 7.62 having that Spider-Man, we saw that Wolverine throughout the series, we saw the Torch, but the Torch is such a good pick on Krakoa specifically because you have a lot more of that vertical range where you can get out of their line of sight too.
Yeah, it's a great point here, Vicky, as we look at the final stats and the final match of this set here, best of 5. And again, same story, right? Craziness from the duelists, almost a mirror match on what they did. Same damage, same final hits, only one elim. It's a mirror stat here. And again, the Invis, just to highlight, just great damage to throw in there. The whole team playing absolute anomaly as they are going to both move on here, and they're going to move on and go through the lower bracket, Vic, and we're probably going to see them yet again. We have a lot of matches to cover today, but I'd be excited to see that team because they look like some stiff competition.
Me too. I like the adjustments that we saw. I feel like the one key difference between these two teams specifically was the flexibility. You're protecting the Loki, but you were able to play the Loki like that. It would have come in clutch, honestly, to deal with the dive, the slam dive from Torch in general. If you have those lamps available to you, keeping your team alive, you combine that with the copy onto like a Luna, you have more of that invincibility, you get your ultimate faster. I just, wondering here where that flexibility could have came from the opposing team and why that's so important at high level Marvel Rivals play, because when you have this flexibility, you could get target banned all you want, but you have so many other things that you could really lean into if you're a team that has that flexibility like we currently saw with Cafe Noir.
Yeah, that's a good point. In the MRC, at this level of play, before we get to things like Ignite, you're going to see not only big difference in skill levels of actual hero play, but also in the strategy and in the pick and ban phase. And I just felt like they were comfortable the entire time. Cafe Noir had exactly what they want, and it showcases with flexibility. 7.62. You can only do so much to stop him. Looks like the hero pool of this guy is absolutely massive. And again, that is going to finish up the set there for this team. We're now going to head into the upper bracket, Vicky, and look at Arrival 7 versus Steam Engines. That will be our next matchup. So we know these teams have not lost going into this whole thing, and these are the ones that are looking to definitely try their best to punch their ticket for Ignite.
Remember, there's only 2 slots available here in the Americas region. 2 of these top teams will have the opportunity to play off against the rest of the Ignite teams that have proven their own pathing.
Guys, remember, we're not going to see any teams from Ignite because those teams, they're qualified in. Now we've got the teams that are trying to show what they've got, and it's all about to happen here in just a moment. We're going to take a break and be back for our next best of 5. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, good job.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are mine, doesn't need to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And we're not no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold
Bows to my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
Null is coming, and time will spiral into darkness.
And I was holding back. Psychic shift. Cosmic flame. Turning up the heat. Follow if you can. You are nothing! Less than nothing. You mortals have no hope.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to the MRC for America. And Vicky, we just had an absolute crazy game, and honestly, just really, we saw that team do such a good job. 3-0, and we move on though to the upper bracket now, and it is Steam Engines versus Arrival 7. And guys, remember, whoever wins, top two teams advancing to Ignite after the mid-season, so this is for a lot.
Yeah, this is for the opportunity to compete with some of the best teams around the world for a reason, right? And the Americas region already showcasing how stacked it is, especially off of our last series alone. Now moving on, though, to the upper bracket side of things, Cozy, I'm expecting the competition to get really hot.
Yeah, and also with that, we're probably going to see what's hot, and that is going to be Johnny Storm and a lot of it. If for some reason you have been out of the competitive scene here at the top, one big difference that you might see is a lot of Human Torch here, just able to get the job done. But we go into the big band phase of these two top teams. And right now we've got the Wolf Band to start with the Punisher as well. And so These teams, plenty of homework with them. You got, obviously, at the top in there, Brad likes his Groot, so that wolf band to open up. Kind of tells and hints, you know, at the story, but I like to wolf band last, Vicky, to not give it away that we have a good Groot.
Yeah, because then now look exactly what happened here. They protect the Emma Frost because you know who else is really good against the group matchup? Emma. So in that situation, they're going to be able to get the protection there because if they're expecting the Groot, especially since our first map is on Krakoa, this is really good matchup awareness on building up that damage with her beam alone. And they do get the ban onto the torch and then the Psylocke on the other side.
Yeah, so we're seeing those top duelists that have had plenty of carry potential get eliminated. But looking at the top there, we got a lot of number names. I love it today. 091, 7.62 guys. 091 with the Namor Lord. So maybe we get a peek at that of what they want to play. Sometimes they just pick to show off what they got Lord on. Love to see them playing and grinding the game. That's what's great about the MRC here. Protection there on the Bucky down below. And so I love that response. You got the Loki protect. But what's great against Loki? It's the Winter Soldier.
That's actually a really good point. So it's the constant counter picks here, the counter safety picks, as well as the Hela being the last one banned. Looking at Steam engines, you know, these teams also having enough time to do their own respective homework. And I like how you talk about the Namor, because then you see Washer hovering over that Hulk. You could get that team up together. Brad now hops over to the Luna Snow and Slur. Wow, okay. I really like this. The immediate retaliation after seeing the picks and bans from both sides. They get rid of the Groot. That's fine. They see the Emma Frost being prioritized as a safety pick. What's a really good counter pick to the Emma Frost? Well, another Emma Frost. You get the choke slam both down together. You get the diamond form. You get a priority depending on who activates the diamond form first. Just so that way you can try to control a lot more of that space once the opposite diamond form is out.
Yeah, funny enough, too. And Wolverine can be banned for a lot of reasons outside of just the Groot there. But I love that the team that banned Wolverine is not playing Groot. The team that that was with it there, we have Pinnacle playing Groot. So looking at it, great point there. Obviously, that's going to open up a lot of the team up. Just crazy. Those echoes and the damage it can pump out is crucial here as both teams ready to go. Arrival 7 versus Steam Engines. Krakoa. Domination, and right off the rip, just love learning these players, who they are and what they have to offer.
Excited. I like Krakoa too because Krakoa just allows you more of that verticality that we had talked about prior. You get a lot more of these angles that you could hold with your currently Dr. LZ, who's on that Storm, being on that Loki too, to match that against Arrival 7's Loki. I feel like this is going to go the distance. Very close to the matchups that we're currently seeing right now, you know, minus the Bucky here from both sides. The group going on to Pinnacle instead here too.
Yeah, going to see how this ends up working out for one team versus the other. Storm just absolute menace even without the Jeff NATO and what that's offered. Not as lethal in throw play here, but definitely still pretty good here as we've got Brad Quaxton with the immediate 1-2 slap there with the Ice Arts. Great job and showcases how lethal again Luna can be. And we've got Storm, the X-Men, the god of weather and above, taking out Pinnacle 2 in that huge trade-off as well. So right now it's looking like Steam Engine is really living up to the name. It's all gas.
Man, whenever Luna Snow gets that piercing healing / damage too, and you just see her clap, it's like giving an encore, right? That's exactly what you want to see to open things up for Steam Engines, to plant their feet on the point first. Always having that advantage just helps you out in terms of the ult economy that's about to come up first.
Yeah, and then you also get the quick reload with that as well. So you get the quick reload, great damage, self-sustain. It's just such a good ability for Luna and how crazy of a hero that is. As we've got the claw up, try to get the kidnap in his own former fashion is Winter Soldier there, but unable to connect. Punching air, love it whenever they don't get the connection they want. And we've got Chemicals trying to get the opposite going for Winter Soldier on Arrival's side as they arrive to the point. They want the point. They go for the claw. No connection. We've got the Kraken impact up. He's going to wait for King Coco here to get the dance out. And right now, it's good trades, and it's for Steam Engine.
And it's the fate of both worlds that were copied from both Lokis too. We talked about it last series that Loki just gets that ult online so quickly here to rotate around, but it's a wombo combo into the Gru ult, into trying to combine everybody together into the Bucky ultimate. But the dance off answered back from Brad to keep everybody alive through that Kraken impact as it is retaliated. Second time's a charm from Shang-Chi is always even better because they did not have anything to combat that with Flamme, who had already used the fate of both worlds themselves.
Just gobbling up these clones to get that thing going more and more, and yet again he feasts. And Loki, it's the only way to escape is to get the clones out, but also that feeds the impact, feeds the Kraken, and my goodness did it work for them. And I always love the last one, try to find find any stragglers. But right now, Steam Engine 87% Vicky, and they've got the portal coming in. A rival trying to arrive to this match and showcase why they're here.
Hoffman making the swap over to the Iron Fist, though, just trying to take care of the threat that's in the sky. But the Psionic Seduction now coming in as Steam Engines have overtime activated in their favor. And Chenji is able to find Chemicals. It's the 1v1 coming out on top for favor of Steam Engines, and they're about to wipe a Rival 7 off this point.
Yeah, as they are just showing who they are to us, to the world. King Coco ready for yet another ult, but obviously going to save it for the next round. They don't even need it. They're just going to win in the neutral, and that's what shows a great team. That's what you want to see if they do get to advance to Ignite. And right now, upper bracket, Vicky, one of these two teams have a good shot to showcase what they have against the world's best come after mid-season. Great start there for Steam Engine.
You saw how important it was to win that first fight, too, and being able to cycle through that Loki and Luna Snow ultimate to survive through that onslaught of damage between the group hug from the group, which is the win condition from a Rival 7, honestly, into Chemicals being the Bucky and the Kraken impact was literally the game-winning moment for Steam Engines for that first round.
That's a great point there. And right now, just seeing the Bucky here for Steam Engines just land what they need to, get the opening picks, the stagger, and making it much tougher for rivals to get firmly planted here. Love all the sprays coming down. Look at that unison as they get everything laid out. They're feeling great. You love to see the confidence through no words, just pure emotes and sprays, as I often do in my games, Vic.
Gotta make a little bit of a mess right here, too. Gotta clean up this graffiti all over the floor right now, because the way that they're mopping a Rival 7, this is what you want to see from Steam Engines. But a Rival 7, understanding this, also have Monotone with that Loki ult first to combat that versus King Coco, who also has that Loki ult. And it's gonna be the cycling through more of this backline support ultimates just to keep this fight going.
Love Storm for this, too. Just getting to the team to the point a little bit faster as well, right? A little bit of a speed-up effect as they're throwing out the Storm bolts now, trying to get that opening pick, as we saw. If we'll see it again there from the Bucky of Steam Engines. Both teams collapsing on the points. King Coco or Monotone can open up this fight with some protection for the team. It's going to be Monotone first, throwing out the show, but then right after is King Coco to keep the team alive, which is honestly pretty good, Vic. If you're a little bit of seconds behind, that gives you more momentum towards the end of the fight, and they survive that Omega Hurricane. But no, they get the one there and trade with the Storm.
Oh no, now at a number disadvantage, the Psionic Seduction instead here too. Flamme is also right there with that Fate of Both Worlds after Monotone gets booted out of that God of Mischief. Tries to get the Grand Slam on the Meteor. You miss out though from Cartier. And a Rival 7 now playing Ring Around the Rosie, now having to look at Slurn, who has a Psionic Seduction, but no sustainability, no follow-up. Yes, we get the come back here from Shenji to get 2 picks already afterwards. King Coco getting the follow-up, and they completely clear a Rival 7 as they get the point first.
G here, I believe, is just popping off with the beautiful impacts and the great precision with the follow-up there, led by the seduction there of Slurnt, as the Steam Engines is just looking like they've got this domination point on lockdown, throwing down, getting those shots back up, ready to go. The Washer does have Meteor M to counter anything that might come out, but Rival 7, it's gonna be a while until they arrive to Ultimates. Monotone closest to it.
The way that they're trying to get out of this choke right here, Monotone's going to help them out, like you mentioned. Slowly approaching that Loki ultimate to try to close in that gap, or do they want to save this here? As Washer's going to look at Monotone once you get the copy to get the Fateable World to start the engagement. Here's Washer, then looks behind him to find Chemicals. Washer uses the Meteor M, tries to find the mark here with the dance off over to the side, or instead, just focus on Monotone. That is huge here. They take out the Loki ult midway through the ult. They wipe out the rest of a Rival 7, and that's not even allowing Flamme to even have a rotate into the Fate of Both Worlds themselves.
Oh my goodness. The Luna just took 500 tons of that purple metal right to the face, and just great opening grapple there from the Bucky of Steam Engines, taking Chemicals away from the fight to start things out and immediately eliminating them, and that's opened up the floor for Kraken Impact, Vicky. Steam Engines, they are looking like they are here to advance. They want to get to Ignite, show what they got. This could be closer, though, as we get to more maps. But right now, it's about Krakoa, 80% on the clock. Omega Hurricane going out for Steam Engines into the Seduction. They're going to need to keep their team alive, and they do so through the Fate of Both Worlds. Now, both teams, oh my gosh, the trade. Luna goes down.
Wow, that was actually huge here too, because you had the Omega Hurricane that forced it out originally. Now you don't really have that much sustainability. Flamme going down. Armin Danger's coming in too here and gets shut down almost immediately right afterwards. Chemicals not even being able to use that ultimate here. Overtime now ticking away, and again as we go. Shengyi is going to help alongside the rest of Steam Engines to take that first map.
Yeah, that was just an absolute clinic put out from the team. And it's hard to say because you can't see all the picture. But what I can tell you is the communication, the comms, Vicky, are on point right now for Steam Engine. You saw the eliminations. You would see these players turn to the hero of interest. In that case, Luna, right? Bam. Everybody on there gets the quick elimination as Brad Quaxon, what a name, love it, is going to be getting the MVP here for Steam Engines. But yeah, I got to just commend not only the talent of the Bucky, the Winter Soldier, but also you can just tell the comms, they're on lock.
Yeah, and we take a look at the stats right now too, and see how this was evenly distributed. Honestly, the final hit's pretty even itself. Obviously, Shengyi, we saw them get a lot with the Kraken impact, but can we talk about their survivability? They only went down once, and that was Slurnt being on that Emma Frost.
I mean, only one elimination across the whole team is wild. Shout out to Pinnacle, I guess, for getting the final hit there on the one that's on the other side. But yeah, looking at across the board, Brad Quaxon too was 7.7, not bad to help out the team there a bit. And overall, couldn't have asked for a better opening for that team. We got to wait for Arrive to arrive here to what is the biggest match and probably their young kind of start to this sport.
Yeah, you still, you know, in the upper bracket, you still have another chance, you know, but you want to go the distance in this case, too. You've already been able to figure out, you know, how chaotic these first maps usually end up being when you end up trying to feel out your opponent, especially when you start things off on Krakoa. But I just feel like the economy and the way that we saw Steam Engines rotate through the Loki, the Luna Snow, they timed things. They even had Dr. LZ, who was on the Storm, use that Omega Hurricane to purposely force out more of Flamme's, you know, Luna Ultimate with the Fate of Both Worlds, where they didn't really have anything to deal with the Kraken impact right afterwards.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, we often saw this at the top level of play as well in Ignite. You had one duelist that really pumped out crazy amounts of damage, was kind of their anchor behind the team. The other one get the clutch eliminations. And so we're seeing that between these two here as we do enter, and we're about to go to our next map here in just a bit. What do you think? I mean, it's tough to say this early, but for Arrival to kind of turn things around, is it going to start the pick and ban phase? I mean, do you feel like they got what they wanted out of that? I think it's going to be tough to tell at first, though.
I like the pick and ban phase for both teams. I feel like there was a lot of automatic retaliation based off of what was saved and what was banned already, including what we saw from Steam Engines when they were unable to play the Groot. I feel like that grapple from the Bucky has been detrimental in starting a lot of these plays. So trying to avoid and dance around that, because Chemicals was unfortunately that first cause of KO for Arrival 7.
Yeah, well, guys, it's a battle of the Buckies, at least right now. Don't go anywhere. We've got match number 2 coming your way after this quick break.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet,
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to match 2 between Arrival 7 and Steam Engines. And Vicky, we're heading to Symbiotic Surface Clintar. How fitting with the season 3 theme.
It's the theme for a reason out here, you know, seeing what's going to take over. It's not going to be a hot girl summer. Instead, it's going to be, you know, Symbiote's summer instead. And they're really showcasing that as we get to see what changes we're going to have going into this next match. Because Arrival 7, they were stopped pretty heavily versus Steam Engines in the way that Steam Engines was not only cycling through these ultimates, but I want to really prioritize what we're going to be seeing with this pick and ban phase.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any differences here as we've got Loki to open things up. Now, Monotone and King Coco unable to play Loki as they just did. They definitely want to at least shut down the 24 seconds. And Luna being saved, though. So we are going to get 12 of those just crazy battles that we've seen time after time here. With the next save going up for Arrival.
I do like the priority though on getting that ban onto the Loki here. So seeing what they want to save here. Do they want to save the Luna Snow instead from their part to try to combat that with the fate of both worlds? And no, instead they actually want to try to prioritize that torch. And as we move over to Clintar, I feel like this works out, especially in that first 2 points here too. Even going all the way down to that third point, I feel like the second point actually makes it just a slight bit harder because you have that ceiling. But now you want to look over to the other side and see if you want to try to prioritize that Punisher pick, or do you want to start leaning into that Bucky again?
Yeah, definitely much different pick and bans than we saw in the Ignite series. Keep in mind, guys, we are going back to the system of pick and banning for all teams instead of individually here. To keep things going with what we've seen in the MRCs of the past. But so far, different story, though, for the bans in this match. Storm out now. We've got Loki out. Couple heroes not made available that they had last time. But we do get a peek at the Ultron, who is not going to get his Season 3 nerfs yet. Still raining those skies, Vic.
Okay, maybe seeing that triple support could come out here. Really works into dealing with the torch in the skies, especially since they get rid of the storm instead, and they end up prioritizing getting the safe pick onto the cloak and dagger.
Yeah, I mean, you got to have one comfortable pick for each team, and it seems like well, looks like Monotone is floating the Luna. Does have Lord on it, even though they did play Loki last time. At least if they take Luna, maybe the other one will take Cloak and Dagger. We saw a lot of Cloak and Dagger, all those Terror Capes, the communication coming just clutch here. And I said that about, you know, Steam Engine. I said that they have great comms, and if you can tie that together with potentially a Terror Cape, it's gonna be tough there. I'm saying Terror Cape like the guy. It's just too much terror on the mind. Terror Cape there. And the last man going to Invis.
Okay, seeing what's on the table then to play around with. We see the rocket being hovered over. I actually feel like we could possibly, I mean, I get excited thinking about it, but I feel like Penny just works out so great, depending on what side you start on here. But it looks like we're just going to be leaning over to that Emma Frost instead. I was wondering if we were going to maybe get that Rocket Penny team up, because it's always exciting, but also seeing the Hulk too, possibly from both sides here, if they end up going with the Hulk and Namor combo.
Yeah, we've got always one flyer, right? Dedicated flyer, and you can tell for this team, it is going to be Dr. LZ, who just played the Storm, now going over to Johnny Storm. So love to see the switch up there. And then Bucky going to Ultron on the other side of things, though. Yeah, Chemical's going to stay on that Winter Soldier. I love Winter on this map. I think he's just great for that snowball effect and carry that he can do. Especially this first part can be super tough here to hold down the fort. And honestly, without portals, which there's going to be on this side, you know, just trying to get that surprise factor. We saw that in Ignite plenty as well. Teams, doesn't matter what level of play, those portals can come in handy as we have both teams ready to lock in load. Obviously no Penny, they're switching over now that the armor is up. The teams are out, and we'll see who can hold down the fort. Steam Engines, or can Arrival push through?
We're already trying to get a little cheeky out here with some of this positioning. Look at this, just trying to break down through that wall, just so that way you can try to prevent any sort of roundabout rotations here too. Having that awareness while playing within that Cloak and Dagger bubble, as well as just looking at this poke pressure between the two torches in the sky.
All right, it's a torch battle. We saw this previously with Storm. Now it's a battle of the torches. Dr. LZ hiding behind that quick protection there, trying to get a bit of a surprise factor on Hoffman. Can he get the connections there? No. Good trade-off. Throwing down the fireballs. He's got torch right above him. He's got to throw down some contention here as Arrival. They're trying to get the pressure on early Vicky and push forward King Coco close to that internal bond. to get the pressure, but we also have Cloak for Arrival as well with the same. They're going to match ult for ult here. It's going to come down to potentially a first pick to get things started.
They need it though with the Eternal Bond. It's going to set things up for Chemicals at the very least, especially after getting that first pick onto the Ultron, knocking down one of those supports and sustainability with the triple support too from Steam Engines. As Dr. LZ, he unleashes a Supernova, the Kraken Impact coming in the bubble to protect Chemicals, and they're going to double down as Chemicals finds everyone alongside Hoffman. This is the start we need to see from Arrival 7, and that was with them using everything.
Yeah, but great job at it. Hoffman Chemicals showed off. They did not get to see any of that on Krakoa, so looks like they favor a bit more of Clintar, and again, I believe loser picks map, so they did get to pick their home court advantage here. Now, we still have Brad Quack, we have Meteor M and Seduction to get them through this first little hook. This is the tough part of the map to get through, and wow, Hoffman open up with the Battle of the Skies and getting that W there against Dr. LZ, who was popping off last game here. Hoffman now putting the pressure and keeping it going.
Hoffman said, I'm not your guy here. I'm not your guy here. Instead, going to be able to terrorize the skies. And now the Psionic Seduction, too, from Slurnt. Just so that way they can try shifting this momentum. Because right now, Arrival 7, they're holding a pretty strong attack here around that next corner. Nice group walls coming up just to block Shang-Yi. As they're going to be able to have that Kraken Impact going into this next fight. Alongside with Washer having that Meteor Red. But here comes the Kraken Impact now just to start things up. As Chemicals just gets deleted with some help from Dr. LZ.
Oh yeah, that they want that one back. I mean, Chemicals using the Kraken Impact, really trying to get them through this first point. Did so last time, but right now it is all Steam Engines shutting down their biggest players. Both duelists, in fact, that got them to this point thus far here. Just popping, putting the pressure down. We have both Eternal Bonds out. Both teams looking for that first strike here, and it is just a stalemate as the lights flash big and the dance floors are out. The fate of both worlds, Monotone now trying to get the push for the team, and a Groot ult as well to follow Vic.
Ooh, and that's the follow-up here too, on top of getting frozen right after you send out the group hug. They clear out entirely Steam Engines while they wrap around that next corner.
How many times did we say this at Ignite? You know, he's a quiet guy, Group, but his ult speaks volumes, can absolutely just open up the floor for teams to push through and get past the point of contention there. Hoffman has Supernova. This is such a tough spot for Supernova. There's so much tornadoes, so little space, absolute chaos here. A graphics card is begging for life somewhere as Hoffman is about to throw it down.
Gotta be careful. May have to put a fan onto it, honestly. But it's getting hot here as Hoffman activates the Supernova. It's gonna get matched on the other side by Dr. LZ. But the thing is, Steam Engine, they're all conjoined together in that tiny corner. And a big double KO comes in from Cartier from the sky here. Dr. LZ get that trade off of Clemay, but they still have the number advantage.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Just so little space, so many tornadoes here as they push through, and they're using everything they got on these fights, but it's working. It doesn't matter, right? They do a little bit different than Domination and how it works there, pushing through early, and they've got 4 minutes, Vic, to get to this end point. This is definitely the response you wanted to see from Arrival 7.
A change up here. This really comes into play. The team's strength and which maps they prefer instead. We get started here, Dr. LZ boosting up into that ultimate, but I'm looking currently at that Luna Fate of both worlds that we see from Brad. Shang-Yi also having that Kraken Impact, and Walker having that Meteor to deal with these supports. LeMay using that Eternal Bond. We may see something here from Walker. He's going to try to find that mark.
All right, Meteor up, Spaceball special down. Great block there from Arrival to keep things going, and with the Fate of both worlds just keeping the teams alive easily here as Dr. LZ finishes off the Cloak and Dagger. That's going to force Arrival 7 to reset, but they've got plenty of time. They got 3 minutes, but if you're not careful, we've seen it so many times, it can just vanish here on such a tough point of contention. But if you look at Steam Engines, Vic, they've got so much in their bank to keep the defense strong, but all it takes sometimes is that group hug, that Groot hug, as we just saw from Pinnacle.
Yeah, I agree. This third checkpoint can be really difficult. It's really easy to get held here, especially when you play up close and personal like we're currently seeing Steam Engines play. The Supernova now from Dr. LZ just to control that space, add into that Shishigo the sandwich that they have to worry about as they transcend through that tunnel. The group HUD now just bringing everyone together. It finds Shang-Chi, so
no.
you can't use that Kraken Impact. The follow-up is so big, but it's okay. Brad gets right back into the fray with the rest of Steam Engines and keeping everybody alive as Dr. LZ falls a little low.
Oh, they used a lot of that too. And Dr. LZ is just really keeping track of Chemicals, making sure he can eliminate him from the fight. And with the Kraken Impact, that's taking a big threat, big Titan away very quickly. as we saw Chemicals and Hoffman kind of go off there on point 1, so keeping them in check. Hoffman needs to win this Battle of the Skies, take out Dr. LZ, open up the land game there for Chemicals as they try to push in.
Could use its internal bond now instead. Hoffman with the supernova though now just forces them back and away. That's a little slow onto Pinnacle, who's taking a good amount of that damage. The cracking impact now comes in and lands onto 2 for the reset. The eternal bond though is going to be able to try to avoid that meteor instead, while Brad dances around the point here with the fate of both worlds. They try to get the terror kick here too from the other side, and now you have Pinnacle getting the trade over to both Chemicals as well. So now both teams only down to a 5v5.
Minutes just vanished from the clock. We're now on only to 90 seconds to see if they can push to the point 3 here. Great start from a rival 7, but right now Steam Engine firmly planting their foot in the ground, saying this is our house, our home, as now we've got the show. Fate of both worlds. Chemicals finally able to get that Kraken impact out, but it's when the internal bond's there to save the team, unable to get the snowball rolling, and the Kraken impact to make the impact as pushing in with that Terror Cape. We've got Supernova going down with it. The tornadoes, they go. No fire extinguisher to help clean up. This is going to be tough for them to get through this.
Yeah, that was a huge MVP play on having the Eternal Bond, and a big issue if not tracking that ultimate to invest those 2 ultimates from a Rival 7 into the Wombo combo of just not only the Eternal Bond from their side, but also into that Kraken impact.
That's a great call there. Now both teams reset. 45 seconds on the clock. We have the seduction ready into the impact there for Steam Engines. That's going to do a good job at holding them through. But Hoffman with the supernova throwing it down into the internal bond. Pinnacle here can make it happen. I wish they combined the supernova with Pinnacle, but unable to do so because Washman gets 1 to make it 3. Team makes it 5, and a full wipe outside the torch there. Vic, that's just not connecting the ults where you want them.
Yeah, no, the washer is literally putting them in the washer. Maybe have to put them in the dryer just to wring them out a little bit, because now they're just hogging their spawn room doors. Like, they're not even letting them reset. And look at the time bank now. Less than 10 seconds. They do the desperate Hail Mary on the portal attempt.
Oh, man, can they get through it here? We do have a 2 going down instantly. Love the last second play from a rival 7. Took them 4 minutes, but this could be all they need. Dance floor out. Pinnacle, you've got that ult, but they don't need it right now. They've got 1, 2, 3. Make it Elims and Ultimates, Vic, as they head into the later point. Sometimes all it takes is that spark to ignite, right? We're not Ignite, but they're trying to qualify for it. And they've got 2 huge ults here with the triple Vanguard late.
And they have to expend all of it. That's the biggest part. They really use monotone right there just to keep them alive to get through the portal with the fate of both worlds. And now Dr. LZ's got the supernova, and a rival 7 don't really have an answer here from the back line. It's really up to Flamay to keep getting that internal bomb quickly.
Oh, there's the great defensive play there from Car Sky as they get the supernova shut down to the best of their ability. Get the trade there on Bucky. Rival 7, this is yours to lose. Eternal Bond is out as well. The team can push through, but look at Dr. LZ's positioning. Incredible patience here. Going for the cloak, trying to take them down immediately. Does get that pick. That's going to open things up, but Hoffman gets a trade on the Strategist as well. It's monotone now. Washer could be either way, but it looks like a rival 7 is going to get the job done. Took them all 4 minutes, but hey, I'll take it.
Hey, yeah, it did. They got it to the finish line, even with some solo ultimates, though, to help to stagger the opposing team here. That really helped them out, solidify the deal. But it took a lot of work there, including getting that internal bond really quickly. Like 2 fights back to back, we saw that internal bond online when it was just really used up in that fight prior.
Yeah, and if you're Steam Engines, you got to be happy with how you played at least the latter half, right? You gave them 4 minutes to get that point, but unable to hold on the entire time. And change-ups there, really, the only thing I want to see is a rival 7 just connect these ults a bit more clean. You know, they had a supernova with the imprisonment there from Groot that I was hoping to see together. Instead, the wipe happened. But other than that, I think both teams are playing great. This is what I want to see. We saw a sweep in the first series, Vic. I was hoping this could be a little bit more back and forth. And right now, it's looking like it could be.
Yeah, it's looking like it could go the distance. You know, whenever best of 5 is in the conversation, Cozy, we always get hyped up because you know the teams already know what's at stake at some points here. We see the back and forth. I feel like that first map always gets a little wishy-washy because it's domination, and we know that domination just could go either way. It really depends on just the chaos that comes out and your ult tracking here too. But for the second map, you're really seeing a turnaround right now with a rival 7, as they are going to be able to start things off here on their defense.
Yeah, we've seen even some of the best teams fall to teams that they definitely should have beaten in domination. Great point there. So this could be Anyways, match doesn't tell the full story here as Dr. LZ throwing out the quick kicks melee. Love the animation cancels moving and flying through the sky there. And it is going to be the story of the Flyers once again. Can Hoffman and Dr. LZ, who's going to match up and perform to their best here? And, you know, I like the group switch. I think this will be good for the offensive push from Steam Engine if they do want to get it. But it is the washer. Once again, yeah, taking him to the washroom, as you said, on full cycle there with the quick 2 trades and the very fast 2 picks.
Dude, maybe the laundromat. I don't know. He's a problem. Like, he's the one that started things off here, but Steam Engines now, they wipe the floor. Shang-Chi getting enabled, finding 2 more on top of it all, and they send Arrival 7 back to the spawn room doors.
Yeah, that's about as clean of a start as you want from Steam Engine, kind of picking up where they left off with the momentum of the defensive hold that they just had here. And Dr. LZ pushing in heavy to start, get that spray down. Mark his territories. The skies are his, he says, as Hoffman and him battle it out. 90 down. He's going to have to flee back and try to protect himself a bit there. Cloaking Dagger using that quick cape of healing to keep them alive. Dr. LZ going for that quick pick once again. Vicky, and they do have the Eternal Bond to push through.
Keeping them in, and with the Eternal Bond, just carve the path here just to continue on this fight. Arrival 7 not really having anything to answer unless Monsoon stays up here. They get rid of King Coco, though. A stun onto 2, onto Arrival 7, but that's a big pick to just restart this momentum in their own favor. Arrival 7 having 2 of those support ultimates to keep them alive in this next rotation of the fight.
Yeah, there's great pick there to open things up for sure. They have both strategist ults online, as you said, so it's just great to be able to keep the momentum going. There's the Groot ult out. They're going to need to try to connect this. We've got Washer up. He's connected so many so far. Does not land that one, but they don't need it here as Bucky's putting on a show, taking down Pinnacle. He wants more. Wants 1, now make it potentially 2. No, does reset, but gets the claw. Great job for both teams now. We got Supernova on the back end, but Monotone, the strategist, they have what they need to survive this ongoing threat.
Oh, can they land the mark? Oh, they still don't find Shang-Chi Cartier. Gonna be able to find that meteor from the sky. Arrival 7 also having Pinnacle with that group hug. Watcher, though, continuously is the problem to aim at because Hoffman just getting called out of position every single time by this Magneto.
Yeah, we saw a Mag just completely carry multiple games Ignite. Now easily one of the best tanks in the game. 1 or 2 there right next to Emma. Dr. LZ pushes in. They don't have any ults to kind of secure this neutral fight, but they have 3 minutes, 56 seconds. Pinnacle, though, with the Kraken Impact. This is the old favorite, the old Wombo combo, and we'll see if they can put it together here to wipe Steam Engine out completely. There it is. They throw out the setup. There's the Kraken Impact going down, and there it is again. Dr. LZ has just had Chemical's number, Vic.
The Chemicals has not been able to actually get the follow-up. The bread and butter together, that leans into the win condition for Arrival 7. That's even better, though, for Steam Engines as Dr. LZ. If it wasn't the Storm that was a problem in beforehand, it's definitely this Human Torch, too. And following up, they have wiped the floor here as they're going to be able to get this next checkpoint.
Yeah, and you're using not 1 but 2 ults to try to, you know, get your win con and get that huge wipe. And when those don't connect, it's just brutal, especially when you go down to something as quick as the fiery blast from Johnny Storm. It's officially his month, 4th of July, right? Raining down the skies, but also fantastic for first steps. You know, he's feeling.
Lighting up the sky. Brightest star in the sky, honestly, more like it. He's got the Supernova, and they got all the time in the world, Cozy. Hoffman, too, looking to boost up their own Supernova. Monotone alongside May, though, they're going to open things up with the Eternal Bond just to keep this fight going. There goes that Supernova Magneto Meteor trying to find its mark. Nice protection on the bubble, though, just to try to negate that focus. And the Supernova, combine that together. They both get a trade, though, and they lose out. They're looking at Steam Engines on that group, which would have been even more impactful with the group hug.
You can just feel this fight from the Ignite bracket nearly. I mean, just everything going out there. Every single ultimate now being used, thrown down. Hoffman with the quick pick on Coco. That's going to open up the window massively there and hold them down for what was going to be a relentless offensive effort from Steam Engines. They used a lot. They used a lot to get that, Vic. They still have 3 minutes, 42 seconds to do so. And the only ult to speak of is going to be the Spaceball special.
Yeah, that's tough, though. It was an expensive fight, but they desperately needed to stop that momentum. You know how strong it is to have momentum in this game, and having so much in that time bank, it forced Arrival 7 to just take everything out of the arsenal. If they win out this fight, though, even with just that 1 ult, looking at Flamme getting almost another Eternal Bond online, they'll be able to be settled and have more of an ult economy advantage here as we see the 1v1 between both torches.
Yeah, I love watching the battle on this guy there. Throwing down the fireballs, and this is actually going in favor of Arrival because it's giving them time to recharge those ults, Vic, because they used so much on that last fight. Now they're able to keep things going for the team and the momentum of it. If I'm Steam Engine, you got to keep the engines going, baby. Keep them going all the way, V8 style, as now Dr. LZ's got his supernova. They can throw that into the imprisonment, and then they got the internal bond to follow with the Kraken impact. They have two different ways to get their win con.
Non-stop on this ride right now as the Meteor M comes out, the Supernova too, but it's still that 1v1 battle, and you see Dr. LC's completely ignoring Hoffman. He's like, all right, looking right back at you. You had the Magneto bubble. It's been expended. That's great information to keep in mind because now the Groot ult comes in. It's the bread and butter to combine that, the eternal bond to save everybody. Doesn't save Cartier. And again as we go, as Chemicals tries to wrap around after following up from that one pig.
Yeah, this is going to be huge for Arrival. They're going to have to hold strong here, but Brad Quack and Monotone, both the dance floors are out. Can the Watcher connect? He gets the two-piece slam dunk. It's a two-pointer there from the quick shot and the jump shot of the Watcher. He's impressed me so far, Vic. This guy's got great absolute aim and tracking.
Dude, if it isn't like one single pick off that Meteor, it's sometimes two. Like we've seen consistently 2 KOs on the board in favor for Watcher's Meteor M's. It's been really impressive here, and Slur also slowly approaching that Groot ultimate too here, and seeing how they're going to try to follow up from that strangling prison, the Supernova on top of it just to clear some space, and Dr. LZ is right around the corner and getting their own.
Yeah, it took Arrival every bit of that time to get this point. There's 1 minute and 30 seconds left, so if Arrival can even hold it that long, it's going to be the win they're looking for, or they can win it all right here. The Groot ult goes out from Slur. They go in with the Supernova from Dr. LZ, and that's going to be 1, make it 2, now 3, 4, 5. That's going to be the point pick.
They cleared it out. Nobody left to touch at this point. And even if Hoffman just dove and slammed into the ground right there, he still would have gotten automatically picked off here. So we got a lot more time to work with here. At least that extra 1 minute and 18 seconds from the other side.
Yeah, it's a lifetime when it comes to capping this first point and what you can do and the potential you have, especially when you have portals in play, which no strange is banned. So it's going to open up that window. But I do have to say, Rival 7, they are playing a lot tighter, a lot better as a unit. And, you know, again, some of this just comes down to ult economy, guys. Top 2 teams going to Ignite, and the things that we want to see, we've kind of said it already here, but it's that calm, it's the communication, it's those tracking of important ultimates, but it's also how you use your own and how much you use in the huge fights.
Really important to talk about that stuff, because you know that makes a difference whether or not if you have one of your strategist ults to protect your team and re-engaging on some of these fights, or if it means that your team is just going to go out with a cleared ult too. So that's why you see some teammates, they'll have Storm use the Omega Hurricane to force out the support ultimates, even if they know the support ultimates are online, because that's at least one key factor of survivability that they don't have to worry about when they lean into the win condition, whether it be a Groot ultimate into the Kraken impact like we've already seen.
Absolutely. Here, teams getting ready and geared up. I've seen some confusion in what we're watching, guys. This is the MRC, the championship for Season 2. These teams trying to get in to what would be after China in the group stage for the next session of Ignite here. Top 2 teams advance. Hoffman going up, showing what he can do igniting, and he has 55 seconds to do so. And here's the tough part, Vic, and why that little bit of time matters so much is ult charge. You're able to just to get your team that ult charge to get what you need done. They only have 45 seconds now.
To boost up into it when you get some of this poke pressure on board. It's that survival from the skies between the 1v1 that we have with Hoffman and Dr. LZ. Washer gets frozen right there by Monotone. No follow-up, though, as they're going to be able to try to peel back, boost into more of those support ultimates in the backline, and you could already see the difference with Steam Engines having King Coco close to that Eternal Bond.
Yeah, good job here for Arrival 7 making sure. Oh, there's a quick freeze, but unable to follow up there. Chemical's now trying to get that poke. It's got 63%. King Coco is going to have the response here with the Eternal Bond to keep the team alive. Now it's going to be up for the Cloak for Arrival to get theirs quickly, because once that Eternal Bond's out for one team and not the other, it makes it very difficult. Here it goes. Coco has it ready to go, and they're going to be pushing in and holding strong here. Wow, quick pick there. That's a big one.
And holding on to it for maybe a little too long, but Brad just took so much damage from the Magneto, and here comes that group hug to follow up again and again. We go. Wow. Chemicals is upset, gets revenge, gets the 3K, Pinnacle gets the 4th, and you get the reset off that Kraken impact as well as the points.
I'm stunned because when you're on a defensive overtime like that, you've got to use the internal bond pretty early, right? Because you have that advantage and so much sustain, and they would have been fine and lived through it. But then Brad goes down, the team goes down. For a team that was playing so coordinated, hate to see a mistake like that in overtime. They only had a minute 45, really 45 seconds to do so, and then they got the point and more. Now they have to stop them yet again, Vic. This is tough, a tough look for Steam Engine. Rival.
Yeah, because Monotone right now does have that Luna Snow ultimate. Here comes a supernova from Dr. LZ, but they want to try to hold on to that for as long as possible here just to try to combat that, as Brad will have it second online. That's going to come in clutch here. Shang Yi does have that Kraken impact. The pull in here as Washer stays alive, has that Meteor M, tries to find it. Smart wrapping around. Where does Monotone go here before Washer slams it down, misses out, and Cartier now having the Meteor themselves has an opportunity to put Arrival 7 in the driver's seat.
Yeah, great bubble from Sky, and even better, big bubble there from him as he throws down on King now. And right now, it's all Arrival 7. We are seeing a push of a lifetime here with only 45 seconds from the time they get to spawn to the point to do so. And that is all they needed, Vicky. After a great defensive and push from Steam Engines, it's all gas right now from Arrival.
Look at the overtime too, right? Look how small that sliver of a bar time is for overtime. The portal in, like you mentioned, Doctor Strange not being banned allows the re-engagement here too. It's worth it after making that quick swap, but they're re-engaging with Dr. LZ being the closest one to that alongside King Coco with the Eternal Bond. They have the 1v1 with the supports though, and here comes the Eternal Bond to match that. It's the pavement being built up between Arrival 7 and Steam Engines.
Yeah, this is the perfect example of what I wanted to see. The ult and the timing of them. Dr. LZ though does get the huge pick on Monotone. That's really going to help them get a stop to what has been a legendary offensive effort from this team on one of the biggest stages possible. It is going to end right here, but they were able to get, they're more than happy, Vic. They're more than happy with what they got.
Oh man, I mean, they got so much extra credit, and that was with the limited time bank too, right? Like they had less than or exactly a minute on the clock, whereas that extra minute, we're gonna have to see if they can either dwindle that extra advantage away, or can they fully hold them back?
Man, I'm Chemicals, you know, he got shut down by Dr. LZ for the first 75, let's call it 90% of that map, Vicky, but when they needed it most, he definitely showed out there. It's going to make a Chemical pun. Couldn't even think of a good one, I'll be honest. But I like what they had there. Chemicals, they burned, right? And it was him taking the heat from Dr. LZ on that fight. But 2 minutes 40. I mean, they still have the world of time, but it's going to be hard to do as good as they just did.
Yeah, and can they replicate that too on the defense too? Because I feel like Steam Engines were pretty quick on taking over that point first. That's actually why they have more of that time bank to work with. It was more so that resistance that they faced in the first corner once you get that payload moving. So Steam Engines had no issue initially getting that point. So let's see what Arrival 7 has figured out.
Definitely here as we look for the defensive effort. 20 seconds to go. Arrivals making this a 1-1 would be huge for them. Again, this is the upper bracket. Lucy would go down to the lower bracket. Top two teams going against the top orgs. And heck, one of these teams trying to make a name for themselves to possibly get an org one day from what we saw. Ego, Death, Tacky, these teams, they showed out even as 8 seeds. These teams could get it done as well. Dr. LZ going in now.
It's for glory. It's for the money out here, too. First place walks away with $6,000 in their pocket for the whole team alone, with $14,500 USD prize pools here. You have the opportunity to play against some of the best here for a reason. And Steam Engines now are going to be able to try to close in this gap, but a big issue they need to focus on is Hoffman in the skies.
See if this opening claw can do it. Wow, what a claw. Absolute insanity. The little aliens from Toy Story would be losing it at that beauty now as Coco throwing out, trying to keep the team alive. And wow, what just took one dagger? That's all it took for Sky to go down. He was on a speck of health left. They don't need any ults. They just need pure, absolute neutral adrenaline as they saw what Arrival did, and they're trying to match it.
Actually, the definition of one shot, by the way, when you have your comms, that's what I want to see when I have to touch one of those players, and that ours is supposedly one shot. Go down immediately. The attempt on the stall here, and this is what I was mentioning before. Steam Engines, they were so quick on their first initial attack, and they just re-engage immediately right afterwards, replicating what we saw.
Yeah, when he died, just a dagger that does like 9 damage. That's tough. That's rough. As now, Dr. LZ, I would like to see more on the point. I get the pressure push there, you know, but you always want to get a couple more to get that thing pushed as much as possible. But you know what? It is going to come down to wipes and fights anyway. They need to win this one to be able to get it to 2 fights now to win this thing. And so Dr. LZ, 50 seconds left, trying to get some. Ooh, I like that placement of the wall, putting the pressure and giving them huge advantage. Tick, tick, tick. Kraken impact up. Going to make the impact, Kraken impact down. There's the Groot ult, but we do have Eternal Bond trying to respond. This is where the ult fight comes. Dr. LZ with a quick pick of chemicals, Vicky, and now it's the Washer doing what he does, and that's the sweep up job. We're going to need now the Bucky to get the finish.
And you get to see the follow-up here, too. Dr. LZ having that supernova. You get the 1v1 in the skies. It's a statement to be made after you find Hoffman. You've cleared out the table with the payload and sticking on the board. They have less than 15 seconds, and the overtime as they stay here with these rotates of ultimates could really help them out.
Yeah, Arrival 7, they lost that fight, but they could win the war, right? Because they've got 3 of these ultimates, 2 Vanguard, huge stunning ones. They've got both the Doctor Strange, Agamotto, and the Imprisonment. Like, that is going to be tough to stay alive through, but they are, oh my gosh, they're gonna have to get to the point quick here. It's getting close as now diving in. They had to do a desperate dive in, which Chemicals falls to. They hit the cloak. Oh, this is a disaster if you're in the eyes of Arrival 7, but they do get 2 picks. Hoffman with 3. Pinnacle. Oh my goodness, Vic.
Oh, they've cleared everybody out here too. Arrival 7 though falling down as Dr. LZ does everything. But Steam Engines, there's no one in sight to re-engage. No Dr. Straightforward, you won't have time. Arrival 7, they even things out and they hold them back.
I can't believe what I just saw because it was only moments till the point was capped. So then Chemicals rushes in. He gets eliminated. The cloak gets eliminated, but Hoffman out of nowhere, no fire extinguisher in sight, just goes off and gets the 4. That's insane because everything was set up for success there for Steam Engine, but Arrival getting the dub.
Man, that torch in the sky is a whole problem. Remember, we're talking about look at Hoffman, and I think Hoffman was actually like the first one to go in that first initial fight on top of the point as we take a look at this scoreboard. 24 final hits, 54 and 10 here for Dr. LZ, which wasn't enough is the insane part. Look on the other side, 25 final hits in favor for Hoffman.
Just absolute. I love, you know, they say video game numbers when they're talking about like the NFL. This is video game numbers, but I mean, for video games, this is video game. 91k, 92k healing, 70k damage, Vic. I mean, just a performance around the board. 2 fights just brought to the absolute limit there, and great job from both teams. And honestly, Hoffman lost the fight in the neutral there against Dr. LZ, but one where it was important, and that was at the final push there. Great turnaround from Arrival. I'm very impressed. It's 1-1 now, best of 5, first to 3. That's going to make things a little bit more tight. Both these teams, they won it.
Yeah, and you saw how long of some of these fights lasted. Just look at that healing output from both sides. Over like 90k healing alone. That's how you know the match was really good too. Because usually in my own matches, when the games go as close as they are like that, you know you have a great series on your hands here. So even things out though also could help shift the momentum in favor for Arrival 7.
Yeah, and the aggression was all for Steam Engine, but Arrival, they really were fixing it real time, Vic. They were getting themselves really together there. When they saw what kind of were the weak points, they were able to correct and make things right for the team. And man, losing 2 and still winning that fight, a 4v6 at that point, incredible job and resilience from the team.
Yeah, because we saw Dr. LZ not only with that crazy damage output at the very end looking at that score, but we saw like those 2 picks initially come out here, but just not enough members to stay alive. Together with the group hug, and then you follow up with Chemicals there with the Kraken impact. It was just a lot to work with. And that was with Hoffman losing that 1v1 in the sky originally too.
Yeah, and listen, you said it best. You said domination is sometimes doesn't tell the story of these teams, right? And it could go either way, but we saw Arrival really kind of pull themselves together and make this thing a contest. We're coming off of a sweep, right? So it's good to have a little 1-1 action to get things heated up here in our second round of matches for the MRC.
Yeah, honestly, if you're already going the distance in a best of 5, this is what I like to see, Cozy. I like to see some good Marvel rivals, and this is how you start things off here. Now you can lean into those strengths depending on which map we're going to be going on to next, because we saw that map number 1 was difficult. I'm expecting maybe going back to something similar like that too for map.
Yeah, we're going to see that heat come from the engines. Are they going to get things going, or can a rival win 2 in a row after down 1? Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to have a quick break, and then we'll get right back to the action.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows moving, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through sun walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through sun walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back from the break. It's 1-1 here in the best of 5 from Steam Engine and Arrival, and we're going to be headed to Araco, the newest map, to decide match 3. Vicky, and honestly, it could go either way. I think, you know, you look at Steam Engine, they play with a lot of tenacity, a lot of aggression, but Arrival, they had what it takes to go the marathon, not a sprint, right? Who do you got in this next one?
I feel like the way that last game ended is going to completely shift mentals, because yes, we saw that really strong start from Steam Engines, but I think Arrival now, after taking control over that second map, we may have a series on our head. I feel like we're going to go the distance here, but I also just specifically think that torch was so strong, I'd be surprised we don't see it banned. But both teams still use it. It's both to their advantage, so do they want to take that away from themselves?
Yeah, speaking of torch, I mean, Araco is like the torch map, right? Just so many alleyways, the portals getting high, low, quick aggression. So definitely going to see that here as we head into it. Wolverine getting that first ban, which is kind of big because we've seen a ton of triple Vanguard into triple support for defense, because it's just so good on this map to hold them at that point of contention here. As now Storm is going to be our ban, and there's the save. You know, Arrival 7, they like what they had in Hoffman.
All right. right, being able to have that save, though, still opens up the floor for both teams to use that torch. Luna Snow, same thing on top of it all, while looking on the other side to see who they want to lean towards banning here. Of course, that does take away the opportunity for both teams to utilize Psylocke this time around. So no Wolverine, no Psylocke, no Storm taking to the skies, though. I'm wondering if we're going to see a safe pick maybe on the Ultron, or are we going to try to prioritize that Loki? Okay, no Loki. I was going to wonder if we're going to have that Loki coming up next.
Yeah, that Loki ban coming in immediately, and, you know, obviously going to help a ton here for Rocco. Vice can just stall, and you only need a second to get back. Points seem to get, you can get back to points quickly depending on it. And a lot of the story on Rocco is just told on this very first point because there's just so much contention to get it. We saw that a lot within Ignite in the group stage, especially going back to even rounds like Shroud X and Nemesis. And so going to be curious to see how tight this is. Wanted to see the Ultron play there too, and we do get it. And that is usually going to go to the slot of one of your better DPS players.
Ah, the Prophet, just reading it through because, you know, you want to have more of these duking out situations in the sky if you feel like that torch has just been too much of a problem. While they ban out the Punisher, okay, getting rid of the counter picks of what you're expecting already in the skies. So you have no Loki, no Invisible Woman, but you still have the duo backline between the Cloak and Dagger and the Luna Snow.
Absolutely here, and Brad played great Luna. Happy to see them on that once again. King Coco didn't get to play Loki in that second bit, but is fine with it here in the washer. I mean, come on now. Steam Engines, they did lose, but he played phenomenally. Excited to see them match up. Sky, though, definitely held their own, but going to be locking to Strange instead. And, yep, we are going to get that triple Vanguard approach.
That's what I was going to say. I really like holding triple Vanguard in a situation like this, and that's what they're leaning towards. And that's why you have the Rocket when you have a triple Vanguard composition, because you have that BRB just to bring your tank right back. And then they know that if you lose that first choke with the triple Vanguard and your team gets wiped, let's say, and it doesn't allow a reset, you can just immediately swap over to a double Vanguard composition.
Absolutely here as they look to get ready. 22 seconds on the board, and from them, they've got, yeah, I mean, they're going to stick with the same comp, which I think I'm fine with, right? They played very well. It just came down to a matter of seconds there, right? Quite literally one last fight to end it all. 5 seconds left to go, and the fight commences.
I really like the music on this map, by the way. It always has me jamming out as we get started. Coming out of the gates already here is going to be Dr. LZ still sticking to that torch, whereas Arrival 7 don't really have those flyers because they're trying to prioritize that triple Vanguard. For May taking a good amount of pressure, though, and that's already Cartier Sky falling first. So onslaught of damage coming in favor for Steam Engines, but they did lose out a slight trade right there, too, losing out on their Bucky.
Yeah, that's going to be huge to open things up for the team. And Dr. LZ picking up right where they left off. Vicky with 1 to make it 3. Find the fire extinguisher. It is a flame on, game on. And it is looking like pure anger coming from Steam Engine.
With the spray there, too, you got to feel yourself just a little bit when you are not only the biggest problem in the sky, but the shining star in the sky with nobody looking at you or doing anything to deal with it. As they try to re-engage with this Doctor Strange portal, they're still sticking to the triple Vanguard because they could just re-engage just as quickly like that.
Yeah, great call out there now as he's pushing in. Arrival 7 at this point, holding the defense line as best they can. They're getting close here to the eye, which will at least help them a bit. But right now, Slate now with the quick wall up, taking down 2. It is all engines go as they're pushing through. But okay, Monotone with Dr. LZ getting rid of the biggest threat. That's definitely going to help.
Yeah, because that was Dr. LZ who would have had that supernova there otherwise, right? And that could have been the Wombo combo they could have moved into, but Shang-Chi's right there too, so you're going to expect the Kraken impact together with Snart and the group hug. It's slowly coming up, though. It brings everyone together. Shang-Chi tries to see if they can maybe want to go for a follow, but it's been too late. The Eternal Bomb that was outside helps things out, wait things out for Flamay as the meteor falls down and finds Flamay trying to hide in that corridor after using the Eternal Bomb. Then you have the Eye of Agamotto that finds 2 in the back, but thankfully Brad was very quick to retaliate with the dance-off on the fate of both worlds, keeping everyone alive.
Wow, it is as tight as it gets here. 4.68 left on there. Supernova goes up, down. Dr. LZ picking up where they left off on the first point. Make it 3 from the sky. It's a 100% chance of absolute sunny skies from Dr. LZ, Vic.
I hope they have fire insurance out here too, because if they don't have an extinguisher, the way that this momentum has just been built up here from Steam Engines, they just look great controlling so many of these other fights before they close in that gap. Though this is another part where I really like right before that next checkpoint, that high to low ground disparity could really help out Hoffman and the rest of Arrival 7 and having that positional advantage.
Absolutely. Now, Hoffman, we saw what they can do. Yes, they would lose the Battle of the Skies at times, but they were able to get that job done, as we talked about. Now, we've got Sky with the ult and the Meteor in. That's going to be able to at least counteract a bit from the team. And wow, great pick there against Washer. It's Magneto on Magneto Violence. Love to see it. And still has the bubble to boot. Pushing through, going behind the team. Up, down, goes to Kraken. And Packet gets a 4-5. Oh my goodness.
It's a wipe! Are you kidding me? Just wiped out everybody. That's 6 out. It's a whole team wipe in favor for Steam Engines. And again, that's that wombo combo that we keep mentioning. On top of the survivability, but it was rather expensive. At least they will have that Supernova coming up next.
Oh my goodness, it was a beauty. An absolute beauty. Who needs the team when you got 5 by yourself, right? No, they're doing great as Hopping now throwing down Supernovas. Again, putting on that pressure, forcing teams to push back. Your Steam Engine doesn't have anything to contest with this at the moment. So regrouping, trying not to lose everybody in the process, but instead, this is gonna be tough. They're gonna have to get the full reset.
This is what I mean, though. Like, having even if they were wrapped around that corner, having that low to high ground, you put in some pressure. Arrival 7 also, even with that ult economy, they didn't have to use much other than that Supernova. They literally have 5 ultimates coming online soon, and this is great ultimate economy in the way that they are going to be able to cycle through this, because it's the win condition, looking at Steam Engines and how they have Dr. LZ and Brad with their own respective ultimates.
Arrival 7 fully loaded for their own Infinity War here. But the villain, not Thanos, it's Steam Engine, and oh my gosh! Flamay taking down the Washer just with a quick cape on the Meteor M. You can't have that happen if you're the strategist. Going to keep him up now. Double piece for the Bucky. Steam Engine now putting everything towards the team. And honestly, even with that loss of Washer, they're able to get a lot done here.
Man, it's the way that you start, you hear the ultimate voice line, and then just the like right afterwards.
So rough.
It also is like that indicator. Okay, now we have the opportunity to come right back in. Even if the ultimate gets reset, let's say they at least doesn't get reset to 0, right? Like it doesn't use it all the way fully. They can still have it going into this next fight if you're looking at Cartier.
Yeah, good job from Steam Engine. That's something you want to clean up in the film room, right? Like, all right, we'll get Magneto topped off next time. But yeah, Squirrel is my favorite Vic, because she'll throw out the squirrels, but you even have like 5 seconds after to make her go and do the So I love going for that myself. Hopping now, Battle of the Sky, Battle of the Johnny Storms. Both going at it now. They shift objectives. Arm and Dangerous out, and in goes Bucky Barnes. But unfortunately, it's going to be Pinnacle coming out on top there for Steam Engine.
And Pinnacle, with these little snipes too on the group, misses out on the Meteor. This time you could at least take it out before getting shut down, as you get to see that Eternal Bond just helping put down so much of that damage output too. They find Carter, they find Flamay, and only leaving Monotone for sustainability, while Monotone was one shot. So it's going to be another wipe as Steam Engines looks like there's no breaks here when it comes to navigating around Araco.
Yeah, I mean, man, I'm telling you, this is kind of where I left off with them. I felt like this team had all the aggression for them. They just didn't play that perfect play at the end there to get the win on Clintar. But Dr. LZ, he's making sure this is just a one-man airspace. But nope, Supernova goes out for Hoffman, throwing down the pressure early. But the response at least will be able to be met with Dr. LZ. But no strategist ults to keep the team up. So they have to back into that lower part of the map now. And Dr. LZ to follow. So look how much just one Johnny Storm ult can do. Human Torch has so much pressure.
Yeah, it builds up so much space. You try to force out maybe ultimates here. Even if you don't get that one pick, it's just so that way you can help reposition yourself, especially when you have a group 1v1 here between Slur and Pinnacle. But it's going to be able to get the group hug. It's going to force an answer from Brad to have that dance, the fate of both worlds. Now you have the Meteor trying to find its mark point blank. You have Chemicals, and now it's going to be another wipe, it looks like here, as Arrival 7 don't have enough bodies to stay on this point.
That's just one of those things where the ults lined up absolutely perfectly for Steam Engine. They backed down in that corner, and it gave Brad time to get that ult, and they were able to meet all of the opposition's ult, right? Like, they had nothing from that Johnny Storm, the Human Torch Supernova from Hoffman earlier, but then they were able to completely get them with that little bit of time, and that's all they needed to get the push on.
that together with the follow-up here too, that was fantastic. Just a little bit of a time. It really also highlights that patient play is key. Just as long as you're calm and collected, you know when to call out your rotates, you know what to expect for the next ultimate, and you know what you have for your sustainability. Because imagine if they didn't have the Fate of Both Worlds to deal with the combination of the Groot ult into what we saw with the Bucky ultimate as well.
Absolutely. But you know what, Vic? We saw the same thing last time. Steam Engine, great push. But guess what? Didn't matter because Rival 7's the one that got the win with 0 seconds on the clock into that overtime. So we'll see if they're able to get 3-3. Again, this map could be tough. It could be tough to get the triple cap. And we do once again, we've called it out, but we got the 3 Vanguard push for defense here. And I do love the thing on Vanguard. Now, the thing next season, oh my gosh, guys, he can fly now. He can go towards flyers. That's going to be massive.
It's gonna be so fun to watch. It's like the thing has had enough with these flyers. It's like what with the limited just things that you have, tools against flyers as a Vanguard. That's gonna be a much necessary change. Also, I feel like, you know, playing Legos right now with these Groot walls, just making sure that Krakoa won't have a great time with these Groot walls on top of their head.
Yeah, and it gives them the aggression, too, towards things like Black Panther or whatever to help the backline. Like, it's just great across the board. I think things could be one of the better Vanguards next season here as Hoffman trying to get things started off right away. Look at this kind of pressure. He puts it on the Vanguards, then he's chasing this Cloak running for their lives, has to use the bubble on themselves, which is tough on the cooldown, but you know what? Been there, done that, right? Now both strategists try to stay alive. 4 Steam Engines as a Rival 7 here is putting it to him with the Moon Knight now.
Ooh, the Rocket, though, is going to get that BRB onto Shang-Chi, and that's what it really comes to play with the triple Vanguard lineup that we usually see on the defensive side of this map. Really helping to stay into position even after getting that one pick, but they don't have it available anymore. And with Hoffman finding Slur, that's going to be forcing Steam Engines just to back away.
Love seeing the Moon Knight out here. Conchu's got to be happy with it. We didn't see a lot of it in Ignite, but we show why it's just so lethal, especially against the triple Vanguard setup here. Oh my gosh, King Coco going over that pit of despair. Love the, oh my goodness, just chaos. Gonna be eliminated in their own ult. That's just rough here as now a rival was able to finish off the job. That was disastrous for Steam Engine.
Yeah, basically just negated the Eternal Bond when you had Flamme also use their own Eternal Bond. So you still have that tick of damage coming out, maybe seeing Steam Engines re-engage here with that portal play from Slurk coming in with the Doctor Strange. And Hoffman's got that Supernova as well as a plethora of other ultimates with chemicals being on that Moon Knight.
Yeah, they do have the response here. Oh, there's nothing you can do with Conchu and a dive coming there. That's a rough one though, but we do have to kick off the map. The Watcher getting a nice kick there, but it's going to be all a Rival 7 who has arrived to this matchup after domination, showing what they've got. Vic, I just color me impressed, but yeah, when you have I don't know, Human Torch diving down on top of the hand of Conchu, gonna be tough.
Yeah, right. It's like the last things you see before you just meet your demise back into the spawn room doors. It's rough, but good luck trying to survive through that. Even when you have that Fate of Both Worlds, it's just not going to happen. Now you have the Supernova start, did get frozen just for a little bit here from Monotone here. The Eye of Agamotto only finds Pinnacle, and you have the Psionic Seduction coming in for Washer.
Oh, and just talk about timing of ults last time. This was so much in favor of a Rival 7 as Hoffman going crazy or giving his best Terra impersonation at times. I gotta say though, yeah, with that, it's like they used the strategist ults against the Khonshu and the previous elims, and then at that point they had nothing for the Supernova, and they have to try to contest Vic. That was near impossible.
It's going to be hard. Flamme is going to at least have that Eternal Bond coming up shortly here, too. So will King Coco and Dr. LZ going to be able to diff that between Hoffman and that Supernova coming on board. Shang-Chi's just looking to see if they can get that grapple, pull them in right through that window here, or Dr. LZ is going to try to break through this wall to get even more pressure from the other side. Love being able to use the terrain like this.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite part about Rivals, is just breaking parts of the map open and get a better view on the competition here as Dr. LZ has that. Oh, he does have the Supernova now back and ready to go to get things held for the defense, but it is going to be Flamme going in. Eternal Bond. They have the Groot ult to follow, but there it is. We've got 2 going at it now as both teams pushing everything they have. Both Eternal Bonds out, but Hoffman getting that quick pick, and down goes, unfortunately, Chemicals yet again with that Kraken impact at the hands of Washer. King Coco also getting the pick, so it looks like Steam Engine is going to put a firm stop to this arrival.
Oh man, and that was Chemicals trying to use that Kraken impact. That was with the Eternal Bond from both sides. That was used up. It's going to be another pick here in favor for Dr. LZ, and they're just shoving a Rival 7 back by those spawn room doors. Steam Engine's playing a little bit more aggressive.
Absolutely. Dr. LZ now 78% charging up. They've got the imprisonment to go with it. 2 minutes, 38 seconds. You got to play near perfect just to win this map on all 3 points. Look at this group wall pushing them as high as possible, not letting anything be seen, and they're just raining above together. And you want to know why, Vic? Because they've got the wombo combo, at least for the imprisonment. This is going to give them all the setup, and there it is. But great response there, Fate of Both Worlds.
And doing enough of that damage here, too. It does get answered to save everybody from Rival 7 with a Fate of Both Worlds, but they still lost out on chemicals. Now, Hoffman comes in with the Supernova. Force it back away here, though. Before trying to get away, these group walls coming up. The Meteor coming down, and King Coco still fighting Hoffman. Dr. LZ does get frozen temporarily, but the rest of the team are holding forward, wiping them down.
Absolutely. I love the setup there. That's what I want to see, that coordination of play there with the group going up. And then guess what? They still have the Supernova. Now, luckily for Rival, they have the Eternal Bond to at least meet this. That could have been their demise, but King Coco going to be able to match that Eternal Bond. So for the minute and 39 seconds left, they've got to win this fight right here, right now.
Slurnt is having too much fun on that group. I'm just saying right now, the way that we're seeing these positions on the wall is looking next level here too. Getting up on top of the high ground here, Dr. LZ's got that Supernova. The Meteor now coming out, forcing them to play just by that tunnel side. Yeets in the direction of the hilltop, doesn't hit anybody here instead. And I'm seeing Slurnt getting taken down by chemicals. A lot of damage output here as the Rival 7 have 3 ultimates to close in this gap.
Chemicals, we've seen him go crazy on his Kraken Impact. They've got everything they absolutely need here. Kraken Impact into the Groodle. Here it is. It's all yours. It is the Eternal Bond to deal with. And there it is. 1-2 pump. Make it 3. And he's going for 4. Yes, sir. He does. The Rival 7 had to win that fight, and they did.
Again and again, the damage output helps out Rival 7. Puts him in the driver's seat as they hold forward a little bit just to prevent the stall, because now they have less than a minute on the board to get that to this next checkpoint.
38 seconds yet. At this point, you almost always have to give it to him, but they don't want it. Steam Engine throw it in the portal. 1.06 meters left. Wow, at the nick of time. It's like the in-game portals coming in together, but no. It's going to be a Rival 7 getting 1. Now make it 2. Going for 3. Hoffman wants it. He smells it. Throwing the torch down. Changing targets. Doesn't matter who. He's burning them down. As at this point... Oh, clutch from Brad, though. Keeping the team together. Forcing Monotone to also put up the dance floor, Vic.
This is forcing out the stall, though. This is even bigger. The Supernova is trying to take everything away from a Rival 7 with their already limited time bank. Even if they get this checkpoint here, they find 2. They have the advantage. Shanji, though, with the armed dangers, tries to go for the slam down. Cartier is going to be able to find Brad in question. And now Washer and Shanji are the only ones alive, but they stalled for as long as possible to force out the overtime. Yeah,
that was a valiant effort. You know, they wasted a lot to get that to the point, but also Steam Engines used a lot, Vic, right? So it was kind of a who really won that, right? What minute and 17 seconds left, though? It's plenty of time to get through there. Overtime certainly is going to get hit, and Steam Engine now out of steam, I guess, in terms of ultimates. A Rival 7 having everything they need to get this third cap.
If they are able to execute it here with the wombo combo between Pinnacle and Chemicals, having that group hug, Chemicals with that Kraken Impact, using a lot of health there. Perfect bubble from the Magneto just to help out Hoffman. Dr. LZ has just been putting on an onslaught of pressure here. The group wall is right behind Pinnacle there too. Pinnacle is going to look to see if they can find the opportunity down this car wash. Here comes the Supernova and the survivability with the Eternal Bond. Oh my gosh, just absolutely living in the Eternal Bond here, as the first pick is going to be Brad, and that's a big one. That's a huge one at that now. 50% to the Ultimate, getting a piece of it as well. And at this point, they needed that so bad. That was such a huge pick, but it won't matter. There's 3 down. At least they staggered 1. They're going to be able to touch the point. And Luna going to be a bit behind there. But other than that, near perfect play from a Rival. Dude, I thought that group wall was actually going to work in their favor just to keep the Luna still alive. But the fact that that splash damage just went right through it right beforehand is insane. Torch showcasing why Torch is still picked out here too. Even in the MRC after the action we saw in Ignite. Overtime now taking away though as a Rival 7 now trying to take out the Supernova out. 2 out from Steam and just make it 3 and 4. Nobody left to plant their feet on this defense. This is what you want to see. Okay, Chemicals, I see you, buddy. This is what you want to see in the upper bracket of the MRC, right? You have your opportunity to make a name for yourselves. You have the opportunity to make it to Ignite post-China. We have now the last 2 maps coming down to an overtime. And same story, Vicky. Same story. It's Steam Engines with the extra bank of time. Rival 7 down to 0-0-0.
It's going to be last time Rival 7. That's all they needed, right? This is a much different map, though, and a different story.
Getting a little bit of deja vu out here. It's very similar still, very same case scenario here. As we take a look at Steam Engines now on the other side, what they could do differently here. A Rival 7 putting themselves on board. But I really like the immediate turnaround that we've been seeing from Steam Engines. They're upset after that second map over on Clintar.
Absolutely. Here now as the teams lock in, and for the defensive effort, I mean, Steam Engine, it's like just stall. You know, that's the time is your friend right here. You got a full minute and 24 over them. You know, they're going to go with not the triple Vanguard push here, which I actually think is probably the smart way to go. Dr. LZ has been so good with picks and staggers that I like what they have going on there. And for a rival, you know, Chemicals, it's either all in or all off, right, Vic? And we're going to see if Chemicals is able to get that Kraken fast enough, combined with Hoffman, to get their point push. Because if they get even one series of elims or team wipes, they're going to be able to get this thing far.
Yeah, because you have Hoffman just slamming down into the ground in combination with, like, the Groot strangling Prison and then Chemicals with that Kraken impact. It's a lot of damage output, even if you're trying to heal right through all of that in a group hug. Thinking about the Luna Snow, what we saw with the fate of both roles, but coming out of the gates already, just forcing them in that side corridor is Hoffman with a good amount of that damage output here, too.
Yeah, Hoffman throwing it down, throwing it to him. We've seen, you know, honestly, all four duelists between the two teams just absolutely show up at the time needed there. Hoffman versus Dr. LZ. Oh, the big hook from Chemicals. That's what I'm talking about. That is going to open up that momentum for the team. They had no time left on the clock, but they don't need it. Hoffman does go down, though. That's a big pick for Dr. LZ now. As the teams are pushing in, the ults are on charge. Flamay, you've got your Eternal Bond. They're looking to save it, though. They don't even need it right now, Vic. That's huge.
The fact that they're going to be able to have it for this next corner and then like less than 10 seconds now on the clock, the overtime's going to tick away. They're going to have to stay together on this point. But I really like the positioning that we're seeing from Steam Engines. They're holding a very split positioning. They're going to try to pull everything out of a Rival 7. They know both backliners have those ultimates. Monotone there with that Fate of both worlds, as well as Flamay with the Eternal Bond. They're going to start off with the Eternal Bond first, and the Supernova is just going to keep everyone at Rival 7 alive here just to negate that damage.
Wow, and this is why the patience pays off for Flamay and not... Oh, the Watcher found them, but great patience is hanging on that Eternal Bond. But right now, Steam Engine with a great answer, Vic. It was looking all Rival for this part of the point, but right now, they're able to stay alive. We've got the Fear coming out, Sky throwing down, no connection. Supernova not doing anything as well. Can Dr. LZ finish Hoffman? That'll be what they need to get this job done. Going out for the strategist, shifting targets. Huge freeze. Washer trading, but the portal comes out. Now it's an even fight.
And even after the freeze, though, Dr. LZ still stays alive, still is trying to harass Monotone in the backlines. They lose it on Cartier, they lose it on Flamay, and now the rest of a Rival 7, they're falling like flies as Steam Engines has the number bit.
That was a heck of a response from them, because Steam Engines, they looked like they were about to get out-ulted and out-fought there on the first point, but were able to put a firm defensive stop together. And honestly, everything was done right from them. You know, they got what they needed there, but it started with Washer throwing down on Flamay. Flamay holding that ult was great, Vic. Still not a bad push for what you can do with quad zeros on the clock, but you know what? You got now to have, you're gonna have to hold it a heck of a lot longer if you're a rival.
It was looking pretty close there. The back and forth that we saw right there, the survivability that we saw from Dr. LZ, though, as we turn things around. You know, still looking to see if they want to run that triple Vanguard here as a Rival 7 in their initial defense. I believe it wasn't holding in as strong even with that rocket, but changing things up here, it's not going to be the Emma Frost this time around.
Yeah, they do choose to go with the defense triple Vanguard instead of having maybe Hoffman on the torch, kind of what they did with Dr. LZ. And that's smart. I think this is going to be, if they want to be able to hold this thing for 2 minutes and 24 seconds, it's going to start here, right? Because you're going to have the triple Vanguard. Hoffman wants to charge up that ult there with Strange. You can portal back in. So minimum, Vic, it's 2 fights. You can maybe make it 3.
Let's see here. It's looking pretty close between both these teams now. Can they go the distance? Having that 2 minutes and 24 second in the time bank could absolutely come in clutch just to even out this series here in favor for Steam Engines. As coming out of the gates already, just putting on an onslaught of the damage. Look at Flamay right here, just forced to try to heal up.
The swan song to season 2 is happening right now, and Dr. LZ is putting the exclamation point on it as he gets a pick there. Again, upper bracket. This is for a lot of it. They would go down to the lower, and it really hurts their chances in moving forward. Dr. LZ getting a hit there on Pinnacle and getting that elimination. That's a heck of a way to open up as an offense. And at this point now, teams try to decide, should they come back now without the portal? Maybe save it for the third touch? It's tough because there was no stalling. They are going to have to use the portal.
And this defensive look from a Rival 7, things need to change up here too, because the way that we see Steam Engine just wrap around that triple Vanguard attempt has just really not worked out in their favor, but they're going to portal to recontest like we saw before.
Yeah, and look at Zhengji is almost at the Kraken impact already, and that's going to spell disaster for this team. But Dr. LC doesn't need it. Lighting that tree on fire. It's the Pokemon weaknesses coming into effect, as we like to say. Fire versus grass type. Not a good combination now. Rocket Chemicals going down, and this is looking like the opposite of the story of what we saw on Clintar here, as yes, Steam Engine just absolutely popping off.
And bringing everyone together. The Eternal Bomb for Flamme just trying to keep themselves alive to stall for as long as possible. But that's going to be hard when you still have a whole minute to just get through that tiny, shiny box right before their eyes.
And there's the Supernova. Dr. LZ looks to put the final period on what was a dominating finish for map number 2. It was 1-1. Now it's 2-1. That's what you want to see from the team that looked good at first on top and let map 2 slip from their fingers. Vic, I gotta say, I thought both teams played great, but it just came down to, yeah, what you're kind of highlighting there. I did not like the defensive look from a rival. Either way, though, great effort.
I mean, their attack just completely night and day in comparison to the defense. And it could be because the triple Vanguard could get a little finicky if you don't have the more comfortable right compositions to cycle through. I feel like that's why you usually see the Rocket coming out with the BRB. But if there isn't that survivability even beyond that, that's kind of why you sometimes see the Ultron being utilized too in combination to have more damage output. You have the survivability between the Cloak and Dagger. But looking at the scores in general, man, Dr. LZ, 28 final hits, almost 50k damage on the board. And even looking at the support ultimates, it may not have hit that 90k thresh mark, but still 63, 65k damage here.
Yeah, it could have been just shown that. I mean, Hoffman and Dr. LZ played so neck and neck there with who was the better torch to push forward. And Hoffman, though, didn't elect to play that towards the end, and that could have been the ultimate demise. And Chemicals, really, I thought Chemicals played a much better game here than the first couple maps. So proud of the effort that we saw from them, though. Altogether, though, solid matchup between two teams. Again, guys, we're at the upper bracket right now for the MRC. Losers will be going down to the lower bracket. Top 2 teams to Ignite post China. So a lot of stakes here and a lot to play for, Vic. As we're going to be going into our next matchup, again, if Steam Engines, they win this, they'll win the series.
They got so close to it after they were able to take that first map, right? So it's been pretty back and forth between both of our teams, with the Rival 7 taking Clintar for game number 2. But now with Steam Engine being more in the driver's seat, it's that one more map that they need where they can try to play to their strengths, knowing that there's some issues here on the defense if you're looking at the way that a Rival 7's playing.
Yeah, without question. But altogether, I know that this is a lot tighter of a match than our first match. That was the solid sweep, so both these teams can easily get the job done. And I'm just excited to see these players really start to step out and show what they can do. Was it 7.2616? Forgot the name, but very great player regardless. We saw that superstar kind of emerge, and now we're seeing Dr. LZ and what they can do for this team as they continue to push on. Washer as well. Great Magneto. Good play across the board. Flamme. Perfect timing with ults and strategist play, but ultimately unable to get the job handled for the team as we move on to our next map.
Yeah, I feel like it's really the duelist, the dual duelists that we're seeing from both of these teams. Shang-Chi having that combination too, compared to Chemicals being on that Bucky. It's about the utilization of the combo and when you can have it and when you have your ultimates online. Is it worth more of these expensive fights when you get really close to that time bank before you get to the finish line?
Yeah, and sometimes it's like what team is just more on that day, and both of them, they're playing at their best as they play in the biggest spotlight of their young careers here, guys. Don't go anywhere. We've got one potential final matchup, maybe 2. We'll see after this quick break.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly. brightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing up for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when there no more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. Rivals till the end of time. It's about to be the end of time for one of these two teams, and they're actually newly forming rivals. It's been close, but right now Steam Engine's up to Rivals 1. And Vicky, this has been cool to see new names, new teams, and new opportunities out here in the MRC.
Yeah, we get to see some change-ups too from a lot of our teams, whether it be changing compositions to lean towards what they feel more comfortable with, but I also feel like recognizing what they needed to prioritize in that pick and ban phase was also really helping them out. Got a bit of a series on our hands here, Cozy, going back and forth and even down to the wire. It really has trickled down to also the ult economy and what works out in whatever time bank you're also working with, especially when it comes more into things like Arako.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, and we look at our map next up, and it's going to be match 4 at Spider Island here. That was picked by Rival 7. They like the map. They like the choice here. And okay, King Coco, I see your flex there of lots of Lord icons. Washer showing what he has. These guys are grinders. This is what I love. When you get in the MRC, you get guys that they're playing day in, day out. We saw this jobless bums, right, in the Ignite series. We're seeing it. These guys are just out there playing every day, repping with their team, and it took a lot to get to this point, guys, in the MRC this high. I mean, absolute have to go on a dominance. These teams have won a lot of games to get to where they are, but they got to win more.
It's a lot. What is it like? They had to go through the open qualifiers in a best of 1 format. There was like over 128 teams that were able to advance to this double elimination stage. So just a lot of teams in general to fight off to get to exactly where they're at. As we take a look at the pick and bans here, they ban out the Storm, so neither team could use Storm. No Wolverine on either side as well, but the safety pick hovering over the Luna and the Psylocke this time around, as well as Loki.
Team Engines, if they win this, they will move on. Rival 7 going to do everything to prevent that, including banning Human Torch. We saw a lot of the save going towards that, but right now going to be shut down from Rival 7. Punisher is going to be saved for them. Haven't seen too much of that final judgment, but Frank Castle going to make his appearance most certainly. And there it is again, 24 seconds of immunity coming, and this is not Survivor, but it could be actually for Rival 7 now as the last bans come out.
Okay. No human torch. It's been a problem here from both sides. That's what I was wondering going into our third map specifically. Now, learning from what you rather deal with going into our fourth attempt here, as we get to see the final ban over to the Hulk and no Adam Warlock. So no triple res. You won't have the Gamma combined together with the Namor and Hulk.
Yeah, great point there as we look at what we have lined up. And again, teams sometimes like to flash heroes that they may not be playing, but looking at it, Washer, we know he's been locked in on both the Spaceball specials and the instant pokes. I mean, Magneto can just do it all. It actually surprised me, Vic, that there was really nothing to tame him in the Season 3 upcoming in the patch notes that we have there. Can do so much under one hero, but he is the master of magnetism after all.
I mean, man, when you have one ult that could deal with two survivability ults out here, I'm thinking about the Luna Snow, the Cloak and Dagger. I mean, heck, even the Invisible Woman, right? Like, you have to consider you only have one bubble if you have a Magneto on your team specifically to counter these strategists. And it's about prioritizing how you want to cycle through your own protection with that cooldown over to your support to help enable your survivability in these fights, or even vice versa. As we head over here to Spider Island, we saw this earlier within our first series with Cafe Noir. And now seeing how this is going to work out in favor between a Rival 7 and Steam Engines, because it's been back and forth thus far, but we just saw Steam Engines take it on that convoy map over on Araka.
Flexibility not a problem for either of these teams. We've seen multiple heroes flex for all the players, and you got to respect that here at the highest level, or one of them here, as Chemicals on the Psylocke. Ooh, he's got the alt color skin costume. You know they like to play it then at that point. Love this hit from Chemicals in this early look from the players as bursting through the wall. Ooh, I love this little entrance there. Great job diving right into the back line. And King Coco immediately going to have to take their attention from their main team and on to Chemicals.
Well, you already say the Loki lamp forced out too. It's a good forced out lamp, but even better just to help reset because the rest of Arrival 7 still struggling to just get through that choke. Nice defensive hold looking at Slur and Washer specifically, but they know that they have to keep their eyes on Chemicals, who's slowly building up into this dance of butterflies and harassing the backline with no sort of contention.
I was about to say, Chemicals, where's this Psylocke been? It's been banned the last two maps, Vicky. I'm like, Chemicals is playing a lot more aggression and just like way more comfortability, am I right, on Psylocke over what was Bucky. So I'm loving just the fluidity of the invisible to the quick dash to up. Look how quick in the pops on King Coco, making uncomfortable play after play there from the strategist. Kraken impact goes up, and Hoffman going down at the hands of Dr. LZ. Slurp with the wall as well. The defensive effort coming once again from Steam Engine, but Chemicals doing their job just fine.
Oh man, and that was with Arrival 7 trying to at least get some sort of initiative done with Flamme being on that Loki, getting that copy, but it was stopped as you saw the slam down with that Kraken impact. And Steam Engine's not burning a lot here. They still have 3 ultimates, including Brad with that Luna Snow.
Yeah, didn't have to use too much there to get the strong hold, but really, if you're Rival 7, you can combine a multitude of these ultimates to get the point here, and they're going to go up with Hoffman down with the Groot ult. A little bit miscomboed there, unfortunately, but the timing of the Washer throws down, and oh, that is just rough. Your ults don't connect, and then Washer finishes it up.
Oh no, man. Washer's been so consistent with these meter ends. And now the dance of the butterflies while everyone was ignoring Chemicals in the back line. They know here they're just going to try to keep them alive. Great survivability and sticking together. That's King Coco, who also had to use up that lance. But then Chemicals still finds a finishing blow to King Coco in the back.
Yeah, this is a great effort from Steam Engines now as they're pushing forward. The Loki ult is on, and the show is out as Flamme is trying to give their team some of that push. And wow, look how quick that mag bubble popped. Insanity from the final judgment. Hoffman, though, showing what they can do with the shotgun on the other side. Vicky, and it's all Arrival 7 at the end of this.
I love Hoffman just getting the quick little 3K. Oh, hello, how do you do? Get shut down off the copy here, including the freeze. It's the double Luna party. You'll think that you're at Coachella as the portal play comes out just as the stall happens. It's great timing here as Brad also has that Luna Snow ultimate just to keep this fight going.
Yeah, I love Steam Engine now being able to not only get this hold here twice at the last second. I mean, they love coming in with these clutch portals. But when it looks at when you look at the ults, Pinnacle can line this up pretty good with Hoffman and the DPS from the dance floor. Dr. LZ, though, we have seen them on a lot of characters. Haven't seen too much from the Bucky, but I love what I'm seeing so far as we got the bullets raining down in every single angle. The Executioner coming out. Final judgment with it. Can they get the pick?
They're trying to, but it's a dance-off that they have to deal with right in front of them. Gets protected by the Magneto bubble. It finds and sneaks their way through finding Washer. Group hug, trying to keep the survivability here with Monotone. Great counterplay here, just trying to negate any sort of pressure with that Kraken impact. Again, it's another wipe in favor for Rival 7.
Hoffman over here just trying to unlock different camos with his shotgun. Like, he's on this thing like perma-locked. I love it. Hoffman going crazy there as he picks up, and I like this strat here. You've got Hoffman with the main team here, Chemicals off on the side as just a huge distraction. And again, great fluidity there on the X-Men. Now Dr. LZ just breaking this building up. Nobody wants anything to do with this thing early on for flank angles and a number of reasons. As a Rival 7, they have 3 ults ready to go, and this Dance of Butterflies could be a huge opening.
I was going to say, that Dance of Butterflies is going to be the #1 thing that on their radar right now. Chemicals probably get into position as well here as the final judgment now comes in as well. LeMay does have that copy, gets the copy right afterwards. Fear Magneto, though, gets shut down here. No Meteor M coming out, and Chemicals does get that pick onto the Luna. That's a huge pick. Yes, King Coco is still having the dance off after getting the copy earlier, but they won't have that 24 seconds of invincibility instead from the other side, while Hoffman now activates the final judgment, deletes the Meteor, point blank in the sky, and wipes the floor here as steam engines are nowhere in sight.
And it returns on the shotgun, a return Shang-Chi to Cinder. Yeah, no, that was crazy, right? Because he was able to use the very tail end of that Luna copy ult, and then was able to stay alive through it, and then somehow burst just at the nick of time. Watcher's been so good with those meteors, not that time as it got popped, and he got popped. Hoffman doing a great job no matter what hero we've seen, what duelist really stepping up here at the MRC now, as we have now both teams pushing in, and Engines has... Oh, there's a combo. Got to throw it in together. They're just kind of not perfectly lined up, and the Lanterns just keep the clones alive.
Huh? Yeah, that was a big priority. I mean, I totally get it there. The lamps, though, just this is why Loki is so important in certain matchups like this, especially when you're trying to get the Grand Slam with that Kraken Inflect, bringing everybody together as Chemicals comes in with a huge follow-up, finding 3, making 4 here. Pinnacle getting Slur at the same time. And a Rival 7 now, without having to expend everything too, Flamme still has that ultimate as well as Cartier with the Meteor.
I now understand why Psylocke was banned the last couple of maps. It's making a bit sense here. Yeah, you know, definitely some cleanup in ult combos is what I'd like to see ultimately from these teams as they're going to look to advance to Ignite on some of the plays here. But so far, so good right now for Rival 7. Minute 46 seconds left, and this one you can tell right away if they're going to be able to get the push done here, and the momentum that is set as Hoffman is on that AR. He's pushing forward there, and they've got now both Sky and Flamme to help this offensive push that much easier.
And Chemicals has just been on another terror, though. Having to keep your eye, if it's not towards the sky, because there's no torch available for this game, it's got to be over to your back with the Psylocks instead. Trying to close in that distance. You have that final judgment available for Hoffman here. Flame's also got that Loki copy just to help enable the final judgment. It's going to match that for Shengi, though, and it's going to be a dance-off just to keep him alive. The Loki versus Loki, and Hoffman still finds Dr. LZ. The Psylocke trying to take a cheeky peek into that next corner here. In the Dance of Butterflies, the group wall right in front of them still is able to find that finishing blow, doing enough of that damage onto Loki.
Oh my goodness, that wasn't justice. That was punishment served absolute piping hot, and it was like a synchronized dance. They both did final judgment at the exact same time, Vicky. One coming out on top, and that is a Rival 7 now, as they're gonna have to deal with, oh, beautiful play here, but here comes the Dance of Butterfly, and Brad is going to have to get that dance floor on. Monotone to set and keep the team together as well. And there's Dr. LZ matching that Psylocke play, dashing through. Every dash is precise and every shot is lethal. But no, down goes Dr. LZ. Chemicals has shown who is the more lethal Psylocke thus far, and now is going for that backline.
Oh, but with 2 picks, they have to try to re-engage. Pinnacle swept over to the Doctor Strange. It can portal right back in just to keep this going. And Hoffman to enable Hoffman here, too. Because Steam Engines now with the Desperate swap over to the Venom really only have Brad to stay on the points. You have less than 10 seconds. They recontest right afterwards here. The Venom actually helping, but it's way too much damage output to hold them back.
Wow, absolute perfect. Just use of momentum and taking a snowball, making it an avalanche. They got like 20 limbs there, Vic, in the span of a few seconds. Absolute beauty from a Rival 7 who knew backs up against the wall. You lose this, you're not out, but you're down to the lower brackets where things are a lot tougher here in the MRC. Fantastic job and great push.
Man, I really like seeing the mind games that start already in this pick and bang phase that we currently have, because Chemicals putting out in full display why that Psylocke has been a problem versus Dr. LZ, who's really been going toe-to-toe with Chemicals. I mean, Shinji too, still being on this Bucky, has just had so much impact as well here for Steam Engines, but it's just a combination with Pinnacle swapping over to that Doctor Strange to go in for that quick re-engage on that portal that basically allowed a lot of Arrival 7 that basically staggered at the start of that fight to then re-engage and then finish off what Chemicals had started.
Yeah, that's a definitely a great point. And honestly, I think defense here for Psy is going to really help go and just put so much pressure on that backline and continue that. King Coco can only focus on so much. And not only that, having to use precious cooldowns, the lanterns that we saw can save through massive ults, but also even just teleporting away, right? You need these for later on in fights or for different situations. And Chemicals is just forcing that out early for King Coco.
And keep going there when it comes to some of these lamps too. As we get started here, Steam Engine still with Dr. LZ being on that Psylocke, looking to try to get into that corner, while Shenji also just boosting up into that Kraken impact.
All right, Steam Engine, they're on the offense here, and they've got Dr. LZ now to match what was Chemicals. We only saw a bit of a tease of that duel of fates here. Now as the teams are pushing in and charging up, and it's the same story. I can hear Chemicals shots there in the back. Hoffman as the AR out, but that shotgun's going to come out any minute, as we've seen before. Teams charging up. Oh, and there's the pressure early, but great job from the strategist on the front of Arrival 7, keeping them up. Turrets out, and the pressure's on.
Same thing could be said about Cartier. They got rid of that turret, though, in a blink of an eye. And Cartier staying alive with some help with the rest of the strategists in that backline. Pinnacle getting frozen up by Brad being on that Luna Snow. And then building up into those ultimates, we know Loki gets it just as quickly. Flamme is going to match out with King Coco. It's going to be a copy onto both Lunas. It's going to be a dance-off here, just neutralizing this fight. You can see the wait for Shenji, just so that way they can use that Kraken impact. And once that dance-off is over and Dr. LZ gets that first pick onto Pinnacle.
There's that grunt from the hero when they die right after their elimination, as the dance executions coming out there from Chemicals. No connection, but good pressure now, and it is a world tour, as this is our third show. That's, you're going to see that with the Loki and Luna. Dr. LZ though with the pick there on monotone, and at this point the offense is doing well, but wow, Sky there with a huge meteor pick to slow things down even temporarily.
My goodness, and Sherry, by the way, like, look behind them, and was he still able to find Chemicals over to the other side here? Guardian Sky is going to fall and meet them back in the spawn room doors. This is the type of advance that you want to see here from Steam Engines, and they have two ultimates coming up. Slurp 2 to get the Wombo combo in combination with that Kraken impact once you get the Gruul out.
Oh, good hook, but the wall with the save. That's massive now as Hoffman fighting from the back line here. Final Judgment up. Every single bullet has a name, and it's the name on the ticket. Don't even know his Steam Engine here as they thrown out the bullets. Again, both Fate of Both Worlds out. So much survival, so much color checking. What's happening?
Oh, I mean, it's both people having the dance off here. It's called that survivability that you got with the Luna Snow. No lamp here, armed and dangerous. You get the copy. Great timing off the Loki, God of Mischief. You get the copy off the Fate of Both Worlds, but you still lose out on Brad. Chemicals has had Brad's name ready to go on that death note here, and it's again and again. We're keep trying to find some of these picks, but Arrival 7 through it all, through the survivability of the Luna and the Loki, keep their feet planted on this defense. And you know it's so rough to get held back right before that choke, because you have limited time bank now, and the re-engagement from Arrival 7 allow themselves to build up into these ultimates again.
Yeah, Luna's dropping the beats and both teams dropping everything else, right? I mean, at this point now, you've got both Dance and Butterflies. That's definitely going to help open up if they can get something out of it. Both of them looking to get the job done for their team. 53 seconds left, though. Steam Engines, who is looking like at least the favorite somewhat going in here up 2, is now on their heels at the end, as we got the Battle of Psylocke, the Battle of X-Men, and Dr. LZ gets the best of it there. That's a big one, Vicky, to open things up.
You got that 1v1 to come out on top, take care of the problem, because that means no Dance of Butterfly. Oh, Hoffman still. The way that Hoffman gets this impact there with the shotguns here as well. The Final Judgment just to unleash the onslaught of damage to get rid of the Mag Meteor all over again. Too much damage output, clearing the alleyway, clearing more space, and it is Hoffman coming into play.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Hoffman's got to have at least dark matter on all the Punisher guns there. As now Chemicals does get the 1-2 in the back. That's going to help things for the team and hold the defense strong. 4 seconds left, Vic, and right now it is looking like we are going the full distance between these two teams. Not one team wants to go to that lower bracket. My goodness, what an absolute response from a rival.
Oh my gosh. Okay. This is what we asked for, Cozy. We asked for some good Marvel Rivals. Well, guess what? You get it. You don't even get to that first checkpoint either here, too. Arrival 7. After winning that second map, they know that they can do it. No finishing blow here coming in from Steam Engines as we go the distance.
Wow, May had constant pressure from Psylocke and only got eliminated one time. I mean, just really solid job there as we take a look at the stats and they tell the story. Casual 50k healing with a 10k damage drop to its name, May. Okay, all right. I pointed you out even in the loss last time, and thanks for making me look good because you look great out there. And everything else, I mean, just falls into place there with the double duelist.
Yeah, the fact that the survivability there, too, from Flamay, literally going down only once is beautiful. And then Hoffman, too, with the 18 final hits. You take a look at the damage output being 35k, bit different compared that to Shang-Yi, who only has 29.
Yeah, and it just came down to eliminations at the right time, too. And some of those fights, it's like right before something was going to get momentum, shut down and stop completely there from the opposition. So now we can say it officially. Winner goes on in the upper bracket. Loser goes down. We have stretched this best of 5 to the maximum here. We're just getting started, guys. MRC top 2 going to Ignite, and it all starts here.
Only top 2, right? So we have 2 of those slots to face off against some of the best. If you guys have been watching the MRI, that's what these competitors are trying to face off for. They want the opportunity to play against some of the best, and there's only those 2 slots, aside for some money in their own pocket that they can walk away with to be able to rise above the rest.
Absolutely, and just taking a look at some of the beautiful plays that we saw from this matchup as both teams getting on the highlights here a bit. We're getting a good share of both. Dr. LZ looking clean there, but unable again to come up with that dub. It is 2-2. And I gotta be honest, Vic, I want more Psylocke. I want to see more Psylocke play because Chemicals looked a lot different out there. If I'm them, I'm saving that. Actually, I'm using my first save on that. We saw Steam Engine, I believe, use that first save a lot there on Human Torch. Now flip the script. Maybe it's Psylocke.
I agree. At that point, if you know that your strength right there was seeing Chemicals with that Psylocke, you got to save it. You got and the Loki plays too, right? Loki and Psylocke together were just perfect in addition to them having that 2 saves for both those characters.
Loki, Psylocke, are they banned? Are they not? All I know is these 2 teams have hit the end of the road here. 1 match left to determine who moves on. Don't go anywhere. After this quick break, we get right back to the action.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your minds, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across
Hello, guys. Welcome back. We have arrived to either the end of Arrival or the engine goes out for Steam Engines. It is the last match in this best of 5, and it has been a tale of two stories. Steam Engine going all out at first. Now, dialing back a little bit as Arrivals really look good on their hometown picks, right? When they get the pick of the map, Vicky, what do you like to see here in this last match? Who do you got? Give me your prediction.
Man, I feel like it's been okay. It's been a lot of back and forth. I think I could give you a better guess going into this pick and ban phase. I think personally, if we get the safe pick on Psylocke, Chemicals gets the diff right there, and I actually think that's going to help out A7. But if we don't have the Psylocke, and let's say it's banned outright, I think it trickles down to, are we going to see the combination of the Loki Luna again? Because these two support ultimates have just helped out with so much survivability. I know I sound like a broken record, but 24 seconds to help build up into a final judgment, when final judgment is built up on damage alone, it's super helpful. And then you have that combined together with Shang-Chi with the crack and impact, and you know how many times you can try to get a reset on top of having ultimate charge still left over after that one ultimate is done. It's just the damage output in terms of the survivability makes it really difficult with the timing. But it looks like the first two bans already off the table has been Wolverine and Storm.
Well, we go to Midtown, guys, and this is a great Psylocke and Human Torch map. There it is. That's what I wanted to see.
There you go.
That's what I wanted to see, guys, from Arrival as they get that save on Psylocke. And how could you not? And there it is in response. Torch was banned last map. Steam Engine. We have both teams final map, and they both want their best players on their best heroes, or the best heroes for the team. And I love it. This is what I'm here for in Rivals.
Me too. I love the just not only the counter picking method, but playing into your strengths, right? And of course, this is bans for both these teams. You know, it's not just catered towards team bans specifically, but this is two expensive saves, right? Neither of these teams really prioritizing the mag. Imagine now hovering over the safety. Do you want to prioritize saving your Luna? Do you want to prioritize saving the Loki? Or is it going to lean more towards a Vanguard?
Yeah, the cloaks are out. That's going to be interesting. We do have the Punisher. Hoffman was feeling pretty comfortable there on Punisher, so it does obviously make a lot of sense why they got the save there as well. So the last ban is going to be interesting because you have two strategists out already. If they elect to go even further in the strategist pool, that's going to be massive there. I wonder if, I mean, King Coco kind of floating the Atom. We saw that already. They didn't play it, but it'd be, you know, it'd be interesting to see potentially here a triple res. We got the Ultron save, Vic, Midtown. This is going to be an interesting one with these picks and bans.
I was gonna say, with the Ultron coming out, maybe saying that they don't want to lean to that triple res or try to throw them off with that guess here, but let's see what that last ban is going to be, as we're gonna try to now not only prioritize helping out your Torch, but with the Ultron out too, which means no Emma Frost this time. Okay, no Emma Frost on the other side means that we're probably gonna see a Psylocke Ditto from both sides too.
Yeah, we've got the Hulk band as well. That's gonna shut down the Namor. And this is going to be interesting because I feel like momentum right now is with Arrival. And they're on defense first. They get to set the stage here. But we have seen the players of Steam Engine really go off. And it's at the hands of Dr. LZ there. But Chemical got what they wanted from this. They got what they wanted. Obviously, they're going to open up with some armor, but we know that the Psylocke's going to come from it. We're going to be able to tell the story of this final matchup between these two teams very early on this map, Vic, on how they play it.
I really enjoy that you can see the history as well as the information, like studying from both these teams. Like, we have not really been able to see that Hulk and Namor being utilized as much here too. And I think that's just not only a lot of just studying here, but playing to your strength when you would have Dr. LZ having so much impact on this Torch versus what we had seen before where Hoffman was trying to dip him too. You want to enable these Punishers. We've been seeing the Bucky's out in full force too. So Shang-Chi gonna be able to lean into that on the attack initially.
Yeah, here, you know, I like teams. There's so many different ways to handle this point, and we've seen Pennies kind of take over this inside building. We've seen teams, really good ones at that, be held the entire time in this spawn. This spawn is tough to get out of, and that's why I said there's so much to be seen early on here as Arrival look to get the defensive effort on. Last time they were on defense, it helped out pretty well for them. They held firm now as the squirrel is the best way to get through it. We saw this before, Vic. We saw it again. Dr. LZ opening up with the nuts to try to get some space.
Talk about the burst damage too, man. I'm one of the honestly, I'll say it right now, I'm one of the non-believers when it comes to score goal, but in a situation like this, it's perfect because you know when you're on the defense on this map, you want to try to hold as close as possible. You usually want to lean into those triple vanguards, which is not the case for Rival 7, but then you have everybody grouped up together and the Moon Knight gets to just be prosperous here, catching everybody. You talk about the damage input, you have the score goal and the Moon Knight to worry about with that burst damage.
As a fellow Moon Knight lord, this is one of my favorite maps. So much opportunity. You can build up insane ult charge so quickly, very quick charging ult, but also Khonshu just throws it down on this map. Not a lot of space in these tight battles here. Yeah, it would be awful if Squirrel Girl got a homing missile on the next update, right? Oh, she does. As now we have Flamme up top, raining down those clones, just coming off that fresh MVP, and now the team looks to reset. But hey, how do you counter a very good Loki? Yeah, it's easy. It's with the hand of Khonshu in Moon Knight.
Yeah, right. Good luck getting any space done as this army of squirrels has been unleashed to try to control that space, but it's forced out the ultimate in that survivability. King Coco getting the copy over to the...
Oh my! It's a three-pointer!
Cartier Sky with the 3K, the freeze, the follow-up. Talk about retaliation, getting a little bit of revenge after the way that things just opened up here on Midtown.
The alley-oop to destruction. You love to see the dunk there from the Galaxy on top of their heads, as that was the perfect way to absolutely stop this offense that was looking tough to burn through at first. Another Khonshu, though. Washer has his meteor as well. But shout out to Hoffman getting the job done there with Sky.
Man, all right, great first pick, at least dealing with Hoffman here, so you won't have to worry about those pesky walls, but Chemicals being on that rocket to try to bring them right back with a BRB, hopefully, as the copy comes out, and gonna be able to try to contest that together with Flamme, trying to keep everyone alive here, looks like, but it's the group hug instead, actually, the copy for the group looks like, as Steam Engines now, Dr. LZ just gets that slam down, but they're not able to get any of these picks.
Yeah, quick moment of confusion, I'm sure, for many, but yeah, Flamme there with the quick copy of Groot, and I like... You know, we saw that from Sentinels, the winner of entire Ignite. So, hey, why don't you just take a page out of their playbook, right? I'm sure these teams have watched the top go at it. Pinnacle going out. Eye of Agamotto opens up and closes nothing, as now we have the final judgment coming out with the bubble. Zhengji now trying to get some space open for his team. The Magneto ult goes up for Sky. Does not connect on the 3 this time, as Steam Engine is looking to put the engine on this payload, pushing forward here. Show going up. We got Washer going down. This would be a big pick. It's stuck on the ledge, but it's right onto Flamme.
It gets a little tricky right there, too. You think you're safe until you see the gigantic meatball hurtled in your direction in that side room. The Supernova, too, on top of it all, as Smart is going to be able to find Pinnacle here over by the back. Chemical's trying to stay alive alongside Flamme, but Hoffman takes too much of that damage. The Triple Vanguard has been stopped, and now it's going to probably be a swap up here for Arrival 7.
Yeah, and honestly, they didn't have the... I mean, they still have the Luna ult, which is great, too, for Steam Engine, right? I mean, you can at least survive something from the other team. And Arrival 7, they use so much there, too. So both teams kind of even odd here with a little bit of an edge going to Steam Engine. You'd think they're going to get this point here as they get a... Look at this perfect art. Picasso drawing a flame there, pressure. Great setup.
Talk about geometry, right? Got to connect the lines here, connect the dots instead. Maybe play tic-tac-toe because no contention. They actually had ultimates to try to re-engage here, but nobody really on the point in time before they were able to get that first checkpoint.
Yeah, that was a speed run from that last street there as they go right up, and we've got the turret going down, and this turret's so good right now. Even got a little bit of a nerf going into Season 3, which we're not on that server quite yet. Using every bullet that they can to close off Season 2. Judge, Jury, Executioner with the show and the damage boost. This is a lot of DPS going one direction here, but both teams trading the damage, trading the bullets. Every single bullet has a name, but not any of them on the Elim feed thus yet, as Hoffman unable to get anything out of that. Great job from Steam Engine staying alive.
And if there's one thing I learned from math class, Pem just tells us that you do the same thing, you cancel each other out, and that's literally what we saw right there between Arrival 7 and Steam Engines. They both had that Loki ult, they both used that final judgment right there between Hoffman and Shang-Chi, but Dr. LZ still finding Chemicals, though instead has changed things up here. You get the dance off with Monotone and Brad to actually keep the survivability, but Washer, with these meteors, just keeps finding its mark.
Yeah, you know, Luna says it best. It's the grand finale. It is for these teams up in the upper bracket here, and they're playing like it. It's like whenever there's all the pressure against the wall, every ult connects, every battle's intense, and both teams, they want it so bad as Dr. LZ is setting up this next point here with the flame walls and the pressure. Chemicals, we have not seen too much from Chemicals on the sidelock this map thus far, but a quick dash and an end to Punisher. Great job to get in and out. Now going for Dr. LZ. That is one of the win cons of this team. Dr. LZ has been putting on a show, and he's not Luna Snow now as they pop in.
Coming right back over, Dr. LZ finds that mark onto Chemicals, though. Gets the copy, gets the dance-off as King Coco keeps Steam Engines alive, but they don't have an answer right after this dance-off is done to deal with Hoffman. They have to actually delete Hoffman if they can, but Flamme is keeping him alive. This is going to be a team fight win in favor for Rivals 7 as they hold back Steam Engines.
Yeah, Control-Alt-Delete there on the Groot, and Pinnacle to follow. Pinnacle really increasing it and improving on their play since I've watched them. I'm actually proud of the progress I've seen thus far on that Groot. Now 30 seconds left, Vic. They've got the Supernova, they've got the Entanglement. That's all you need, and you have Pinnacle right up the turret of Hoffman. Can't even see over here. Love what you got of the Egistril skin as they all fall through the wall. And when it comes to Steam Engine, they are 30% from a strategist hold, and so that is going to be tough if there's any response from a rival. But they don't have any offensive ults outside of that Pinnacle.
That is very true, but Monotone will have that survivability here alongside Brad, so it can elongate itself here with the... What? Point blank? Chemicals just finding the opportunity to get that ping, and now you have Jenny that tries to enter the corner again with these meteors. It's just always on point. Are you kidding me? That looked like a strike.
Drops the rock at the buzzer beater. That's exactly twice now we saw on that map, and this is what I'm talking about. It's like Sky, he hit like maybe one, maybe two on the last few maps, right? These teams have gone against each other now 4 matches you guys have watched, and that man just put on a clinic to end things, and that defense hold there against Steam Engine. That was insane.
It's just like we talked about Washer earlier on in the series, right? And then Cartier within like the last 2 matches or so has just really shown up on this Magneto ultimate. And you know, when it comes to finding consistency, we've already seen it in the MRI. It's pretty hard. It's hard because you have Magneto dittos on both sides. You know the bubbles are going to come out. You know what they want to prioritize here. But finding more of these different angles, getting cheeky with the meteor, you know, on the lip of these ledges can be difficult on predicting what direction it's going to go in. And we keep seeing that consistency, though, land on its mark from Cartier.
Yeah, absolutely. Great point out there. As you know, Rival 7 taking a little bit of a page from the book that was Steam Engines to open things up. They've got their Moon Knight out, right, to get that pressure out. Hoffman, we already know. Shotgun coming out. Guns ablazing. Vicky, man knows what he likes. Washer is going to get that Penny Parker. And I'm telling you, this is so tough because it gives them a space to recover and kind of regroup, reheal up. And this is what the top teams did. The 100 Thieves, the Sentinels, this is what they did. And it worked out pretty dang well for them now. As you're putting on that pressure early, here we go, Vic. This is for it all in the upper bracket.
I'm blinking real quick, rubbing my eyes. I see the Penny out on the board here in the triple Vanguard. We see the Rocket alongside them, but we also know the onslaught of damage that helps break a lot of these chokes between Moon Knight on this map. Look at that. Look at his ult, by the way. He already has it.
Yeah, holy crescent darts on that one. Just absolute, you know, you get a little room to heal back up. Well, guess what? That is Moon Knight feasting upon it. And guess who's going to follow? Jean Grey here in the next patch that loves these grouped up enemies now. Getting the hits, getting the limbs. It is Sky, it is Chemicals. And right now, it is a rival looking all the dominant on this map.
Oh man, now the re-engage here with the portal play too, trying to buy in as much time as possible. But then I'm thinking about Pinnacle here, who's about to have that group hug. And you know, Pinnacle sometimes having a little issue and getting that started. But you combine that together with Flamme and Hoffman, you'll have the survivability and the Supernova.
Here we go now. Both teams going right to the fight. Supernova going up. Weather going down. Sunny days is Hoffman throwing it down. The combination with the Groot ult. Everything's going out. Every ult. Every chance to move forward as to who is going to come out on top now. Another Groot ult to tie them all together. Everybody living but Chemicals out. Their spawns quicker though, so easier to lose one of them than one from the defense, as now we've lost the Luna. It's going to have a quick trip back, and right now Steam Engine holding strong.
Both Lunas, if anything, but Steam Engine's having a little bit more of a trek in comparison to Rival 7, with Monotone having a spawn room doors right behind them. Just grounds them real quick here. Chemical is still sticking onto this Moon Knight just to clear up that next alleyway here and doing enough of that damage too. As you can see, Cartier does have that Magneto ultimate alive coming up shortly, and that's going to have to counter Brad.
Yeah, I mean, I counted like 12 ultimates there. Like the 3 miracles and about 0 survivors in the first fight. Now, as we get our next one underway, if you want an MCU moment, it's here right now. Can Sky land another big one? Oh, what a oh, wow. That was just coming up to the very wire there as Washer was able to keep it done there for the team to keep it protected. Washer now pushing forward. Both teams surviving. No one is dying, Vicky. This is chaos.
But you have enough time to just stall for as long as possible to help enable Chemicals with the Moon Knight ultimate. Hand of Conchu really coming to show up for the rest of this team. And even if you try to stall for as long as possible with these Luna dance-offs here, you're at least going to be able to try to clear that next fight in that next corner, having the number advantage.
Just a fireworks show disguised as a team fight, if we're being honest here, as Pinnacle and Monotone finish off the rest of Steam Engine. They're pushing forward. Minute 19 seconds, though. That's a long way to go. They're going to have to win easily at least one more team fight here. Portal will be on cooldown most likely. We do have the torch opening up with the supernova. Nothing to keep from this, though. We've got a long way from these ults here from Steam Engine to get the protection, and that's what they're going to look for the victory.
And you know Moon Knight gets that ultimate online really quick too, depending on the damage output. If they're all grouped up together, the Supernova may actually force them to try to peel backwards. And as the Supernova comes down, tries to focus on that backline. We're having that 1v1 duel between both torches, and Flamay finding Washer is a big way to start things up with a Rival 7, having that limited time bank to get to that first checkpoint.
That's a massive pick. Are you kidding me? And then Chemicals to follow. Oh, guess what? Not only do they get the point, Vicky, but the exclamation point of having Moon Knight and freaking Groot ults to combine together for this next push, which could be the final push to get them into the upper bracket. This game is about momentum, and it is momentum heavy right now for a Rival.
And they have everything right now to work off of this. I'm expecting to see another LeBron from Cartier, point blank on that dunk here. But it's going to all trickle down to Shang-Chi and having that final judgment too. You can break that quickly. And that's a great... I just see this 1v1 between Washer and Flamay. Yeah. But then you have that hand of Conchu. Chemicals having them right where he wanted them.
I look at the Washers like, I don't even care if we lose this thing. I'm taking down Flamay to start this fight. And Chemicals getting now 4, making 5. I'm telling you, this Moon Knight map is just insanity. Absolute every hand of Conchu landing out, and Sky could get the buzzer beater once again to send a Rival 7 to the upper bracket. Monotone's got the dance as well, but on the other side, they're met with the exact same. This is going to be a big one, and all the ults are coming out, Vic.
I'm worried if I'm Brad, though. If you're that Luna Snow and you have that ultimate, you're looking at King Coco to get the copy first, and the immediate scramble, essentially making that final judgment just go to waste.
I mean, absolutely ulting from the other side of the world, right? And then gives them all the time to get out of there, even with the boost on the speed now. That's Chemicals. Look at this ult. Look at 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 100. Conchu about to come out. Supernova in response from Dr. LZ. What best player is going to send their team up? Sky goes down with another drop with a bucket and the slam dunk. It's Washroom to close out. Does not get the connection. Both dance floors out, Vicky, and a Conchu ready.
And cycling through that Loki ultimate there too. So now Kikoko trying to see if they can get that copy here. As Chemicals right now, the Conchu is coming out. The ultimate, putting them all grouped up together. Still finding Brad here first. You do not want to go down. Yes, you still have that survivability, but Brad has just not had the greatest time and keeping themselves alive here through these ultimates now as the Supernova comes out from Hoffman.
And this is about all she wrote with all these Supernovas. There's just not a lot you can get done here now as the Agamotto comes out. And it is all gas here for a Rival. There's 50 seconds left. So not only is this fight about to end, but there's still plenty of time to get it going on again as Pinnacle Flamay get that done in a Rival. They've got their sights to make it a Rival in the upper bracket. And they're going to do so. Oh, it's still held. It's right there. Vic, this is tight.
Yeah, I mean, with Chemicals coming right back in on the portal, though, and you just lost out on 2. Now the number advantage is in favor for a Rival 7 right here. Monotone's about to have that reset, but they won't even need it because Steam Engines, they're falling like flies, and a Rival 7 are looking to take this home after they lost out on that first map. They come in with the immediate reversal.
Going down 0-1, then 2-1, and then flipping the script. I mean, wow, Rival. We like to see that kind of resilience, and that's exactly what you're going to need if you're trying to compete in the world's biggest stage of Ignite. After China, they move on, and it's at the hands once again to the triple dunk, but Flamay as well. Back-to-back MVPs, stellar performance.
Washers clenching their fist right now, like Flamay. You know when you have a When you have a pesky Loki, man, and Washer was so on point with those meteors at the very beginning part of that series, but man, Flamme was out here with his name on it.
When Washer just literally held W, he's like, team or not, I am eliminating Flamme. That was my highlight of the entire thing there. But yeah, what a great ending from this team. And man, I love this. It's like, I'm gonna be honest, guys, I don't know these teams, I don't know these players. These are new people to the scene. We're not seeing kind of the usual suspects out here because they are in Ignite. And so to see these kind of names now jump out and definitely earn some respect. Sky, you've got mine now with what you guys put together there in a very clean finish. Arrival moving on in the upper bracket. And the good news is, you're not out if you are the engines here, right? I think they played really good, right? Just ran out of steam in that engine a little bit towards the end there. And so we'll see what they can do in the lower bracket.
I see you, Cozy. I see you. And it could be difficult with the way that a lot of these teams are playing. I have to piggyback off of your comic because that's the beauty of having the MRC, right? You have a possibility, the potential chance as a player yourself. If you think you're one of the best players within your neighborhood, within your region, if you look at the total scoreboard and you think you have a chance, this is what this open bracket format is all about. It's about finding hidden talent so that you could rise against the best.
Yeah, absolutely. As we just take a look at all the... Oh, there it is, that buzzer beater. Absolute cinema there. Great matchup. And, you know, I love this when you got... You know, they might meet again when we get into, yet again, the finals and being able to climb back up. We've seen that happen before, and it looks like it could happen again. We went the distance between these two teams, but we are not even close to being done, Vic. We got a lot more to go here in the MRC. Don't know the names, don't know the teams. Doesn't matter because they're going to put on a show.
And you know how much different that would have looked like at the pick and ban phase. Like, imagine the survivability wasn't there with, like, the double Luna. We had the Moon Knight coming out, and this month is also crazy. You get that diversity in these picks of just break through these different chokes, and that's what I love to see, Cozy.
Absolutely, guys. Well, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a break to get the next team set up for success, and then we got another banger coming your way. We're going to be back after this quick break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing up for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight.
After yawns, another comes to my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
Null is coming, and time will spiral into darkness.
And I was holding back.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to yet another great match here in the MRC. Again, top 2 spots of this tournament win a good amount of money, but also the top 2 advance to the next stage of Ignite after China. Now, if you could not get enough of the steam engines, Vicky, good news, because we've got more of them coming up here in the lower brackets against Moto Turbo, and this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, I believe it's Moto Turbo versus Prosperity maybe here. I believe so, but waiting to see what we're going to be having here. And oh, it is steam engines. All right, no, actually, so going right back into it.
Yeah, we got steam engines ready to go. So you know what now? You guys might not know the names, but you know these names. And listen, this gives them a lot of momentum. They know what they can do. Moto Turbo also moved on to advance to where they're at now. So we know the story of steam engines, what their win con is. It's now time to figure out and dive into the story that is Moto Turbo here with the team. And right away, a lot of Lord icons to flex around, maybe even a Wanda making an appearance.
I do feel like, though, this benefits steam engines just coming out of a really hot game 5 situation from the upper bracket semis. You know that their hands are warmed up. You know, some individual players actually find a lot of their strength in just coming out from playing fresh.
Yeah, we saw that with Trout X, right? It was a great example. They went off the heater and they continued to go on a tear as they went on in their performances here. But looking at the story of these ones, steam engine shutting down Psylocke, maybe a little bit of that chemical rubbed off on them from the last one. And then we have Punisher and Storm being banned. So they do know Storm is what Dr. LZ likes to comfort pick, but even though he's on the Namor, Torch is just fine, and they get the save for him.
Okay, being able to put the safety 2 on the Ultron. So Emma Frost and Ultron coming out to play together, having that combined together with a Magneto play. We know that could be really enjoyable here. Going next, though, and Brad, we also highlighted Brad being on that Luna Snow, seeing if they want to be able to lean into that since there's already that safety pick into that Luna from the other side, too.
Yeah, and when you guys see Mantis banned like that, it's not always because of triple res. I mean, sometimes it is, but also Mantis just so lethal. Can be lethal there for flyers and help enabling that damage boost. And we saw that again there at the top level of play. And so that echoes down here as we see our last ban, and it all come together for each team. And it is Invisible Woman coming out. So, yep, comp looking similar here. We've seen a lot of this. We didn't get to see a lot of Emma from the last one. A lot of bans happening there, but the Washer, plenty of him. And listen, no Flamme here for Washer to go after. He's got new sights, and it's going to be on number 12 over there from Roman numeral standards.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, the Loki going to have to take the brunt end of maybe some of that Washer damage or anger, I guess you could say, from the other side. But both teams will opt to lean towards the Loki and Luna. Not so surprised there. While you take a look at Steam Engines having that one difference maker being the Ultron. Combine that together with Dr. LZ, we know the damage output that 2 of these flyers together, just between that Torch and Ultron, could really mean.
Yeah, and taking a look here, I mean, we'll just call him 12 at this point. But yeah, just having that team up there with Hela, it's just so lethal to get that res on. So we don't know Svenko's, level of ability, but as Svenko can go off there on the hit scan, expect a lot of resist and a lot of crazy play. Now, I think we might be being seized here, but who knows? Right, Amazing went crazy on Magic. This is what you could see in the MRCs, some wild play, and it's looking like they're going to stick with it. We're going to get some Magic play. Sign me up. Just kidding. It's Ultron. I can't believe it. Up to the final millisecond, I swear.
Oh my god. Honestly, you know what, Cozy? How many times has that happened to me, though? Honestly, you get really excited to see this pick come out, and it actually happens. You're not getting teased. That's why I have trust issues out here, but it's working into finding that mirror matchup here too for Dr. LZ being on this Torch specifically, though, not really having the other flyer to worry about aside from the Ultron pick onto Cabaletta.
I blame Rivars Amazing for being good at pretty much every hero. So it makes it look like it can actually happen here. Now, looking towards it now, both teams going in on it as we have the Ultron from Cabal here going against the other Ultron, little Ultron on Ultron, AI on AI. And this first point take, just so important, Vic.
It really is, especially when you have, you know, these Loki ultimates that charge up so quickly. Looks like we get a copy here from the other side. Senko to building into that Goddess of Death. As we get the dance off now from both King Coco and 12 from Moto Turbo. And now just going to keep up the survivability. Cabanera now is going to be able to utilize the Ultron Ultimate 2 just to follow up together. The Psionic Seduction isn't going to find anyone just yet, just bringing everyone together. And Slurt and Shenki just took a lot of that damage here from Steam Engines.
Absolutely. Dr. LZ quickly farming up that supernova, but not going to be enough as Dalka here. Just beautiful. Great neutral play from the teams here and landing what they needed to with the ults in consideration. They also still have plenty left in the tank via the dance, via a little bit of seduction with EMEA. So great start there for Moto Turbo.
So you have the Luna Snow ultimate just to keep everyone alive, to keep up this aggression that we're seeing from Moto Turbo, and it's gonna have a reset here, potential chance between that and Brad as the extermination starts up here. You take to the skies the Goddess of Death to allow a reset, but the Psionic Seduction just to bring everybody into their line of sight first. This prevents the Ultron from having that impact. Matt is just closing in that gap here and just trying to avoid the diamond form with the Emma Frost Ditto.
Yeah, and just getting word, Moto here's from Brazil. So Team Brazil over here, you know, definitely cool to see a country represented in Brazil. Moto Turbo doing it on all levels here as they continue to hold on. 45% now moving forward. Extermination going out, but up, going down. The washer throwing down the meteor in. Tough to land those connections on quick movement as we just saw. And once again, we've got Finko going crazy and trying to keep momentum high. And Serious Guy trading as well.
About to have that Sonic Seduction here too. Svenko still putting in a lot of that pressure from the back end here too. Gets the copy from Coco. Just trying their best to help out the survivability. The Kraken impact slamming down here too. The Psionic Seduction now coming in from Serious Guy and point blank. Now these Meteor M's do not slow down, Cozy.
Absolutely. From the rafters there to the graveyards is now it is them just cleaning up the point, using the ults just perfectly there as King Coco just trying to back up there with the team. But oh man, holy stagger. This is not good. Svenko, I said I don't know his game. Well, now I'm a bit more familiar. But the portal coming in, we saw this plenty. Dr. LZ swapping over quick to the Strange. Sorcerer Supreme going in. Hot here, but they don't have any ults here to follow.
Overtime ticking away. Not a flip yet here for favor of Steam Engines too. So Moto Turbo are looking to try to re-engage, working on the other side as Caballero is going to now try to see if he can boost up into that extermination tier 2. That's going to help keep the rest of the team alive. But they've lost out on Svenko. Big main damage dealer here within the team composition here.
Yeah, but the extermination's going to look to not only put the pressure down, but the team alive, and it's all going on the Vanguard there. Nothing will keep them alive. Even Diamond Form. Yes, strategies help. Steam Engine able to keep this thing moving forward here as now Portal going in to try to help out the team. Hella swap. Svenko gone now to Doctor Strange. Serious Guy throwing in the kicks that delivers the choke, but not enough to keep them down here. And the seduction, no, going down. Well, okay, Steam Engine.
Oh yeah, they were able to get that pick here. King Coco's upset coming into play, still holding on to that Loki ultimate too with overtime still ticking away. There's still these trades 2 out for Moto Turbo. You get the copy. Nice freeze onto 12 here from Brad, but it's not going to be enough to take down 12. So now you get the reset on the dance off of the copy of the God of Mischief instead to get the fate of both worlds to keep this fight going. And it's never ending at this point because we're rounding up on another round of ultimates.
Yeah, this fight just looks like it's lasting forever, and unfortunately, Steam Engine not being able to get any percentage built up through it because Moto Turbo has hung on with the help of that portal coming back and the quick swap there from the Hela now. Agamotto coming up. Dalko, it's the hands of the Vanguards getting this first point done. There goes another. King Coco goes down. Sliver left. Goddess up. Goddess throwing down, but control lost because of that. Yeah, it's awesome. Steam Engine able to nab the point.
Finally able to flip it here in their favor, but it was not easy because they're still taking on a lot of that damage. Yes, point blank, you still have to worry about Svenko having that Doctor Strange shield right in front of your eyes to try to negate the damage of the Goddess of Death. But sometimes it's even better to just let them have the point worn out so that way you can go in with a re-engagement on a flip.
Yeah, and that's why it all comes down to what you've used there. Washer getting the quick stagger, getting rid of Luna on the side of Turbo. That's going to be super helpful in just delaying and getting more of that point built up. And more importantly, Vic, the ultimate's built up. The Washer taking it to the laundry room, as we've liked to said thus far.
Oh, washing up here. And the way that Washer's right now just trying to put them in the dryer, but it's going to be difficult with these next rotate of ultimates here. Looking at that Meteor M, it needs to find its mark. King Coco too to help with that survivability that they're going to probably use to just help out with the damage output that we're currently seeing. Svenko close to the Eye of Agamotto after they were able to find Ultron.
Oh my goodness, the strategist, just the detergent to this guy, just pushing up the folks here. I can keep him up all day, folks. Poking up there with the damage now as Washer just kind of holding this front line by himself, holding back the Helms Deep. That is Moto Turbo, but Turbo has plenty now. They've got both dances ready to go. A lot of dance, a lot of Coachella pushing their way, but it starts here with the seduction to get things rolling, kneeling before the peasants, and they did grab the Atom. That's going to help things out now with the res up. We got Washer with the meatball going down, and it gets the toe base.
Oh no, on both of the main strategists here too. Yes, Bazanilla is still alive, but you lose out on your Loki and the ultimate and lose out on building into that Karmic Revival too with the Adam Warlock if you're trying to take out the Res Cop. And now you're nearing 100% with Steam Engines literally flipping to 0 to 100.
The Washer, man. Metal flies. The enemies cry. Magneto, the Washer, full control.
And now with the Psionic Seduction, bringing them all over to a tumble. It looks like the Eye of Agamotto looking to catch the backline. It's found both Cabalera and Bazanella here instead. And now Cabalera will be able to come right back in with the Adam Warlock Res 2. If he can, the Eye of Agamotto now finding 3. Big opportunity here, but Steam Engines are still fighting these pigs.
Great response there. Oh my gosh, it stepped off. That's crazy. What a freaking turnaround for Steam Engines there to be able to go down as much as they did and then flip the script right back to them. I mean, great response to the Agamotto. The res was there, so they used that as well. But guess what? You got to be touching the point, Vic.
Oh man, that was a crazy flip. I mean, you have to consider, like, from everyone who has been in a situation like that within their own respective games, right? It could be a little tilting. You know that you have the win condition. You know that you could win in this case. And you figure that you just gave up that point one time to try to force out a re-engagement. But with some of those big staggers, helped out with Washer, honestly, that's what set Steam Engines up in the driver's seat.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, we've seen this team do so well on Dom before. Krakoa, I believe now, it seems like a century ago, but when they played a rival on Krakoa, they were lights out, right? And so we're going to see if they can continue this or if that's going to be the same song, same dance. Right now, though, having that kind of momentum and a flip back can really just give your team that spark to know you can get the job done.
Having some of the faith here going right into the fray of it. King Coco, though, a lot closer to having that Loki ult in comparison to 12 on the other side of Mato. Before they jump back in, though, flashing some of the animation cancel with the Doctor Strange here, too, with the shield being propped up. And I love this space, the aggression being taken by the Vanguards from Steam Engines.
Yeah, Dr. LZ played more of that Vanguard instead of the Duelist, but I like it. It's working out. They did, tease that a little bit in some of the matchups here as the Washer, again, holding that front line down 100, down to 1 health. Folks, down to 1 health there, but popped right back up thanks to what is always the clutch Loki lanterns. Now as Finko, we saw this man pop off with the 1-2 hits on the Thorns, but last time flipped the script, had to go to Doctor Strange, and things changed from there. This player needs to stay on the Goddess of Death because they popped.
Yeah, still finding some more of these damage output and picks here from afar too, right? And they just used up that Loki ultimate, which that was with 2, I believe, members down. So they just wanted to stall for as long as possible. But was it worth it? Because now you prolonged this fight. And Metal Turbo are literally about to have 6-man ultimate.
Yeah, oh man, that was just as well done as you could. And Washer again down to like 1 health twice there. Just like those 1980 wash machines that seem like they'll never die and stay working for the team here. Now we've got, Ultron here with the Extermination. You can roll that into a couple ults. Honestly, Turbo's got so much sustain here to keep this point to well above 70% unless Steam Engine's able to kind of get something rolling. But with their team comp pick, there's not going to be any surprise eliminations outside of ultimates and maybe a couple picks there from the Washer. But a lot being used early with the dance and Extermination.
Cavelada, though, at least, being able to find those 2 picks on the Ultron even bigger to just set them up for success here, especially since this is a little bit of that deja vu that we had within that first round where Mato Turbo were able to succeed in getting that first initial fight here. It's Svenko still putting on the pressure, still finding these daggers landing its mark.
Yeah, Svenko, I like what I'm seeing here. A little bit of the old playbook of season 0 and 1, hella meta, but hey, we saw plenty of it in Ignite. We're seeing more from Svenko, and I was waiting to see an absolute aim god here, and what better on the Goddess of Death. As now, Turbo not only has this thing to 50%, but they've got so many ults to keep this thing pumping even more. They've got 12 there with a copy that he can get on either Luna or on Ultron. Washer, though, you can't spell W without Washer. Washer without W. They're pushing in fast and quick, trying to get that poke damage early, and here comes the Goddess of Death.
Looking around to the both sides, though, it's going to be both Shang-Chi and Svenko with the Goddess of Death. Shang-Chi gets booted out faster, though, instead, and King Coco, even with the copy, cannot get the dance off in time to save Shang-Chi. Although Moto Turbo have the number advantage in their favor, look at this immediate turnaround, too. They're not flipping this point this time around in what we had seen within that first round.
Yeah, I mean, hey, this is the same story last time, but will it be a different result? Huge Agamotto and glide up there with Washer with the quick finish. But it is, it's gonna be Moto Turbo not letting the same result happen and standing firm here. It's now Dr. LZ going down. Both Vanguards make it the full team, and that is most likely, well, they might be able to portal back here, but that's about it for this next map.
Yep, that's going to be the 100% not let off this time. And that's what could have happened, honestly, within that first round. But the moment those staggers came in, it was really difficult for them. This time around, they made sure that that was not going to be the case, even with that really long fight where they were able to build up until all those ultimates really helped them up.
Yeah, that's honestly, love to see Moto Turbo just kind of flip things around there and not have the exact same history repeating itself. They got that point all the way up, and then they ended up just giving a little bit, and if you give somebody an inch, they could take it the whole map, right? So looking at this next first bit of attack, first cap, so important. You've got the kneel of EMEA there for Steam Engine. You've got the meteor in from Washer, but other than that, Brad maybe can get that dance up quick enough, but that's going to be the main bit. But Luna on Turbo there has theirs ready too.
That's true. Yeah, so they'll have both the fate of both worlds to just keep these fights going. I mean, I'm not going to get baited this time around. You know you're going to have those shields coming out from that Penny nest here too before you make the swap. All right, yeah, we're gonna go right over to the Emma Frost. I really do like this combination too, because when you have the Emma Frost, you're then running it into the triple Vanguard that we're seeing from Steam Engines, and I'm surprised still sticking to this triple Vanguard here as they open things up with the fate of both worlds through the portal.
Yeah, they're going to just want to try to win this point first. If you want to go with this approach here, Lantern's being used for that initial engagement. No picks to come from it, though. That's what you usually want. Cisco at the top, up and down, crowing out here, trying to get into a little bit of safety and get that high ground once again. The Washer, look at all these ults coming up from Steam Engine, and there's just no results to show from it. Svenko, though, on the other hand, gets the trade with the Thors, looking for more, and that's two now. An absolute beautiful show and opening from Turbo.
Yeah, the triple Vanguard, they may need to go over to a duelist that's going to deal with Svenko at this point, too, because Shang-Chi is not going to have much going on if you're just going to be a sitting duck in the sky like this as the Ultron. It's very hard with the way that Svenko is playing, and now has the reset on the Goddess of Death.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and honestly, oh, man, that's tough for a couple of reasons, but mainly, you know, Steam Engine used the entire bit of torque they had left in terms of ult economy, and now Turbo's got all behind them. Goddess of Death into, you know, Emma ult is so tough to deal with, but you also got the extermination that you could throw in there as well to keep the team up and loose. Now, team's trying to push in. Steam Engine has a little something behind them. This Eye of Agamotto from Dr. LZ has got to be perfect.
Extermination here too, just to help get something going with the Eye of Agamotto. If you want to combo it here, get more of that output, or try to force out some of these support ultimates, specifically from 12, who does have that copy available, looks to use that God of Mischief right now. Psionic Seduction now coming out of Sirius Sky here too, but that's also going to force out King Coco to try to match that, as we get to see Svenko over on the other side. Goddess of Death still available here. Nice wait, but the Eye of Agamotto's found too, but 12 was ready for it. Svenko takes to the skies, but Dr. LZ was still able to find both of his strategies in the back line. Two members down though, they're going to get that trade up, and that's with Shang-Chi without using the extermination.
Yeah, they understand their assignment. They know Svenko's got to go first, right? As they have seen just utter domination with Dalka here, just going crazy with the quick pokes and eliminations. 64% for Turbo as they hold on strong. The Washer going down, and honestly, it's just looking lights out for Turbo here on the next map.
No, it was on the other side, just the Rinse Ranger instead, just coming out to make sure that there was nothing that was going to get done here from Steam Engines, because they're already approaching 80% in favor for Model Turbo, and they still have that Luna Snow and Ultron Ultimate.
Yeah, here 84%. What side of history will repeat itself? Map 1 and map 2 as the team's trying to push in. Now Engine has plenty of what they need in terms of ult. You've got the extermination into the meatball. Popping right away, keeping the team up. Like the play. Now maybe put it on the aggression a little bit. No, just going to keep the washer nice and healthy now as the show goes down for Turbo. Could respond to that as Washer, but it chooses to save onto it as 1 health alive. They're going for Washer heavy here now as the extermination is ready for Turbo.
Washer having that Meteor M, though, is the reason why that's the #1 target. Nice! Saving your dash as the Ultron just to avoid the Magneto Meteor M. Keep up with the extermination by the very last leg of it. But the Eye of Agamotto actually catching the Ultron. Beautiful save on the Magneto bubble, but it may not be enough as the flip is looking to happen from Steam Engines. They finally, for the first time of this next round, grab it.
Man, all I know is Steam Engine, they've had back-to-back, you know, this is the first we saw Turbo here, but back-to-back really good teams. It's tough look here. I mean, everyone at the top here is going to be good, but both these just playing lights out in sync. And yeah, oh my gosh, the Ultron play has been phenomenal. They used a lot to get the point. Coco still's got the ult though. And again, map 1, we saw the full flip of the script. Could happen again as Turbo's out of ults outside of Serious Guy getting somewhat close.
And I really love Marvel Rivals. Seeing this different level of play here too. Ooh, peekaboo, I see you. Both Ultrons just having their one face off here. Who will reign supreme though, but these Magneto bubbles have really come in clutch here. As we see Steam Engines just trying to control this choke. Washer taking a lot of that damage. It's forced out the lamps here. But Brad getting picked by Svenko. This is the win condition now for Model Turbo.
Oh my gosh. Not only that, Serious Guy just got a 4-piece on the seduction. Everybody kneeling in front of this EMEA. Goddess up. Svenko throwing down the thorns. Ultron trying to dash and survive, but can't. Beautiful connection and tracking there. Textbook is what you're looking for. And yeah, Brad going down. You don't want that look either. Turbo now 0.99%, and it looks like, oh, here it comes. Here comes the boom. Venom landing down. Team's getting set up. Can Steam Engine somehow claw this thing back from 54%, now 0 technically, onwards, but Svenko's got to be stopped.
They're literally unstoppable right now. There's nobody checking them. And now Slurk comes in, tries to get the roundhouse kick to push them away. But look at Svenko's positioning. Enabled. 4 Steam Engines out. And Model Turbo just waltzed back in to reclaim the point.
Oh my goodness, Turbo. Showing resilience there. You pretty much, it was almost their complete show, even at Spaceport. Obviously, they lost at the very end there. And then it was all absolute gas from the team moving forward as they move up 1 in the series. And then how appropriate. Svenko, MVP.
Not surprised. Not surprised. Especially with the Goddess of Death. You have that reset. Usually it's really hard to get impact when you have to deal with a Doctor Strange on the opposite end. Especially like a Loki having the lamps out too. But Svenko just kept getting away with murder. 20 final hits, 33k damage. Very close together with the Emma Frost that we know Emma Frost is able to really get enabled to also deal a good amount of damage herself. And then looking on the other side, you know, just you see the damage output, you see the survivability. King Coco always on top on that Loki, but it wasn't enough with the sustainability, it looks like.
That's the story right there. I mean, look at this. 30,000 damage from Slurnt, but unable to, unfortunately, get that connection and those final eliminations, right? So it's just a peak survivability in terms of Turbo there. They really telling the story. But yeah, Svenko, 30 eliminations. That's going to do more than enough to net you the win here. So opposite of last time that we saw in the upper bracket, we're not going to see Steam Engine get that win on domination, but can they continue on as they get to pick the next map?
That's very true, because we saw them win that first map on Krakoa. Steam Engine showcasing that, you know, they have the potential chance of coming out on top in that game mode here specifically. But this time around, not really gonna play the part, especially if we go on to a round number 3. Svenko, I think, being the primary target. I'm wondering which map we're gonna be going to, but I'm also wondering, are we gonna see like a Hella band coming out because Svenko is so strong here? Something that Steam Engine definitely has to take into consideration.
Yeah, when you combine that with, again, I call him 12, the Loki there on the other side, like you're just able to have so much just overshield and res happen that it's tough to stop altogether. But you know what? I've seen this team, domination just doesn't always tell the story. So we're going to see and find out here as we go into our next game mode and our next map. And I've seen enough from Steam Engine to tell me that they can flip this, you know, and turn this thing around. But right now, impressed with what this team from Brazil has been able to put together.
They're doing great. I really like the way that they've been able to cycle through those support ultimates together there too. There's a lot of sustainability been helping for Peel as well for to just help enable that Hela. So continue on. If they keep going, I feel like we could go the distance here with these two teams.
Well, Vicky, we're going to get right to it here in just a second. But as you guys know, we're going to take a quick break before we get to the action. We'll be back in just a second. We'll see you guys then.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are setting out for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when there no more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. We have yet another matchup on our hands. Turbo versus Steam Engine. Turbo taking the first map here, but we saw plenty from Steam Engine to maybe get the job done. Vicky, as we head into map 2.
Yep, take care of that Hela. It's been a problem. I think Loki's also a really strong suit from both of these teams. It really just puts into perspective how different these fights may look if the Luna ultimates aren't extended to the degree that we see with the God of Mischief. But it makes it really exciting because I also know that with these game 1 mode types, it can be really difficult to find your footing once you lose that first initial fight. But in my opinion, we saw consistency throughout the board with Moto Turbo.
Yeah, and there's a lot to get used to, too. Like, whenever you have teams that are this far apart and Region 2, you have ping to deal with. You have things that you're just not used to, right? And so you have to really come together and figure out, you know, what characters adjust that. We've talked about LAN and having characters that play really well on no ping. Well, there's characters that play better on tons of ping, right? And that's why, honestly, I'm just impressed by Svinko here, just going off with the Hela and what they do. But out the gate, yeah, Steam Engine... I don't know if it's Slurnt or the Washer, but they hate Logan, and that's pretty obvious because we've had a Wolverine ban almost every time.
That's so true, actually. I mean, I don't blame them. Wolverine is a pretty big issue to deal with if you're a Vanguard. Honestly, my little rule of thumb when I know that my tanks are playing into a Wolverine is I try to make sure the Wolverine doesn't even reach my vanguards. But obviously, that's better in practice, you know, than it really is when it comes to dealing with really good teams that we've been seeing thus far. The protection, though, onto the Emma Frost and then the protection onto the Torch is interesting when you still have to consider the Hela that was putting in the work for Motto.
Yeah, easier said than done, right? To stop Wolverine, even harder in Season 3 with that lifesteal team up. Good God. But yep, the Emma Protect always means the Psylocke ban just can't open up the floodgates of what that Echo is. And we've seen just Psylocke level play very well. My guess is Turbo, they've got a good Psylocke player, and they're thirsty for it. Punisher, though, is going to be getting banned on the side of Turbo, shutting that down. And we've seen them play that before over there at Steam Engine. But right now, liking both sides of the story here, and it's pretty similar to what we saw on the other side.
Actually sticking to what they feel comfortable and just trying to protect, even if they felt like, you know, the Ultron wasn't getting that impact here on the other side of Model Turbo, though I feel like it was putting in a good amount of pressure. It's splitting a lot of the attention from the skies too. And then not having that Psylocke, yeah, something else that we saw pretty consistently within that last series when we saw Steam Engine before, as we get the Protect onto the Loki, which means you could expect the Loki and Luna to come out as they prioritize the target ban on the Hela. They would rather not find that mirror matchup to deal with.
Yeah, hey, listen, if you're going to protect the Loki, you got to get rid of what was a killer Hela on the other side. And so definitely like the ban overall there to close things out. Yes, it does open up the Mantis that they could use if they want to go that route, although it doesn't look like they're going to choose to do so. And I like what we see here. Definitely going to change up the picks as we get closer. But Krakoa, always close. Back-to-back domination, by the way, Vic. You know, it's not the same in as Ignite where they have to switch through different game modes. They only have to go through different maps.
It's so true. Good observation right there. Yeah, going on to Krakoa, and I do feel like it was pretty close between both these teams. Again, it went to a round 3, but it was really Model Turbo that had the upper hand in starting these early engagement fights, even on that one map that they had lost, right? That first round where they literally took it all the way to 100, but then they were unable to reclaim it. I feel like it was a pretty easy fix-up, though. It just preventing a lot of these staggers from coming out, all turns of positioning, as we get to see what Steam Engines does differently coming out of the gates here.
Yeah, I think that really shows that, you know, Steam Engine, they're confident that they can win in domination. You know, why else pick it when you did get handled pretty well there, in my opinion, on the last map. But we saw what they did previous against a rival who, you know, they did end up losing to overall, but they looked very strong against the first bit, and it was all at the hands of Dr. LZ. You need to see this guy continue to help with this team and put on that pressure heavy, and it's going to be a lot easier to do so, Vic, without thorns coming at your face every couple seconds.
That's very true, right? Just the pen on paper at this point, just having everybody's name ready to go to claim their heads. That's not something they're going to have to worry about this time around. Dr. LZ sticking to what's strong here, too, with that Human Torch. You get to actually allow Dr. LZ to thrive in an environment where you don't think about those thorns instead, but you do have to worry about Svenko matching you up in the air.
Yeah, you know, Torch has something to prove, right? Phoenix is coming out and being the new fire hero everyone's talking about, showcasing he still has it in him. Svenko not on Hela, but is on the man that serves it medium rare, or in this case, looking like well as he's pushing forward fast and loose now as the teams both climbing to the point immediately with the early advantage. Going to Moto Turbo here as they take out Washer early.
Big first pick here, too. You also delay the charge up on that Meteor M, as well as Dr. LZ still trying to find this marking, but they have his number right now. They're trying to focus. Look at the way that they play ring around the Rosie just to get out of the line of sight of the enemy team, and now trying to surround him.
It's a good game plan. They're really making sure that Dr. LZ can't be their win con, because he is, you know, from what I've seen, one of their best players. So great job just making sure you cut him out of the sky. But right now, Engine been able to kind of hold this thing firm, even though they lost Washer early on. They're able to keep this thing going. We have both Lunas going out in terms of Loki ult charging up first. Again, Coachella landing out there. Headliner yet to be known as the point is uncapped now. Extermination going out, and wow, barely keeping the team alive. Absolute clutch here as Dr. LZ is throwing it down. Grand finale goes up. Vicky, the battle continues.
Slurp is on a tear, by the way, on this Emma Frost. You just used up that Sonic Seduction. Bazanella is now coming in with the dance off on the Fatal Four Worlds to match that with Brack here. And now going to be able to try to keep up the survivability. Nice pick off of Svenko right there from Dr. LZ. And it's looking very different once you take that Hela off the board.
Yeah, they're still trying to focus them, but you just can't get as much pressure as you would want on LZ. And there it is. There's the spray. This man's known for it. You got to get something better than the R, man, if you're listening. All right, let's get something else out there on the spray. Maybe a little Human Torch spray custom to you. when you throw it down, but Ultron putting the bot there on Sfinko, as now Sfinko trying to go in and looking a bit different, obviously not on their hometown pickup. Hella throwing down the walls early. Dalka, and you got the Supernova to punish this point, but somewhat of a response with Engine. They've got what they need.
They have a good amount here. King Coco's about to have that God of Mischief, so you'll get to see another Luna dance off here just in terms of that survivability, but they have to still survive through the Supernova. Unable to have to really worry too much as they play a little bit split. Svenko's just trying to isolate King Coco and Brad in the backline, so finding both strategists at this time around. Forces out the lamp, and in good time, you get the copy, and now you have to worry about Dr. LZ doing the same thing. To literally trade off with these Loki ultimates, getting the copy of the Fate of Both Worlds. But Dr. LZ finding Bazanera, they drop all the way down. They get the trade-off as some revenge comes in to allow Dalka to walk up.
Wow. Dalka, great job, but that seduction was massive there, Vicky. I got to point out, though, I mean, that was textbook survival from Steam Engine to stay alive as long as possible through all those ultimates, because they were able to live without any strategist ults at first, and then they rolled into them from there. Control has been seized. It is 70% now for Steam Engine. They do have a seduction into a Kraken impact, whereas Turbo, they're a good amount away from anything in terms of strategist survival.
That's true, and now finally being able to reclaim the point when Steam Engine's already at close to 70% and looking at their ult economy, it's better news for them as long as they don't get staggered here. Dr. LZ gets healed back up to full health, and King Coco and Brad are going to be able to try to piggyback off of one another with Slurp having that Symbiotic seduction, trying to isolate Bazanella in the back line.
And we saw one insane psionic seduction. Can we see another into the Kraken impact? They're not even going to use that combo. Oh my gosh, the only thing standing down is Pucky as he goes down instantly there. Brad, okay, Brad, I've been waiting to see something from you, Quack. As we went down in some early fights, gets a double piece to open up things now as Dr. LZ finishes. And at this point, it looks like Steam Engine is going to be able to put the pressure enough to take back this point. There's about a fourth left to grab, the choke, the slam, Slurp with 30k damage last time. Wants some more. Dr. LZ with the finish on Dalka and the cap, Vic.
Oh, this is huge. They have that extra credit there too, nearing that 80% threshold, and Shenji coming in on a different hero as well on the Star-Lord this time around, as we didn't really see much going on with that Bucky, but they're already nearing 100%, and now the re-engage from Motto have to decide, do they want to put everything on the table here to claim this point, or do they want to save some of these ultimates for round 2?
Yeah, you know, just try to win in the neutral if possible. And same goes for Engine. Like, what do you want to use in this? Well, Supernova for one, throwing it down medium well, and that's going to force Turbo to then respond with her. So I actually like this pick. Worked out well for them. No connection there for the Meteor M, and wow, Doctor throwing out the prescription, coming in hot here as he finishes off the backline. Just a different man without Hella.
Now, you have to get your medicine in a different way here, because Dr. LZ, he is delivering, cooking up in the kitchen. You'll be afraid to see if your food is burnt or not with the way that they've just been point blank in this 1v1 Loki duel. It's okay, we didn't see anything. It's all about that stagger, holding them back and getting that first round.
All right, ready for this, Vicky? Win con for Engine is ban Hella. There you go. That's yep. I mean, that's what we saw. At least on that map, looking way different. But that map does favor Torch with survival. There's a lot of coverage to use there, even though they were going pretty, harsh for him. But I liked it. I like that they looked a lot stronger there. Love the Star-Lord switch from both teams, funny enough, as we continue on to map number 2 and looking like a different team.
And that's without the Adam Warlock out to play here too, right? So looking like you want to stick onto that Star-Lord here if you're looking at Steam Engines, as well as that Torch, and then on the other side, Motto to try to match that with Svenko. I do like the fact that 12 and Cabellada are going to have both their respective ultimates going into the first fight, and we know that Motto Turbo had a lot of an advantage spot to hold when they were playing on domination in the very first game, and that was with them taking control over that point first.
Alrighty, well, we've got the Atom out on Turbo's side, and with it, we've got a seduction coming out from Serious Guy. They combined that perfectly last time with Dalka. Can they do it again? But Washer at least can stop a little bit of the extermination in a defensive effort, but do save it for that. Do try to save it for something more. Triple res comp coming out fully now for Turbo.
Difficult to deal with this triple res composition though, unless they save the Supernova just to deal with the res coming out from 12. We've seen that been done in the past. Dr. LZ was ready to pull the trigger on that. The extermination though, just to kick things off for this. Oh my, never mind. More like he got exterminated. Washer put him back in there.
Absolute. The extermination ollie ooped into itself. That's not what you like to see. The washer. Okay, buddy. He's back, folks. The washer's back on as he's pushing forward here. Dr. LZ to finish with Dalka. Not only did they get that point cap, but they were able to use Serious Guy's ult as well as the extermination. That's just a W all the way around.
Washer showing up here. Dr. LZ approaching that supernova, but having control over this point first is a really big deal for Steam Engines. This is how they start off in the driver's seat here. Shang-Chi also having that legendary, as Brad also having the reset too with the fate of both worlds, but Model Turbo also having their answers. They have that karmic revival from the Adam Warlock as well as the Mantis ultimate to keep everybody in the fight.
Yeah, we've seen this before, right? You got to find the Atom first, or you're going to have to deal with, you know, potentially 12 plus eliminations you'll have to get. And wow, did they understand the assignment? He went in the waterfall and is going for it all here. Finko with the mag bubble, trying to get the legendary going. Great response there with the seduction, but it was unable to keep him down using that tree as coverage. Does get the pick on Dr. LZ. Great defense, but also wasn't able to use a lot of the offense there from that legendary. And now, guess what, Vic? It's from the other side. It's going to be Engine with the legendary on and nothing to connect there for the mag.
No, they missed out completely. Dalka had gone all the way up. It looks like maybe the meter was deleted there too, but you get the res from Svenko. You re-engage just right afterwards, and even with the extermination, you're forcing this out from Steam Engines where King Coco had gotten that copy. Washer got put to sleep real quick, and now the supernova comes in from Dr. LZ. Yes, you get put into the psionic seduction, but you get saved by these mag bubbles, and he's just clearing the table.
Just absolute cooking here when there's no Goddess of Death on the table here. But tick, tick, tick goes the domination clock. 84, 85% now. Cleaning up a lot easier now for the team. Steam Engine only need 10% more to take this map back, making it a 1-1. Boy, do they like to keep things interesting against the teams they play.
Love it. I love this. Keep on the entertainment out here. Provide everything you got in store for yourself. Of Senko finding that KO onto Dr. LZ, the big MVP crucial point here for Steam Engines, as now Washer goes all the way up with the Meteor M12, staring at it dead on like, you ain't gonna get me, right? You're like just trying to navigate away. Still managed to get away, even with the Meteor hurled in his direction.
Man, that was some cool, that was some smooth Loki play, if I say so myself. But right now, it's all Steam Engine as they get to make it. Okay, there it is, folks. 1-1. What a response there. Looking completely different on our second Dom map.
Man, I mean, without the ability to even contest there at that point too, taking us the distance, I guess, is something that's on the itinerary for Steam Engine.
I mean, yeah, they bet on themselves. Like I said, they didn't like their performance. Okay, Brad, you're going to clap for me, buddy, because, you know, I was going to point you out on the break. You know, the elims happen pretty fast on Brad often here, but turning it around completely, getting the MVP, getting the 16 elims, the 1 death. That's what you want to see out there. You've earned my respect more there on Luna. Looking towards the stats. Vic, what do you like?
So far, looking at the final hits here from Dr. LZ, the 12 final hits specifically, yes, it doesn't look like a lot of damage on the board, but to be fair, it was a quick 2-0. And then what you highlighted, Brad came through and is putting on a performance this time. Take a little bit of ramp up, but the survivability from the back line too from this team really went a long way.
Yeah, it's the 7 KOs for me that I like on that one. The final hits. That's definitely what you want to see out there. Great job. Team coming together and being able to get the job done. Slurrent still getting the damage out as well. And just playing a bit more polished altogether here as we head into what is going to be the third matchup between these two teams. Will it be Dom again? They seem like they like it, Vic.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised as long as they manage to play into those win conditions and ban the Hela, because Fenko was trying to match that, whether we saw the Torch or we saw the Star-Lord. It wasn't really working out. I believe that also goes hand in hand to say that maybe they themselves don't have a res comp that's really lined up with what they want to play into. So that really also helped up when it comes to trying to diversify yourself.
Yeah, without question here as we see the highlights, and right now it's looking like a Dr. LZ highlight reel from this team. As there's Brad with the quick pop on both Ultron and the Torch, taking them out of the skies there. Love to see what they've got, and it's anybody's game at this point. Both teams have won, but can they make it 2-3 to move on in the lower brackets? They're facing elimination and the potential to make the top 2 to land Ignite after China. Again, if you're watching this, guys, this is not Ignite. This is the MRC Season 2 to qualify for the latter part, Vicky, but it's been a good one.
It has been, and it's only 2 teams that managed to find their own spot within the MRI. So everything on the table here aside from the prize pool, Cozy.
All right, guys. Well, you've been waiting a long time. Just a little bit more. 3 minutes. We're going to take on a quick break here, and then we'll see you guys right after for the action between these 2 teams. Which one's going to come out on top? We'll have to find out.
Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through sun walls. Before the rift splinters again, the unravel till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. We see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through sun walls. Before the rift splinters again, the unravel till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Guys, and welcome back yet again. It has been a great MRC thus far to Swan Song Season 2, the Hellfire Gala, and head into Symbiote Season, Vicky, as we go into our 3rd matchup between these 2 teams.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Season 3 is among us. I feel like time has just been flying by, but also this tournament has been flying by. The fact that we are here in Season 2 of the MRC is fantastic to highlight the talent that is on the up here in the competitive Marvel Rival space.
Well, guys, we have good news for you. It's not going to be domination for the 3rd time. You know, it's going to be something a little bit different here. We've solved this map once before for these teams, and funny enough, we're going back on over to Symbiotic Surface. Now, why this is interesting, if you guys are just now checking on in, is this was the map, I believe, Vicky, Steam Engine, they absolutely went full throttle on, but ended up losing the overtime push.
Yup, that was map number 2 against Arrival 7 in our last series, and so this further highlights that they still feel confident here. It may not be that domination still game mode that they want to lean into, because it's gotten maybe too close for their own comfort, but diving right back into Clintar, I think, is going to help them out, because again, it's still fresh in their head too.
Yeah, and look at this. Obviously, they know, okay, well, we can't have Dr. LZ playing Torch. That's just that we can't have that. So that's their first ban to open things up right off the gate, and that's gonna allow for the Ultron ban into the Loki Protect on the other end. Wow. Okay, so kind of interesting, right? Steam Engine always Wolverine ban first. They don't do that. So they lose that, and they lose the Human Torch ban. So double ban picks going against Steam Engine in terms of strategy.
Okay. And actually opting to protect the Wolverine here, though, for Model Turbo means that they've gotten the indicator that we keep seeing Steam Engine prioritize that ban instead, but going over to the Ultron now protecting that Loki opens the floor up for them. No Luna, though, and I like this because I was talking about it, theory crafting it after game number 1. What would these fights look like when they aren't as elongated to allow another reset of these ultimates wrapped up around for the whole team, right? So you won't have the Loki and Luna. If you're going to protect the Loki, you know what you have to do next.
Only thing that is curious to me is, okay, I guess Sfinko is just a crazy Wolverine. Because, like, in my opinion, it's like, man, I would have just banned the Hela. Or I would have saved the Hela at that point, right? With what we saw them do on map 1. But my guess is Wolf is an important part of this team's game plan to try to get this W here. Cloak save coming in hot here. They don't have the Luna, so they're going to lean into that. We're going to see if Brad can... kind of spread out the roster a bit more. My guess is he'll be playing the Cloak this time around. Oh, the Psylocke save. So this has to be an EMEA ban for Steam Engine.
I think so. It'd make a lot more sense here on the other side. Let's see what they hover over, or if they want to get another target ban perhaps here. But this is looking like a scary lineup. You have the Psylocke and the Wolverine still available here.
Yeah,
and
this
is
is
Storm.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's another one of Dr. LZ's faves, the Flyers. So it is curious to see that. I would say, at least in the pick ban phase, I'm going to give the W over to Turbo, just really shutting down what has been the strength so far for the other team. But the ban comes up. You would think this is Emma Slurt that was probably trying to convince him. He's like, hey, listen, guys, I'll carry. Don't worry about the echoes, okay? I can go crazy. We have seen Dr. LZ, I believe, play Psylocke too. So, yeah, they're going to just keep it for themselves. That's what it looks like. They think that this team's believed in themselves, right? So they're going to try to do it again. Okay, well, we'll see here. Is anyone going to play Psylocke?
I'm surprised that the Emma Frost went through to the very end. When you have a Psylocke and Magneto available for that team up, is going to be damage output for days on this Pro Pressure.
Yeah, this is what I thought too. Sfinko's on Wolverine there. Dr. LZ going to take the Wolf. Typically, Wolf going to the most talented duelist on the team. But I think they're discussing it a little bit. Like, hey, why don't you just play Psylocke and I'll take him? Because, I'm saying anyone can play Wolf, but such a good hero. And look at that. They're still deciding what they want to play over there, Steam Engine.
Yeah, Shang-Chi's just lingering. Do you go... Oh, the Star-Lord. Okay, so no Psylocke. I was talking about the team up maybe here, but they're still hovering over it, still deciding. And sticking to what seems to be the comfort pick. Because Shang-Chi also was on that Bucky before. We saw some success, the enablement from Steam Engines too onto Shang-Chi, but Dr. LZ was really that star key player. If you could get much more of these playmaking plays here with Wolverine, you know you're gonna have a good time.
Absolutely here. And yeah, a bit shocked. I wasn't crazy impressed with the Psylocke play that I saw on Spider Island, so I'm fine with not seeing it from them. Just a little weird that the ammo was allowed to, but yeah, Psylocke not on either side is interesting, especially with the save there, but I think Turbo's going to want that for the offensive side here, as Bucky's just so good with these quick hooks on the opening just to allow the teams to get space to get that Vanguard pick, especially on offense here. Dr. LZ looking for the opening pick here, and he has plenty to choose from. If he gets this Magneto, it's going to be absolutely scrumptious in terms of the claws. He's diving in early.
Oh, tries to get the kidnap here, successfully brings it right back, but then we get a little bit of Wolverine on Wolverine action. Nice protection from the Magneto bubble. That's why if you have your Wolverine, you send it out like a Pokemon, and you have your Magneto just provide that protection, but great grapple to immediately try to provide that follow-up. Another protection save here on their own Magneto bubble just to reset.
Call it Sand Slash out there, trying to push in now as the teams are colliding and slicing and dicing as Finko. We knew this was their game plan going in. He gets one to open up the point. We've got the internal bond to match here, Vic, and 12 is going to be the leader of it. But quick with the dash and the spread. Now Serious Guy trying to keep things going for this offense. Does get the pick on Dr. LZ. That's the big pick that they wanted. Internal bond keeping them in it though. Steam Engine just trying to stall right now as best they can.
Trying to waste away more of that time. Yes, you get the choke slam down here, though. Serious Guy, meaning business, just trying to isolate the two players that were in that side room. It's going to be the Emma Frost going out next here. You don't get the reset here, but you still activate that Kraken impact. It's the worst feeling, though, when you get it, but it's like, damn, at least you guys got it.
I hate that whenever you're trying to get the reset and the elim happen. But yeah, honestly, I need to see Slurn go crazy here. They didn't do the EMEA ban, all right? So let's see what you got. I've seen a lot of good play from them thus far. Dalka, though. Dalka has been lethal with those just neutral pokes of primary there from Magneto. Great job with the 1-2 quick hits, and that's a fast point there, Vic.
That's huge here. Now Dr. LZ would have to come in with that Wolverine ultimate, but it really wasn't able to get cycled in for that final fight here, considering that the survivability was there from King Coco and Brad. But again, this showcases what happens when you don't have that Luna Snow to just give you some more time to build up into those ultimates.
And we've seen a lot of Ultron here from Cabell. Yeah, we've seen a lot of Ultrons there from Turbo, and I'm going to be curious to see just how their Bucky play continues, because it's been dominant thus far here. Now Winter Surger throwing out the bangs, the pops, 50%. Here comes the Berserker Rampage here, and Spinko not getting anything from it. Actually, huge W there from Steam Engines, just surviving it, but there it comes. It just comes a little delayed effect, Vic.
It's a little bit of a lag here, at least in real life instead. And you get the slam dunk, you try to get the kidnap, you try to reset entirely, and you go to the safety of your supports to bring you right back. But you lost out on Team Coco here instead. That's going to be 12. He's going to have that ultimate ready to go as well, ready to fight off against what Steam Engine doesn't have with their own Loki, and misses out on that Meteor M here.
Yeah, Dalka unfortunately not connecting that, but I knew once that Hella wasn't protected, it was Wolverine. Spinko has something up their sleeve, definitely showing it here. Slurnt now with the seduction, trying to set up for the team. We know what Washer can do, but this time does not land for the double, triple, or anything at that now. Both teams fighting in pure chaos here. We do have our first Tony Stark appearance. Jarvis ready to clip some action here. Maximum Pulse underway any time of their choosing here, as Dr. LZ is just trying to get some... Oh, beautiful kidnap.
Oh, but the Magneto bubble right on cue. Always on point is Dalko with those saves too, and that's actually stopping a lot of Dr. LZ and their playmaking ability. Meanwhile, Kamilana comes in with the Grand Slam, not gonna get cut off by their own teammates instead. So you get the reset off of the reset with this Kraken impact.
And not even Thanos and the Black Order could stop Bucky and Wolf ults there. I mean, just absolute deadly as they clean up with ease. Turbo pushing through this point. 2 minutes 30 seconds on the clock. It's an eternity as they hit point number 3. I do believe it was them though, Steam Engines, that held for like 4 minutes here against a rival. So they've done it before. Maybe they could do it again. We'll have to see, as now it's just pure aggression. My goodness, this Winter Soldier is relentless.
Now we're seeing it come out, and off the Terror Cave too. Oh, I just witnessed a kidnap just completely came out of left field right there too, bringing him all the way back in. The lamps have been activated for the Loki. 12 still having that reset opportunity too with the God of Mischief just to get the Eternal Bond. Since we have the Cloak and Dagger out instead, it's going to be able to create the pathing for the rest of the team to just close in that gap. But you have to avoid the maximum force as you're forced to drift back. Nice shimmy shade in their way to avoid the ultimate.
Yeah, great awareness there from 12. Just always having one ear open for Iron Man. The blender in the sky, as I like to call it, so loud, but can absolutely chauffeur it now as Coco getting the quick elimination on Spinko is massive. Dalka trying to put an exclamation point on what has been a huge push so far, unable to connect. We got the Eternal Bond coming out from Coco on the other side. Slurp now with the seduction. They've got to clean up here. They're using everything to do so, and they're going to do just that and hold this team back. But look at this rotation. Super smart. Instead of just being eliminated and beating ult charges, they back up, Vicky, and reset.
They have to. You said exclamation point, more like a question mark right there with the way that meant. That meteor slammed down because Washer now is coming to play instead and has the Meteor M themselves. That's with if Svenko doesn't get the isolation though. You know Svenko's on the hunt with the Wolverine ult too.
Absolutely. Now just trying to hold on. Does have the defensive ult to use against potentially Iron Man. I always love one team going with the other whenever one decides to change. And Coco getting the second time now. This Finko elimination early, that has just been massive to open up for the team there. Wow, King. I see you out there, buddy. Absolutely sitting on that throne.
Yeah, Coco back here, though, has definitely been on my highlight, just looking at the way that Steam Engines has progressed between their last series into now. Having that Loki is a really strong suit for Steam Engines, and King Coco really shines on that pick. Now, you will have 3 ultimates coming up. You could even say almost all ultimates for Moto Turbo just going into this next rotation. But all eyes right now on Cabelada to see if you could actually stop this Internal Bond coming in from Brad.
All right, Brad throwing out the Internal Bond here. We've got, oh no, it looks like The pulse was stopped there for Steam Engine, and it held them at 50% here. And instead, maximum pulse, bam! Connects on Brad, taking every bit of that from Jarvis. Zalka getting the pick on Washer. Now it's 12 to follow, and it's Turbo putting this payload on Turbo as they're going to push through with a minute.
Oh my goodness, King Coco moved up and then found 12-2 in the process, and that was with some help from the Emma Frost Shield, just allowing them to have that space. Slurnt also has the Symbiotic Seduction, and Zalka finding Slurnt too means that it's going to be a reset here from Steam Engines.
All right, minute left. There's going to be at least one more fight for it. They used a lot to get it right. They're fresh out of ultimates for a while. Definitely not even getting that within a minute. Maybe they're going to get a maximum pulse. It's going to be Steam Engines that if they can time this up right, you know, you don't want to eliminate them immediately, right? Almost, because they would have the chance to get back. 48 seconds left. You got the Berserker Rage into the maximum pulse, into the Seduction. Vicky, I mean, you just, that entire barrel is loaded.
They have everything on the table. It's going to be a buffet for Steam Engines to continue on this domination, though, on defense. And with the Symbiotic Seduction just to start things off, they can try to force that out, as Model Turbo have no answers to stop this from happening. They will have the Iron Man Ultimate, at least first, coming up here for Model Turbo, but they don't really have anything for survivability.
Yeah, but time is ticking. They're allowing them to charge up here. They're getting close to it. 12 close to it. There's maximum pulse, though. The one they had. There's the left who's coming out. Quick, swift protection. Nice job there, Jarvis. Don't clip that. Delete it now. Rampage going up. Serious Guy going down. It's Iron Man on Iron Man. Jarvis on Jarvis. And it's going to be Engine with the hit on that one. And this is looking like a stop.
Ultron would be proud in a moment like that here, just seeing all the action play. Osenko falling incredibly low. Slurnt is going to be the finishing blow instead. 12 will be able to reset. Maximum pulse now coming in for Steam Engines. Does not find its mark here as the Eternal Bond continuously paints the floor red.
Portal comes back. This gives them all the life they need, because with that are the ults that are cycling back for Turbo. Only a sliver, though. They're on the clock. Oh, but they stepped off. Turbo, no!
Oh, that, and they were kicking things up there too. It looked like you saw the kidnap happen right there at the same time. Ooh, very unfortunate situation, but you take those if you're Steam Engine in this case.
Yeah, you know what though? I was gonna say this is the stuff you'll see every now and then at this play, but to be honest, we even saw the best teams. Heck, the teams qualifying for Ignite, C9 plenty of times. 100 Thieves got caught like twice doing a pretty bad C9, so it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. We just forget to stay on the point there when you're in the mix of a high exchange battle and there's people flying around. Sfinko's rampaging out there, but good job. Not a horrible push. Steam Engine, we've seen them. You know what, Vic? I'm gonna be honest. We'll know right away this first push on how Steam Engine handles this if they're gonna get all three, because they're gonna come out swinging, or you know the engine's gonna stall.
That's so true, because the way that Steam Engines had played their previous defense, I believe when we saw them in their last series, they were one of the teams that was trying to run the triple Vanguard here. Instead, you know, trying to go for something differently, learning their lessons and adapting around a different team instead. But they were really strong on their attack, you know, recall it correctly on how they were able to approach that. So let's see how that's going to be the approach here with Motto being on the defense this time around and having the Psylocke out.
Yeah, there's the Psylocke we were waiting for. There's the Echoes. Guys, remember, with those Echoes, it could just be 2 taps, and you are back at the spawn, reflecting at what just happened here. As a bit more of an aggression comp here with the Wolf and Psy looking in, but I like the Iron Man play into this comp.
Sanji did have some success here too, and it's also to deal with 12 being on the Loki, having those lamps and just trying to force it out at times. Could really allow Dr. LZ to shine if you want to try to get a little cheeky kidnap. And Shang-Chi is going to be able to wrap around the corner, and look who's waiting for them in the sides. It's going to be Cavalera. That's going to be following up with some more of this poke pressure on that Psylocke.
Yeah, throwing out the repulsor blast here, just getting that nice poke damage and building up that ult as fast as possible. 12 already at 51%, though. Important to keep an eye on that. But Brad, the Quackster over here, he's at 86%. Internal Bond ready. Dr. LZ with a huge kidnap. Dalka just wondering where the heck he's even at. Good protection there, keeping him alive through it all. Internal Bond towards the strategist, marking their targets, and following that is going to be the team. Terror Cape goes out, team goes in, and he eliminates the chauffeur. Yes, Dalka going down.
So they fall out here too with these kidnaps. Being able to find Basanilla is also huge here for Washer. That only really leaves 4 alive here for Model Turbo. The slight stun onto 12. The lamps that are activated from King Coco, and Steam Engines in the driver's seat with King Coco finding Svenko again.
I'm telling you, once this engine starts rolling, good luck stopping it here. Full throttle, no brakes in sight But right now, the points ticking up. You do have the side lock with the quick hit and pick, but it's going to be King Coco just going to wear the crown of MVP so far in this match.
King Coco leading the way with the rest of Steam Engine's going to be able to claim the point already now. And Chengkyu's looking to try to go right back into the better spawn alongside the rest of the team after falling a little earlier in that last fight. But even better for Mato to not try to over-engage here. Just going to be able to back away. And you can see Dr. LZ getting into position, ready to strike.
Yeah, they've got everything for it to show for it. Maximum pulse they can combine with the Watcher, though. Oh, Watcher going down early. Don't want that. Good pick there from Turbo now as they're backing up, going into overdrive, putting that pressure at max. He's going to have to be careful not to get that quick pick. 25 seconds on that Echo cooldown there for Turbo as they're going up for the quick 1-2. Don't get the connection. Serious Guy, though, full pressure on, and they do get the point recap.
And he just showed up to the function and immediately gets 2v1 in that corner right there, too. And Dalka following up. Stanko gets the quad. Follows up with Dalka here, too, as Dalka gets the finishing blow onto Shanji. But even better look in maintaining their positioning around that next corner.
Hugh Jackman, I need you to familiar yourself with Sfinko because that was, oh my goodness, absolute beauty there. And that's what he's capable of. That is what Wolverine can do in these matches. Just an insane ult. And again, guys, he's even better going into S3 here. But the battle fights immediately a huge mag bubble to keep them alive.
That was aura vibes right there. That was an aura of 1v1 because you saw he got stunned, tried to navigate back, gets protected, and still got focused right there as Dr. LZ came crashing down on Spencer, getting a little bit of some revenge here. You see the protection, double bubble, the dance of the butterflies too on top of it all as King Coco got the copy right after we saw the Eternal Bond and then gets sent out as Dalka managed to land a meteor.
Yeah, getting rid of King is huge here, but Dalka can be... Oh my gosh, I thought Dalka was going to get sliced up in return. No, it's Dalka dealing out the damage and the E-limbs, and what a beautiful effort of defense here from the team.
Looking a lot different here. Mato Turbo on the defense, just not letting Steam Engine really run away with that extra time bank that they built up for themselves.
Yeah, definitely running out of coal right now as this Steam Engine at the worst time possible, but they still have 2 minutes, 41 seconds left here. And when you're looking at the ults, Maximum Pulse can set them up for success. Really nothing else to show for it, or either team. Serious Guy getting somewhat close, and maybe Baz here going to be able to get that Eternal Bond. The Echo's coming out, trying to get that aggression in, and they're just doing a great job stalling this, Vic.
And they're just continuously navigating away. They're kiting away there too. They're not overextending. There's not more of these raw initial picks in the neutral, which is really important here for Mato to build up into these ultimates. They're about to have 6-man ultimates with Kabelada about to also have the Dance of Butterflies. It's going to first be opened up though by Steam Engines for the Eternal Bond. You have to dance around the maximum pause. The way that you just dance right underneath that was insane.
I wish I could have seen that in slow-mo because it was like they waved to it as the pulse goes by. Just so close there. Dance execution, getting 1, 2, 3 step, make it 4. My gosh, a absolute full dance performance.
Oh, it's another team fight win, another mollywop against Steam Engines, and now they have less than 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as clean as you could get on the defensive front here. Minute and 32, they're going to need every bit of that to get to the second point in hopes of keeping this thing going. Remember, it is 1-1, best of 5, first to 3 here, and it is why this Psylocke has been banned. We're seeing why this Psylocke has so much carry potential here. Echoes out, Dr. LZ just trying to get away from it.
He was trying to get away to the other side. Svenko, though, getting caught up in everything here. Dr. LZ goes all the way crashing down on the Wolverine last stand here, but the same thing can be retaliated with some protection onto Svenko and the Magneto bubble. Here comes a meteor, and this time from Washer. It sneaks by, and it gives 12 a haircut, landing on its mark. This is the momentum that they needed. With the Eternal Bonds at their feet, they have the advantage.
At the hands of Washer, man. Did not read the late. This Washer only runs on high heat, Vic. Absolute great job at the time needed. 43 seconds left. Now pushing towards the point. Love the Moon Knight swap just for this last bit of the point. They also have the Hand of Khonshu locked and loaded here. They do have the Eternal Bond, Baz, and Baz has just not been hit while trying to get that out.
Having that Eternal Bond is going to allow them just to restabilize here. But Sharky being up on the high ground, having that Moon Knight, the Hand of Khonshu is coming out to enjoy itself shortly as they do get that KO onto Watcher who pushed all the way up. Here comes the Hand of Khonshu, the ultimate too. The different split positioning for the Loki, but you're stuck in that corner.
Yeah, and that is going to be a huge difference maker now as LZ's taking out Serious Guy. And now we're going to have the Kidnap there, and that's a clutch one at that. Taking them out into this fight. It's a slice, it's a dice, and the team knows 0-0-0 on the clock. Overtime on. They're trying to keep their hopes going, and the portal comes out. Vicky, they're going to have to win yet another fight. 1.76 meters left.
Dalka going down without using that Meteor M, at least with that portal.
Oh,
Trying to get right back in, but Dr. LZ came tumbling down, ignoring the silent seduction, and even trying to isolate Basanella.
Oh my gosh, both strategists just getting sliced and diced here from the chef. The Dr. LZ kitchen is on fire and closed right now for Turbo as they grab this point. Okay, Vic, I don't know about you. There was like 4 Loki clones in that Berserker Rampage. I thought he got the whole team at first. And I noticed it was the clones.
He got the scoop up there, and I was more so worried that it was going to be able to hit both of the backliners because Basanella was very close to those crates there too. But still, you were still able to find Basanella no matter what, even through those lamps that you force out from 12. Still really good position to be in. Now it's going to be a different case here as Svenko's close to that Wolverine ultimate instead.
Yeah, remember, they did not get the full cap here, so a minute is plenty to push through this. Another Conjure ready, throwing it out right away. Why not when you can charge it so quickly? Throwing out the Crescent Darts, get those connections. Pop, pop, pop on each of them. Turbo going down 1 by 1. Make it now 2. It is going to be a 4v6. King Coco's got the Eternal Ball now, keeping the team alive, Vicky. And right now it is all gas for this engine.
And Brad now being in that Cloak and Dagger, having that ultimate online, you save it just so that way you can clear that next corner. At the moment, you just keep enabling Dr. LZ on this Wolverine alongside Watcher has just been so crazy to watch. Then you combine that with the Moon Knight that's been getting such a large impact. And Svenko on the hunt right now with the Wolverine last stand. Needs to make a big play.
Yeah, Logan's not the backup, right? Or doesn't need backup. He is the backup here as Moon Knight gets another pick there on the sidelock. That's a massive one to start things. Svenko is slicing, dicing. Will it be enough? He does get the kidnap, but it won't as the Washer running on that high heat, baby. Gets 3, and that's going to be the win for Steam Engine. I'm telling you, this team, they like to be, you know, when you drive your car, the gas lights on, you're like, we'll be fine. We can make it to the gas. I mean, they believe the same belief as they get it done with the clock down to nearly 0.
Man, that, and then you have Watcher out here being the soapy superstar that he is, like King Coco popping off with these Loki clones. The survivability is there, but also the damage output that we keep seeing King Coco put down.
Yeah, King Coco, my gosh. I you know, we talk about Harvey and all these well-known players, but for the well-known or for the not-known right now, King Coco, I see you out there absolutely putting on a show there. 48,000 damage, 15k damage. But on the other front, too, I mean, just look at the team effort across the board. Brad played lights out as well. Dr. LZ stepped it up towards the end and definitely had the better of it. That's one of those matches where you look and it's like, man, Turbo played great, but just not good enough.
Yeah, I think it was very unfortunate with the step up on the point. I feel like if this could have gone the distance, it would have been even closer than what we've seen before because they were holding them back pretty successfully after you get the initial payload through that first choke. But man, it's Shang-Chi also making the swap over to the Moon Knight and having the impact that Shang-Chi did have when everyone was grouped up together on top of boosting up those ultimates with their own Loki, being able to get away with that. Of course, Loki being able to charge up that ultimate just as quickly. But then you have the Moon Knight getting their ultimate just as fast too. It cleared up so much space.
Yeah, great pops from Dalka there, even in the loss. Awesome job there on the elimination front. But yeah, enjoy it now, Lokis. Your old times can be a little bit longer coming to Season 3. King Coco making every bit of it there. Hey, I'm a Loki main, all right, Vic. All right, you know, I played a lot. Well, I played it before he was cool, all right? Season 0, Season 1. I've been swapping different picks now. But, guys, great matchup between these two teams right now. It is Steam Engine, though, on top with 2 wins. Turbo with just the 1, so Steam can get the job finisher and move on in the lower bracket, keeping that dream alive to qualify for the names that we call out on the biggest stage. That would be, what, the group stage there after we get finished with China, guys. This is a good one.
Yeah, you got a lot of glory to play off of. This is an open qualifiers too, so if you think you have the opportunity to take on a lot of these great players, you yourself will be able to have the chance to compete against some of the greats here in Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm honestly excited because I feel like let's fast forward to August, September, and I look at some of these names. I'm like, oh, King Coco, that's right. I remember, it's gonna be excited to see some of them potentially here as we move on, guys. Don't go anywhere. We've got potentially only one more match to result in the finish of this one. Gonna be a good one after this quick break. I mean,
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And when there's no more, then now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. We have Turbo versus Steam Engine. One of them are going to run out of steam, though. Is the engine, is the Turbo? We'll have to find out here in our next matchup, Vicky. As listen, both these teams immense talent from what I've seen so far. It does come down to the pick and ban, crazy pick and ban phase there on Clintar.
Look, the Wolverine, I understand now. I understand what's going on, but I feel like even that combined together, like versus the Psylocke, maybe the Psylocke not getting the impact that we were expecting once the Psylocke was able to pass through alongside the Emma Frost and the Magneto. I was honestly expecting much more poke pressure coming out, but I think you have Washer having a lot of their highlight moments. King Coco, like we keep mentioning, the Loki that has remained a problem, and no focus ban onto the Loki. It's really been a focus ban more so onto the Luna Snow.
Yeah, and if one thing's for sure, it's that we won't be seeing any more of Dr. LZ's Human Torch, at least in this matchup. I think that was definitely the clear winner from them, but we'll have to see if they utilize that Wolverine again or the Hela. It is going to be the Wolves. Finko likes what they did, and again, you said it. I mean, yes, they lost the map, but wow, did they win a lot of the battles and the war in there. Luna with the save, so Brad is back on where he wants to be, even though he did play Cloak pretty dang well in that last one. And Egistril, just as it often is where a lot of these heavyweight matches stack up.
And they ban the Loki. So what are we going to see coming out from King Coco instead? We know those lamps, they could act as a double-edged sword. You could allow the resets with the Kraken Impact if the Bucky comes out. You talk about Moon Knight and boosting up that ultimate, you know, when you have those clones alongside stacked together with those lamps. Not really going to be the case this time around, as the next ban goes towards the Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, I've got to say, so far I like Turbo's big ban approach here. You know, with the Cloak and Dagger ban, that's definitely going to change some things. That's because Brad, you know, has their pick, so they're going to continue with that here. And when it comes to the save, you know, I'm curious. I know in the past we have seen, okay, Invisible Woman. So, you know, even though you don't get that team up potentially with the Human Torch, they like what they have there for King Coco on Invis. That's what we're going to see from them too in terms of the strategist and try to limit what Turbo can pull off here. Turbo with the saves they go with. Yeah, I thought maybe, okay, there it is. Finko getting the pick of the litter. And you know what, Vic? They had he was not on Wolverine Svenko to start, so I'm wondering if he's going to take Hella other now on Wolf, and that's a deadly duel.
Yeah, the Hela from Svenko came in clutch in that very first map that we saw them win on. That's where they got a lot more of that impact. It also stopped any sort of contention with Ultron, which of course we won't have that in this case as Ultron's banned for both teams, which is important to highlight. You know, the pick and ban phase here is very different compared to the MRI. If you guys are just tuning in right now, any saves and any bans that you currently see pertain to both teams. It is not isolated for the blue team or the red team here. So that means Ultron cannot be played from both teams. Same thing now for Psylocke and that Punisher.
Yeah, definitely like that call out there. Psylocke's out the window. A lot at stake here. And right now, you know, I'm probably feeling pretty happy in terms of pick and bans for Turbo. But yeah, like the switch up. You know, listen, King Coco had craziness on Loki back-to-back, had those MVPs, but has a Lord icon there on the Invis as well, so plenty comfortable as we see Patch make another appearance for Dr. LZ.
Dr. LZ hovering over that Wolverine when we're going to see a little change up here where we get some early shields on the board with the Penny and the Rocket. Combine that together and starting things off on the attack just for Motto's side of things. Steam Engines working into that defense and seeing that Shang-Chi has been going for the Star-Lord even when there isn't a triple res composition available.
Absolutely. Here is on defense, Steam Engine set up for success. We've seen a little bit of Star-Lord from them, but not too much from completely. But the Snowflake just makes it that much harder to take down the son of Ego over here now as they push in forward, and we've got the Bucky show to push on. Now, no Hella to start, like the idea with Finco on Wolverine, that constant pressure early, maybe a bit more in the later sides of the map. But here they go as the teams clash towards the first kind of choke point.
It makes it exciting because sometimes if teams do want to play a lot more forward heavy on the Vanguard side of things, it just would allow Svenko being on the attack to try to get more of these cheeky kidnaps. You can look out for it by playing on that top platform up on the high ground to the right side, tries to get the grapple in, but we are just duking it out with the Emma Frost, the command grabs, and then finding Washer in a very difficult situation. How do you even come back from that when you get the choke slam down and you bring them right towards your team?
Yeah, crazy good picks right now for Turbo, getting around this first point with ease there. And I thought Slurd did a good job on making space there with the diamond form kick to get them back, but it's not going to be enough now as Serious Guy's just letting them have it towards the back line. Slurd going down as well. The full stagger. Wash going to come back as that portal now. They're going to dive right into the action. King Coco's still 7 seconds behind, and that's going to be with that ultimate to keep the team up. 94 seconds for Brad as well. They're waiting for it. They're going to time this thing out. They've got their push and hold they can do here.
And there's that survivability. You also talk about using that Magneto bubble right on time. You won't have it to just deal with this Kraken impact. Instead, it's slammed down onto 3 here. Brad holding onto that ultimate. The invisible boundary is down. The Grand Slam, though. And that's even with the dance off from Brad, just to make sure that that was a nail in the coffin for Shang-Chi being on that Bucky. Hiding behind the shield, making sure it doesn't get broken. It just whizzes past them. The gigantic meatball. And it's not going to have the impact they were looking for.
Yeah, being able to go to Strange for the portal back, but then also having that shield for the timely Magneto ult as just 2-for-1 special, right? Slurk going in with the seduction. It's going to be a beautiful sweep up from there as you're going to see them push in. I would say Turbo, very good though of awareness, just holding back and resetting as they have to after that kind of a pick there from Dalka or Stagger Death. Now looking at it, Kraken impact into the Agamotto. They've got plenty to hold this defense strong. Minute 54 seconds, but on the side of Turbo, they have what they need.
Some cheeky shots in here. A little sneaky. Got the Kraken impact once again. Man, Bucky gets it so quick here, too. It always ends up being a forgetful thing here until you see that ultimate on board for another re-engagement. Other supports ready, though.
Oh.
But ultimate at the Eye of Agamotto. It sneaks in from the high ground, and it's called out 12.
Wow, and beautiful protection of strat. Oh my gosh, perfect strategist play in the back line because they almost got the chain going for them, but they kept each other up, kept each other alive, and then eliminated it quickly. There was the Bucky now switching over to Storm. Great communication from Steam Engine. They're feeling like they could get this win to move on in the lower bracket, and this is a great start. Minute left, Vic.
And you got 3 ultimates. Make it 4 coming up soon for Brad. And that Luna Snow Fate of both worlds here. Got the Kraken impact ready to go, and Model Turbo have to try to keep this Invisible Woman alive with the invisible boundary. It's going to be crucial. Without that, though, getting that pick of the Dr. LZ, it's even better.
Yeah, Paige and Dr. LC got pulled to a different appointment, getting pushed to the back now and getting pulled out from Dalka. That's what I want to see. Dalka now has gotten eliminated twice, but responds with a crucial pick to keep this team in. Brad out there dancing, keeping the teams up, and we do have both Berserker Rage and Kraken Impact to hold the line here. 37 seconds left. Sfinko, he's gotten 5 before. He needs a few now. He gets 2, and that's going to be a good start to this push, Vic.
Right here, coming all the way crashing down. You've isolated the backline here, too. You try to run away. The Luna Snow. Brad stopping Spanko after the slowdown right there, too. As now Serious Guy pushes all the way up. They're playing patty cake in the backline to Silent Seduction just to keep the stagger going.
Oh, gets King Coco just by the tip of it there. Now they're going to be able to push this to the next point. Going to be maybe they touch here and they hop on in time. Yep, Doctor's going to come in. Paging, Doctor dead. Okay, now the portal does come in with overtime 3.12. They have plenty in the tank. Look at these ults, Yagamoto, but everyone right now is eliminated. They need to keep this thing staggered up. Ult goes up, ult goes down, and down goes Brad, and this is probably going to be the end of point 1 here for Steam Engine.
Overtime taken away, but it was still a pretty good hold just to dwindle away more of that time bank. They completely wiped the point. They finally get to that first checkpoint, and they didn't try to put everything out on the table, so they still will be able to try to re-engage with these 3 ultimates.
It's always sad when, you know, I've been there. You're trying to save the game, save the point, and then you flatlined himself like Doctor did there. Like, where you have to be that touch just to keep things going, but you know it's certain death. But hey, good job stalling it out. 2 minutes left. Turbo now used a lot on that fight. You know, they're getting somewhat close to maybe Sphincos and the Omega Hurricane, but right now it is all momentum, I think, for Engines.
Okay, now looking at the way that they have so much to work around with here, and Svenko also about to have that Wolverine. Oh my gosh, the freeze into the Wolverine combo attempt right there. I like the attempt, but it was stopped shortly here with the way that Model Turbo now forced to back away. Caballera cannot really do much. Has the Omega Hurricane being on that storm, but it was a good hold with just only 1 ultimate utilized from Steam Engines.
And we've seen Dalka go crazy, but Dalka right now is just getting picked in these fights. And man, King Coco, the 14th, I would be scared to see what the other 13 King Cocos were able to do, because the absolute great play no matter what hero. The sky opens up. Weather report is tornado, and it does connect, but not going to get anything as they are safe in this invisible boundary.
Perfect. Invisible boundary for invisible boundary, by the way. It's the cancel out PEMDIS that we mentioned before. As a Kraken Impact comes slamming down and finds the storm again. I feel like the Storm Omega Hurricane isn't really going to be able to get much other than trying to force out these ultimates instead, but you got to worry about the impact that we're currently seeing from Shang-Chi being on this Bucky.
Yeah, just playing it on repeat there again as they get yet another pick and stagger on Turbo. 50 seconds left to reconvene and get this thing together. They do have the Rampage that they can use to open things up into the Meteor, but you're going to have to deal with that on the opposition of Engine. Engine doesn't have much, though, in the tank to hold this part of the point.
Here with the Luna Snow from 12, at least, the fate of both worlds could come in clutch, but now you're down to less than 30 seconds on the board. Washer's got that Meteor M, and we know what Washer could do when it comes to spinning you right around. Oh my goodness! The stop, the grab, the immediately conversion into getting that pick. King Coco does go out, though, so it's a trade from both sides, but Svenko won't be around to utilize that Wolverine ultimate, which could have come in clutch as the dance-off happens.
Oh, he got 4! And he was about to stack bodies in the waiting room, but was unable to connect. You hate to see it as Dalka now getting and trading with Washer. It's going to be Turbo pushing forward easily here, and they're trying to make this thing more. This is the same thing, same point, or same thing, different point now, as they're able to barely potentially get this. They're going to move in here. They're just waiting for their opportune moment, pushing in. 4.16 left in the freeze, just watching the action from the sidelines.
I mean, it's just funneled inside that tiny corridor in that choke, and then you get choke slammed instead. They've wiped the floor right around the point here. It was a nice attempt just to stall for as long as possible with the overtime ticking away. You're only stalling the inevitable here, as now Model Turbo keep walking a dog.
Yep, same exact result, right? Just different point. Now we've got the Omega Hurricane ready to rock, and love this for them because they can put this on Brad and they can get out that fate between worlds there, and then they're able to get that support ult out and continue to rain down with what else they have, maybe Sphinco to follow. We've seen that time after time with these top teams. Get that poke damage in. The damage is up for them, and both of them fully loaded.
Here we go with the Omega Hurricane. Can it force any of those ultimates out? It does here. It's from King Coco and the Invisible Boundary. It's not about getting that pick. It's just about forcing out more utility away from Steam Engines, especially since they have that Luna Snow ready to go to help back them up. And even through the Sound of Seduction, they move all the way forward here. Steam Engines gets the choke slam from Slurnt, and they manage to replant their feet on this defense.
Yeah, beautiful job once again from Dr. LZ, opening it up with the cleanest cut you'll ever see there, getting 2 of them. And now pushing forward and just trying to keep that aggression on. Always tough just to make there be a little bit of space on here. 24 seconds left, and they have plenty, but they're going to have to nail their ults, their timing, and their teamwork here if they want to finish this with 3 ticks on for the final map, potentially for the team here. Brad does have that dance ready to go, not execution, but save into the Kraken Impact, and it's the finale for one. Now both teams.
Oh, Washer getting called out, though, with the kidnap. Svenko is going to be able to get that pick, but they traded off for Dalka. Now Svenko going through the back line, trying to find both the Invisiwoman and Brad. He gets the scoop about the Dr. LZ. Brad goes down, and that's 3 ultimates that can't even be used. Neither is the Invisible Boundary, and overtime ticking away means that Model Turbo cannot get off this point.
Yeah, and, you know, great elim there, but now we are going to be able to have Engines come out of there with 3 ults. You do have the Invisible Boundary, though, so time this up correctly. You can take this baby all the way home, put it on full turbo. Just a little bit of... They're both jumping up, trying to see who's who and who's where. Short Kings rise up. Poor Wolverine can't see over that point there as Kraken Impact is ready to unleash. It is an absolute snowball of an ultimate. Turn it into an avalanche. You got yourself a 2-point hold here as they're trying to get the points up. Patience up. Meteor M's down. Oh, that would have been a huge connection, but it misses.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe actually helping them out as a therapist, spinning the problems away as Washer does not find that mark. Now Chunky goes down. King Coco meets him back in the spawn room doors. And with overtime taking away, they have the number advantage. They're sending Steam Engines back to the spawn room.
Yeah, this is going to be 3. I mean, they're going to have to... This is going to be near impossible for them to touch, even with a tick on the clock. It is going to look too little, too late for them as it is Turbo pushing this thing. I was going to call it, but they didn't have the Kraken Impact to come to touch, but that's all they needed. One quick touch gets the Captain America. Steve Rogers, he can do it all day. Into the seduction. My gosh, could this be closer? 0.97. 1 sliver on the overtime. It's the Dr. LZ throwing out the bodies and stacking them for the waiting room, Vic.
And Brad and King Coco are working overtime in this 9-5 strategist clock in right now because they are keeping Slurnt alive. Shenji then comes out on the Wolverine, rolling out after trying to use that Kraken Impact just to continuously delay and stall with overtime. Svenko keeps finding King Coco, though, isolating the backline here from Steam Engines.
He's slicing, he's dicing, he's building that old charge. You've got the finale on. Washer with the symbiote bite here to munch the feed and get more on the Elim feed now. The dance is out. This is their time to collapse Turbo if they want this 3rd point here. Neither team can step off at this point. Either will lose it here. Berserker Rage goes up, it goes down. They do get a couple bodies with it. Strange out of the fight. Meteor up. Dalka, can he connect? This would be a huge... Oh, Vicky!
Oh, he misses the whip Nito. They strike again. Cozy, we can't leave it. Dalko, though, staying alive. Magneto Bubble, they've wiped the floor here. The Emma Frost is coming in clutch, and even with the death response, it's fine. They get it to the finish line with no time on the board.
Oh man, that Kraken Impact to touch with the Captain America to follow with 2 elims. I thought that was gonna be it. That was an insane job for both these teams, just not wanting to lose and get eliminated from the dream and their chance to play on Rivals' biggest stage. That is Ignite in the EMRC right here, right now. Vic, that match had it all.
Oh my goodness. I honestly didn't think he was going to get there on time. That Kraken Impact was crazy. All right, talk about good timing and communication coming in. At least they dwindled away that time bank a little earlier before they got to the finish line. But even better perseverance from Model Turbo. I really want to highlight specifically the Emma Frost plays from Serious Guy were on fire. I feel like I've mentioned it already before, but it was specifically a spotlight by the very end right there too with the choke slam and the diamond form.
That was a good call out there. Did you notice too that like movie moment where the Washer could have had that connection on Storm and it would have honestly probably been it. That would have been the stop. And then he misses, hits the rafters, and the rest was... It's like, oh man, you look back on those ones. That's what the MCU moments are all about. Unable to make it happen here in Yggdrasil. But It is coming down to the wire. I want to agree. Serious Guy has had some crucial picks there, time after time there. And Dalka really stepped it up towards the later part of that map. But, man, Svinko getting that huge 5-piece to open up that fight. That's what got it done.
Yeah, and then we saw the desperate spots with Shang-Yi going over to the Wolverine. Like, that was even with that Kraken input just to stall for as long as possible. Good last-minute plays and call-outs here from both sides as we start things off with Steam Engines being on the attack. This time around, Dr. LZ being on the Storm.
Yeah, you might as well call him Dr. Flyer. The guy likes being in the air best. Doesn't have Human Torch, but has the next best thing in Storm here now. And it's not going to be Svinko on Hela. It is going to be the side of Engines now. Svinko, though, huge pick on Washer early to stop any form of momentum. Also huge in terms of ult charge and opening fight. Oh, my gosh.
You know, I think, Cozy, I'm understanding why we're seeing Steam Engines prioritize that Wolverine ban, like, from the last 2 series that we've seen Steam Engines in general, because Watcher has been getting picked off first for a lot of these entry engagements from Svenko specifically, and Dalko had gotten that follow-up.
Yeah, honestly, we've seen this team now, Steam Engines, they ban Wolverine every single time to start every match, and they haven't been lately, and it's showing. You'd hate to see that happen to him, as now Serious Guy, yet again, the EMEA on EMEA battle there, and end up getting the pick now just to continue this defensive effort. Omega Hurricane goes down. There goes the dance to at least proc some survival, but it's going to respond from both sides. 12 matching that dance in response. Dr. LZ, though, gets the best from the strat. And now you get a little bit of offensive momentum, but not if Svinko has anything to say about it with the 1-2 pop down.
Oh no, slam down, finding a shish kebab out here too, and still being able to keep going at the Wolverine 1v1. Get over here. Isolating him as Washer does find Dalka, but the number advantage is still in favor here and holding this defense.
Oh my
now
God.
Steam Engines wrap up around.
Holy Hugh. I mean, that just like Svinko is just absolutely coming from all angles, and as we've coined it to Terra, just kind of the horror movie that is Wolverine. You got to look at all corners, can kidnap you from any point now. 2 minutes 23 and 3 seconds left. Is plenty of time though for this team. They got a rampage of their own. They understand the assignment. It's get rid of Svinko and fast, because that has been a lot of the win con. Kidnapped right back, Vic, and we'll see if they use the seduction. Yes, they do right away.
Just immediately point blank, just trying to prevent these ultimates from coming out. But then you look at the Magneto ult to try to slam down and help out Dalka. It's going to find Dr. LZ following up with that psionic seduction too. As Kamelana, he got called out from the air, so he actually completely annihilates them. And that's to prevent the Omega Hurricane from coming out.
Yeah, that was insane. What was also insane is that Dalka and Washer used that ult on the exact same frame tick. They said it at the exact. There was no delay between them. Both meteoriums up, both down here, and one coming out with a bit more of that game. Minute 16 left. You're gonna do the same thing. Dr. LZ was it on their side on this point of the map, and there it goes yet again, getting eliminated, flatlining. Oh, there. Okay, we got a fight here, Vic.
I love when you get a little cheeky, you get to stall right on time, you get the invisible boundary, but you double jumped away. They did call him out though, Washer finding exactly where that invisible woman was, and the Omega Hurricane to follow up. No invisible boundary wall, the sustainability, and they still were able to get to that point.
Yeah, it was doing good, but they had to back away to stay alive, and at that point you're able to just get the cap through, right? So good job, good stall effort there from Turbo. 3 minutes on the clock isn't exactly an eternity on this part of the map. Tough part to cap here. Brad able to push forward with the dance to keep him alive, but Svinko, that's all you need, Vic. That's all you need for the 5-piece.
See if you could get it here. Looking to see if you could get the alley-oop, as I like to call it, the 1-2 Scooby-Doo with the Wolverine. You can really see Svenko getting up on top too, just trying to get into position as Steam Engines now wrapping around. They have Brad at least with the Luna Snow, fate of both worlds to keep them alive through it all. The same thing as Moto Turbo react first here. It's 12 that activates it, but a little too late as Slurt is able to find Svenko.
Well, Jinkies there as they're just going off as Slurt does get that quick pick. Dr. LZ throwing it up, does have that Omega Hurricane, choosing to have the patience here, which is massive as they continue to push it. Wow, this is going okay. Winning in the neutral at that point is a massive W, because now they don't have to use as much to try to get this part of the point. Now maybe just Dr. LZ with the Omega Hurricane they can use. They're taking the top in, like this approach. Vicky, oh no, Svinko goes down.
Oh no, and that's with the double jump too. The invisible one was looking for an opportunity, but they heard the footsteps. They didn't want to reveal themselves too early. You double jump, you shoot, and then Bazanella gets set down here too. Literally no contention right here on this attack in stopping this payload.
Look at that team more coming back, and just a little bit of a speed boost to get to that point a little bit faster. Full aggression, as we've seen Steam Engines do in the past here now. Turbo, they have plenty for the hole, but 3 minutes of it is going to take a lot of wins and fights here. Omega Hurricanes are ready to go for both teams. About to be stormy out here. Vic now as, Slurn Day with the quick pick.
I was wondering if Washer had where we saw. Oh no!
Oh no!
I was finding Spanko there too. I was able to see that Delka didn't have that bubble right there. Vesanella forced to back away and said both strategists can't really do anything other than just beat up with the rest of the team.
It's got to be the worst feeling in Rivals when you activate your ult and then you die right after. It's just such a horrible feeling. Charge it back up from the top there, 10% now, and they are just rounding this corner already. Both Hurricanes coming out. Which one is going to come away with the sunny day or the stormy skies? Both Invisible Woman. They're matching ult for ult, Vic.
Yeah, the Invisible Woman boundary just ends up being the eye of the storm, though. They find them both through it all. And it's sunny skies here for Steam Engines. It's a clearance as a Wolverine desperate touch comes in, and the choke slam is left to be answered by Slurn.
Wow, 2 minutes on the clock. This is insane. And all they have to do now is to hold long enough, push hard enough, and they're going to be advancing in the lower bracket to try to get their stamp in Ignite.
Talk about a different look on the attack that time around. That extra time bank, especially on this map, I really feel like goes a long distance because you've already seen the contention just trying to get to that first checkpoint for both these teams. It usually ends up being dwindled away and forced into overtime.
Yeah, that's a great point, honestly. I'm not saying that time doesn't matter. 3 minutes is a long time, but this first point can take so much time to get that, honestly, if you're able to just roll out here as Turbo, you can easily win this thing. You know, we saw it happen in terms of Steam Engine last time. Whenever they ended up losing, they had all the time in the world, right? So anything can happen. Heck, I think Sentinels had a 5-minute time at one point in Central Park against 100 Thieves and lost, right? So time, it matters, but you know what? Just have a good offensive push here and you can make a lot from it.
Try to work it into your favor when it comes to momentum. This game is so heavily reacted on momentum base, and you can see that just the way that your ultimate economy is worked and trickled into staggering. Combine that with your strategist and just trying to force that rock, paper, scissors play from the opposing team. And what I mean by that is that you see these Omega Hurricanes, they may not get that impact right away with a pick initially, but as long as it gets that Luna Snow ultimate or invisible boundary out from the Invisible Woman, it goes a long way, and it actually really helps enable Svenko in this case here as we see some swaps.
Yeah, Turbo going to really set what they need to do to win this thing, and it's going to come at the hands of Svenko, as we've seen time and time again. The team from Brazil trying to keep this dream alive. Great job here. Just use that Invisible Woman shield for Dr. LZ, the playmaker of this team, farming up early. And look at King Coco already halfway to the Invisible Boundary. Absolute insanity with only 30 seconds left.
That's a lot of healing output coming in. The chokeslam, nice protection with the Magneto bubble as Dr. LZ is able to find 12 first. Big first pick to also delay the fate of both worlds charge up.
Yeah, now pushing in Serious Guy. Wow, look at just trying to track the huge kidnap there. Washer going down yet again. So that's going to open up a little bit of the floor. Rage to maximum now. Team on full turbo pushing in as now Svenko trying to get himself another prey. He stalks, he finds it, and they, wow, get another pick there. 12 with the clap of the ice arts now. And both visible boundaries up at the exact same time. All the ults about to follow.
The Venn diagrams of the invisible boundaries. The Omega Hurricane is coming out because there's no support ultimates to keep everyone alive. Brad meets everybody back in the spawn room doors because the fate of both worlds could not get charged up in time to negate the damage output of the Omega Hurricane.
It's a cat too, and my gosh, an early use of that portal makes it rough now, and it's going to give them the chance to get this full point. Exactly what we were talking about, right? I mean, just as good as it gets here for the team, as now obviously it won't matter what point they get to necessarily. Overtime's already all the way out, but 3 minutes 15 seconds, that's a lot more doable in a defensive effort getting this far.
That's really true. Yeah, having a lot of that extra credit goes a long way when you were the one with that limited time bank originally from your attack here. Nice Magneto bubble just prevents any sort of kidnapping shenanigans. Nice focus here. Svenko finding Changji. Dr. LZ still being able to avoid that meteor, and now it's the dance off. The fate of both worlds from Brad to come in from the Psionic Seduction here too, and they bring in Dr. LZ to take him out.
Brad had damage up there for just a brief second, not the healing to keep the storm alive. That's rough now. Having to back up. This is what I'm talking about. Turbo able to get the job done with not a lot of time. This is a huge push.
Oh, look at the way they're moving up here, too. Shenji actually hearing the footsteps. The Wolverine over to the side is going to look for a kidnap onto the back line now. Flying on the other side, Dr. LZ does have the Omega Hurricane, and they need to contest now.
Could not ask for better position here. Sliver on the clock left. Both teams ready. Omega Hurricane coming out. Dr. LZ trying to find some bodies for the waiting room. Throwing it out. Slurn in with the seduction to line him up. But the dance is going to keep him up. 12 is going. This is a big one from Washer. He's connected on a lot of them. But no, it's Finko. It's a trade of Wolverines. Up. Oh, no. Oh, whoa.
No, the Wolverine just popped him all up.
The pickup. Yeah, pickup with the cap on the point. Oh, that was dirty.
Dude, what? That's actually crazy. The way that they were grouped up for that to even happen. They forced him off the point. Who says you need Jeff when you got Wolverine right up there for you just to scoop everybody up? That was crazy.
Yeah, definitely a solid job. But you know what? Speaking of 3 minutes, 15 seconds or whatever it might be on the clock, is a lot of time, but all you have to do is just show a bit of defensive effort here. I mean, if they get rolled in this first fight, it's going to really spell doom for the team. But if they don't, if they're able to get some trade picks here, Turbo, they're going to be able to hold on this point and win.
See, it all comes down to this. Let's not forget, Steam Engine right now, they're sitting in the driver's seat. They're here just one game away in this best of 5 from progressing on through this bracket to keep their dreams alive within the MRC. And right now, Steam Engine with Dr. LZ still sticking to the Storm. The Omega Hurricanes is trickling in together. Shang-Chi being on this Wolverine. Maybe a rather different feel for Shang-Chi because we've been seeing a lot more of that Bucky, but the Wolverine is a necessity here with their composition.
Yeah, great point there. And looking just across the board, every player playing like it's the last game, and for Turbo, it could be here. So they're definitely just trying to throw everything at it. You know, when you have one more game to give as Engines, you're able to play a little bit more loose. But man, do they want to just seal the deal here as they open up immediately from the skies, throwing down and throwing up here as Engines are looking to get this point push as fast as possible. We're gonna have to see a big defensive effort from Turbo.
So you saw Brad go over to the Jeff real quick just to get those speed bubbles for the rest of the team. Every second counts, even if you have more of that time bank available to you. Look who's on the prowl, though. Dr. LZ calls out Svenko being on that Wolverine, forced it back away, looking to harass that back line instead. Dr. LZ, just with the game sense, knows exactly the options that Svenko has to leave from that choke. So they can try to isolate Svenko in this case here. Maybe help out Svenko and utilize that Magneto bubble, but not even a chance from Dalka to react there. As Svenko gets sent down, they're playing way too split up, and this is just going to help enable Steam Engines.
Oh, great job from Slurnt here. Great awareness. And W here, spectators, just getting that perfect approach there from them as they have 2 minutes and 19 seconds to get through this cap. And it's going to be about right there on the overtime if they do get one more stop, Vic. So it is going to probably reach that point either way. But wow, what a first start. It doesn't matter to stop them here, right? Just reset at this part of the map here and look at what you have ultimate-wise. You have 12 getting close. You have Baz here as well with the invisible boundary. They have what they need, but Coco is able to match.
Invisible boundary on their side, yeah. And I'm thinking Brad also with that Fate of Both Worlds here too. Gonna have that bubble just to allow to get some extra space on board here for Slurnt, who's about to have that Psionic Seduction here. Here comes the Omega Hurricane from Cavalera. And with the Omega Hurricane, it forces out both invisible boundaries here too.
Yeah, good communication, not double ulting, not doing anything foolish that you guys know at this level of play cannot be tolerated. Now Storm throwing up the sky. Here comes, this is a big one. Both of them are up at the same time. Washer, Dalka, no connections. I mean, both teams still have that life. 1 minute, 23 seconds, still the map to go here. And it's looking good for both teams. Now Turbo keeping people alive. There's the big rampage, and it slices and dices. Oh, perfect freeze. He can't get the elims. That's huge.
Yeah, stopping him actually is really big because now it's just going to be a reset. Yes, you find Dr. LZ, but that's just going to build up into that invisible boundary once you deal that initial damage. Big freeze coming in from Brad originally just to stop that from happening and work into those ultimates.
Yeah, has to escape to stay alive, but he almost has the two-piece. Such tough thing to call at that level of play here. Slurnt, seduction ready, rampage ready. There's only a little bit of time left. It's going to match up perfectly with the point take here as we see Svenko looking for his prey.
Waiting and prowling around here. You have to consider the Wolverine scoop up, the Invisible Woman push, and you have less than 30 seconds on the board as Slurnt tries to go for a more roundabout rotate with the Psionic Seduction, bringing everyone in their direction. You find two in the trance, but you have to get back to the point. Absolutely, the Omega Hurricane now coming out.
Oh, and they're battling it, but they've got that point to keep ticking. And oh, he only has 1 tick of life, and they found him. But Washer with the trade off, 14 seconds left. Vanguard v Vanguard here. Just wait for that team. Oh, Spinko coming for the back like a horror movie. The kidnap's there, but guess what? They perfectly timed it out with the portal. Time's alive. 4 seconds, 3. They touch the point. Oh, my cinema, making it just in time like Steve Rogers called it in. Avengers Assemble. Comes the team of Steam Engines. Disappear up, invisible boundary out. And Luna, oh my gosh, what an insane clutch performance.
That was as cinematic as a Marvel movie. Are you kidding me? Through the portal, through everything, the time against them, they're able to reclaim the point with no time on the board. Honestly, MVP play right there was the scoop up to get everybody off the point with that Wolverine that we saw.
Yeah, 100% agree. Just cracking up there at the Spinko like a horror movie, coming back, getting Washer out. But at that point, 3-1, they fell on the first, and then they were able to reverse and put that engine in reverse. It would have been a better line, but either way, they got the dubs, and they're moving on there in the lower bracket.
And looking at these stats right now, 17 final hits for Slurnt. That Emma Frost, I was saying, man, the way it's controlling so much space, the CC with the choke slam to prevent a lot more of this overtime from ticking away. 32,000 damage done here too. And even looking at the supports, I mean, alone, King Coco, once again, 78,000 healing, and Brad with the quick portal plays at the very end too, finalizing the 72k healing.
Yeah, and I want to say Turbo, they played great, but what we saw from Engine now, we're going back-to-back games, we got to watch this team, right? Like, they play very well as one team, as one unit. I knew they were going to have their hands full in the lower bracket, but whoever went against them, even fuller as they escaped there with the win, falling on the dom, getting used to the ping, maybe their difference or whatever it might be. But hey, hats off to Brazil Turbo. You guys played great. Steam Engine moves on in that lower bracket. And guys, we still have more coming your way. It's the MRC Season 2 as we have the curtain call out of what has been a hell of a Hellfire Gala.
I'm not surprised here, though, Cozy. We've been seeing a lot of these different counter picks coming out. We saw the Wolverine just waited out last second to really be utilized here for both of these teams. Of course, the pick and ban being a little different than what we're used to in the MRI helps benefit both of these teams to really play out into either these mirror matches, into forcing out a lot more of these staggers. And it's been really enjoyable. That scoop up at the end, too, man, that was crazy.
Yeah, and man, what's crazy is we talked about Serious Guy. Man, he got 41,000 damage as Emma. Like, talk about doing your job. And you know what? It's like the team's trying to get into Ignite. You come so close, and then you fall, and then you have to try to perform here in the MRC. Same thing here. If you fall short, it's like, all right, regroup. People are literally going from couches to competition like this, and it takes some time to get used to, you know, these high competitive teams and teamwork, right? That you don't always get that same one-for-one experience in competitive standard ladder. Vicky, this has been some good matches, Vic, but we've got more coming your way, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a break, reset the stage, and then we'll be right back after this.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing up for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end and rise up. Open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can
After he yawns, another comes to my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
Night is coming, and time will spiral into darkness.
And I was holding back.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to Marvel Rivals Championship Season 2. At the Hellfire Galaxies, and we say goodbye to the previews of the new maps coming in Season 3. And hello, Vicky, to a familiar face. A rival is back on the table for this matchup, going against, wait for it, it's not one above all, it is one below all.
Oh, I like the play on words here. Seeing a rival 7 after the long distance run that they just gave us 2 series ago against Steam Engines alone was really enjoyable. But do they have it in them? They got, you know, a little bit of a break now going into this next series. It was a game 5 situation, and they were ready with these counter picks from the very beginning. Let's see how Flamme and even Chemicals really counter each other and how they were able to work into that last series that we saw.
Yeah, I agree there. As they rival, if you are just now arriving to this stream, they were able to come back after looking like they were definitely going to get out and against Steam Engine. They came back and definitely showed up for the task at hand here. Flamme absolutely insane at the Loki we saw before there. And one below all, it's time to get familiar with their game. Got some Magic Lord Flex Chuckles on the Hulk. I like what I'm seeing, Vic.
Okay, and the protection over the Psylocke too. Not surprised. We saw that from Chemicals before. If they don't roll out with the Namor Hulk that they're hovering over right now, it's really enjoyable to see the different play styles that these teams have had, even if we saw them in previous series. Like, looking at the way that Steam Engine specifically had to play that 3rd series that we just saw, and the way that they were able to work these maps into their own contention has just been fantastic. Like, the Ultron now being bad now next to means that the Torch won't have as much issues up in the sky unless we may see a Punisher or Hela.
That's a good point there. As looking at what these team strategies are going in, you know, taking a look at what this new team is. Again, love one below all at it. You know, they like their Torch, so we're going to see who's their dedicated flyers at S76. I feel like, again, everybody has a number in the name that's popping off today, Vic. From the very beginning with the Spider-Man to now the Magic. We had it was the Doctor last time, but I swear he had like 99 in front of his name or whatever at it. Doctor Strange, though, is gonna be the one getting banned here from one below all.
We're never going to forget 7.62 from that first series. That Cafe Noir series went crazy with that duelist. It's the numbers. It's either 12, you know, you have even more numbers coming out here too. The Luna Snow safety pick, though, is also nice to highlight. I have to reiterate, in our pick and ban system that we currently have in place, it's very different than the MRI. Here in the MRC, this means that these bans pertain to both of these teams, and the same thing could be said about these safety picks. And since we do have the Loki and the Luna Snow saved up here, that means we will be able to have those longer fights with the 24 seconds of immortality.
Yeah, you know what? It's been some pretty close games today so far. A lot of close, you know, up to the absolute best of 5 at it. And, you know, what helps that is long Loki and Luna invincibility here. The Iron Fist ban. Okay, somebody knows something we don't, and that's clear that someone up there is at S76 is potentially a lethal Iron Fist.
Okay, gonna be able to target ban immediately right off the rip while we wait for our very last ban here, chosen by one below all. They highlight over that Magic that you highlighted before there too. Chuckles and Necrise being on that Magneto and Hulk, wondering if we're gonna see that coming out, as the Cloak and Dagger is that last ban. And honestly, I was honestly expecting that Loki and Luna Snow combo together, unless maybe one of these players don't feel comfortable on that Luna Snow.
Yeah, that's a good call out there. As looking at what we've got between these two teams, they're not always set to play what they're showcasing here, but I do like what we're seeing thus far here. And, you know, domination, always a good way to start it off. Not always showing the exact story of these teams, but, you know, definitely can see what they're made of here in terms of one below all. We're not, you know, we're not sure what they're capable of yet.
Let's see here. One below all. Love the play on names. Managing their way through that upper bracket, really difficult with the level of play that we've had here within the MRC. And remember, this is just for 2 slots to compete within stage 2 after we have our land in China. So a lot on the table, a lot to get excited for the teams that come out on top to claim those 2 spots.
Yeah, now, listen, I love the skin reps, too. We've seen a lot of good skins so far. The Future Foundation there for Human Torch has been a slick one to come out here. 5, 4, 3 goes the clock as these two teams get ready to fight, Vic, in what is going to be a absolute huge match in the upper bracket.
Starting off with S76M being on that torch here too. It's gonna be able to get more of that poke pressure in while we look on the other side. Boob being on that Loki. We do have that Loki and Luna combo from both of these teams just to help out that survivability to it.
I feel like I've seen S76. I don't know where, but whether it's Ladder or myself or I've spectated them before in a match, but they have been a good player from what I remember there. Now, as One Below All is pushing for the point here, and remember, upper bracket comes with the stakes of going right into what I believe would be punching near your ticket to the finals here. S76 now trying to get something going, but it is going to be Sky picking up where they left off as Magneto getting that pick early for a rival.
Now backing away here too, just to start the re-engage, but planting your feet on this point first for Rival 7. We know what this means when they get to flip it back in their favor, and with Chemicals being on that Punisher, it's going to be difficult for S76 to really get anything going up in the sky here.
Absolutely, throwing it down. S76 now trying, I mean, 22 seconds already, so these fights stalling is going to be tough, right? Because they have that point and they want it to stall. Rival wants this thing to go as far as possible. Pinnacle has that ult ready to go as well, and so both teams getting close. We did hear one Loki pop, so someone's going to throw it. There it is. It's the show from Voob, and now we've got the judge and the jury and executioner. Every single bullet with the name Elim is the game, and down goes Sky from a Rival as they're trying to push to get this point, but no, it's Hoffman picking up where they left off with the pick.
Oh man, that supernova just really helped out, and that was even with some of these group walls trying to block out more of that healing output, because Healy's had activated that Fate of Both Worlds right after we saw Boob get booted out of the God of Mischief when he was done. S76M though, after that supernova just wrapping around the point, it's a big stall still in favor for Arrival 7, and that's the name of the game, with Chemicals now having that final judgment.
Already, we've got the Magneto coming up, coming down again. Chemical, it's been a game rest that we haven't seen him, but it's the same team, same spot, looking comfortable up here in the upper bracket, who had came back from near defeat. And oh, what a beauty. Chemicals, I see you out there as Sky is doing the same, man. It's fun to watch this team.
Got Sky getting a double, just a real quick double right now. Arrival 7 has definitely put their name on the board with the way that they've been able to not only stop, but just reclaim this point just as quickly away from One Below All.
Absolutely, here turrets are out, trying to get something rolling ahead of time there. It's tough to match the fireballs coming on you. And if you're looking at ult economy right now, yes, you've got the Flamme there with an ult to hold things strong, but One Below All, they don't have much in the tank yet. Chuckle's getting somewhat close and Voob to follow.
And Healy's, at least with the Fate of Both Worlds, but do you want to expend all of that right now when you're nearing at 96% in favor for Arrival 7 specifically, who have now 2 ultimates to do a combo on? Flamme does get that Loki Kabi first here, it sounds like, and seeing what they want to do in terms of that survivability perhaps too. Just wrapping around the main point, Hoffman is just a thorn on their side. Well, S76 has a supernova.
99%, it's coming down to the overtime. The supernova ready to go. S76 pops it off. Both dance floors on, every color out. This is absolute Rivals at its finest, with more lights than Times Square on New Year's Eve, folks. Buckle up, it's the upper bracket. Pinnacle throwing down to pick, S76 to follow. It's 1 for 1 now, 2 down on both teams. Magneto up, Magneto throwing down. It's the it's the pop with no return.
It looked like it popped right in the back of his own torch, honestly, through the donk of his head, it looks like here, as the group walls come up here too, just trying to block this next entryway. But the number advantage is in favor for Arrival 7. They force One Below All right back to the spawn and claim this first round.
Again, it's Hoffman picking up where we left them off, right? Like, just absolutely filling up that elim feed with his name stamped on it. Great job and strong finish from a Rival there. And you know, we're getting to know this team for One Below All, but so far have not been able to see too much from them, as it's been all a Rival.
Hard when you have these different trickled in ultimates from Arrival 7, man. Hoffman has just been an issue here, literally wrapping around on the back line of One Below All, really helping enable Chemicals there too here, who's just been a terror on the ground when S76 just tries to get into position.
Yeah, looking at what, you know, potential changes we might see. Honestly, it's just how that first fight kind of flushed out for the team, and Sky getting those picks early as they've done. And Flamme, I feel like Flamme just doesn't ever die, Vicky.
The battle starts in 5.
Literally, like, Just the fact that Flamme has such crazy survivability, those lamps, the timing on those lamps specifically have also been on point, because you know that it's important to not get baited too early when your matchup is against a torch, because the torch usually will try to slam down if they have their team right behind them to give them the support, or even a magneto bubble to protect them, to then disengage to force out those lamps instead.
Yeah, agreed 100% here. We're not going to see any strategist ults coming anytime soon, both pretty far away from them now. And the battle of the torches commenced. We know what Hoffman has. What does S76 have to respond? Look at the break of the walls and the hunt and fray that Hoffman is looking for his next feast now. Throwing down, ooh, perfect fireball hit there into the connection of the headshot. Goodbye, S76 as Hoffman, as they look to try to get this first point.
Hoffman on point. It's like we never missed out on these torch plays right now. It's the mirror matchup as another victim falls at the hand of Hoffman Chemicals, that finds the Psylocke on the backside, and that's without expending anything here. Now they'll be able to go in, not only taking the point first, but with a plethora of ultimates in that next fight.
Honestly, Chemicals have really stepped up their game since we first saw them in the fight against the Steam Engine. Like, they were doing okay, but it kind of feels like they got picked often in the fights. Right now, though, Chemicals is absolutely putting on that kind of deadly duo between the two of them, as Flamme, Pinnacle, Monotone are all ready to go. All the ults ready to fire Vic. This is about to be some ult combos happening.
Ult economy out on the table here. Almost supernova on board here for Hoffman. Necrise gets frozen, gets saved up, fell incredibly low at first. That supernova forced out as the Psylocke gets into position. It's gonna be Runnins that has the Dance of the Butterfly, but it's Monotone who activates the Fate of the Bolt Worlds first here, so they're gonna have to lean into Flamme to negate any Dance of the Butterfly shenanigans.
Yeah, you know, both teams just being patient, showing patient, and once again, the dance execution pulls out the dance revolution, keeping the team alive. Up goes Skies, connecting these so many times, but they don't need it. They get two with Pinnacle and Monotone, and my gosh, Hoffman, you need a permit for that many fireworks thrown down at once.
It's looking pricey out here, though. The shiniest star in the sky. You'd think we're still here celebrating 4th of July here, and now you have to think about Chemicals looking behind you, finding Chuckles, finding Boob, negates a meteor, puts that back where he found it, and then wipes out the team here as he's still holding forward. Literally, no one can escape Chemicals' line of sight.
Punisher, oh gosh, Punisher just does not ask question. He ends conversations there, and Chemicals showing just how lethal this Frank Castle can be. Insane ult dump there, honestly, and it's okay they used it all because they gained a lot back. Pinnacle's ready to go with another.
I'm just impressed to see the immediate retaliation, the Groot ult to bring everybody together. It's a nice buffet for everyone to feast as you still find 776 overtime taken away. You try to at least back up here if you're trying to be cheeky on the Captain America, but the attention is there for Arrival 7. They ain't letting anything pass them by.
Well, hello, Arrival. You know, they had their wake-up match in Steam Engine, and we just saw how good that team was, right? So that was a very even footing there. Those teams kind of matching up earlier in the upper bracket. But right now, my goodness, they're looking all gas, no breaks there for Arrival, and they get themselves the win. Ashuri is on the screen, and Hoffman to follow, 19-1. That'll get her done.
I'm just impressed to see the duelist combo between what we see between Chemicals and a Hoffman in general. You have Chemicals splitting a lot of that attention from the ground while Hoffman is out here terrorizing the skies. Everyone only really went down once, minus Monotone, who survived all the way through.
Yeah, 2 and 5 ain't gonna cut it in terms of a duelist play on that one. Won a lot of that back, but hey, listen, you can do that the next map. It's their choice, as they can change the map or the mode, up to them. And yeah, it's just tough to say much on One Below All because we didn't get to see really what they're made of. You know what though, Vic? Fair point is, Arrival was in the same shoes against Steam Engine. We thought they were, man, they got crushed on that first map, and look at how they've turned this thing around.
That's very true. You know, the first snap usually ends up being the most chaotic because it is a domination in general. We keep bringing that up, but, you know, we could technically go back around if both these teams feel comfortable here. Now, looking at some of the highlights, though, I specifically want to talk about Hoffman and Chemicals, man. Like, it was crazy. And then we highlighted Flamme, who had the only key into making sure the Psylocke had no output with the Dance of the Butterflies. Talk about, in terms of timing, getting the God of Mischief and then being able to have that dance off on the Fate of Both Worlds.
Yeah, this was the highlight of the first match there, just completely ripping through the enemy team. Again, he ends the conversation, doesn't even ask the questions for it. Judge, jury, the Executioner as we look to go into match number 2 between these two teams. And oftentimes we've seen sometimes back-to-back domination, but we've seen just a change of pace, whether it be Convoy. We've seen a lot of actually the map pool has been pretty well divided today, Vic.
I agree. I also feel like it's been interesting to see which teams find their strengths on these different map types too. But it is the upper bracket final here at this point, Cozy. So these teams have already had the experience on transcending through a lot of their opponents.
Absolutely, guys. We have gone for hours. We got more coming at you guys, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after this quick break.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more. Man, now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift winters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to the MRC Season 2 for the Hellfire Gala season. Vicky, we're on to match number 2 for Arrival versus One Below All. How you feeling between these two teams?
I'm feeling great. We just finished Arrival 7 in a very close match series versus Steam Engines take it to a game 5, whereas One Below All having their way basically paved out where they've been clearing a lot of the competition. Now maybe finding some resistance this time around because it is the upper bracket final, so I'm not too surprised.
Well, guys, we keep it in Wakanda here as the Chola gazes down upon these two upper bracket teams in the MRC, and the pick ban phase commences again. I'd like to remind you guys, if you're just now tuning in, the top 2 teams that finish in the MRC will qualify into the group stage after China's mid-season final. So a lot at stake here outside of a bunch of money and pride and experience for these new and improving teams.
Literally, you have the ability to start off with the history of this game, with the esport and the competition only coming up here within Marvel Rivals. And as we take a look before we dive into our second game, looking at the pick and ban phase here too, no Wolverine, no Emma Frost, which Emma Frost has constantly been a problem. We've seen it in the MRI. We just saw it within our last series here too. They want to make sure that that's not going to be an issue going this time around, as well as the Psylocke being the safety pick.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and it's funny because we saw what chemicals can do on Psylocke and was absolutely fluid as water on Spider Islands when they went against each other against Steam Engine here. We'll have to see if One Below all did a little bit of their homework. It can be tough in these kind of back-to-back matches, even though there's a slight delay between them. There's not a ton of time to do homework, especially on what was the last matchup. So some of your information may be outdated. They don't know about chemicals Psylocke, but I can assure you they will now. But One Below All, I'm just excited to see who's playing what. I know S76 likes their torch, but let's see what else they got.
We've seen the torch constantly here too. Necrise was hovering over the Emma Frost, which obviously won't be able to be played as the bans do affect both of these teams as well as a safety pick. No Punisher though. That's another big one to highlight there. That final judgment getting a lot together, in not only in terms of like output there, but even economy. You're forced to use out a lot of the support ultimates just to keep everyone alive, even through that final judgment here, as we see the Luna being protected on the other side. So back over to that Loki Luna combo.
Yeah, it's so funny to see the differences of picks bans between Ignite and MRC. Obviously, Ignite, you're able to pick and ban for your own team and against the enemy team. This is globally between the two, so things look different. Strange getting shut down again, though. So a little bit of a pay to respect, but also, Vic, I'm telling you, portal play is massive on this first point.
Dude, it's huge. It's also, you know, you have that portal. You could come in if you use it before the 3-minute mark just to try to re-engage. We've seen really big plays coming in clutch for the Doctor Strange, but not on the table for either of these teams. As we get set up to see where our picks are going to be going on to, I'm seeing that Bucky, I'm seeing the Loki Luna together, and we're hovering over the group.
Yeah, we got Chuckles here. You know what? It's funny. I'm actually remembering these guys from past MRCs in the past. I've seen Chuckles before. I've seen S76. So nice to see some of these names on new and different teams here moving forward. We've had, you know, I've had the privilege to see a lot of great talent across Marvel Rivals, and it's been fun to see them come together, new faces, new teams. And again, I wouldn't even call this, you know, tier 2 play, right? Obviously, the top teams that have went on to Ignite, they're not playing in this, but these teams were just out, a lot of them, of Ignite's final play. And Ego, Death, and Techie dang near went to land. So, like, to call them the next up, you know, team below, you can't. They really, I think these teams are trying to prove for themselves who they are, just as we learned who some of those other teams were in the group stage there at the beginning of Ignite.
Yeah, when you have the infancy of the esports starting things out and you're looking at a lot of these great players make their way up the ladder, see what they could do in unison together with the team. Sometimes, you know, you have crazy solo queue demons that may not have been able to find their stride together with a full unit squad when you're all on the same wavelength out there, and it helps build up that synergy together too. So we get to really call out a lot of these talented players that we've already seen progress through the MRI.
Exactly. Here, S76 throwing down fireballs early to get that pressure. Man, I just love the skin. It's just so sick and slick looking there for Johnny. Now, Hoffman, though, has been able to match the performance thus far. Love this spot for Loki, concealed there in the planter. Use it all the time myself. Great to rain down heals on your own team, but also damage on the other. They're going to have to put, yes, some pressure early there as they are trying to get LeMay there out of their comfort zone. Now, we have S76 putting that pressure on, not being met at all, and having great dodge, dip, and dive in here from Hoffman.
Nice little freeze on Healy's here too, so it's just the poke pressure, the poke war, I guess you could say. Torch v Torch. Hoffman forced to drop all the way down here too. You have some safety with those lamps that were called in as LeMay has that Loki ult first. We know Loki getting that ult just as quickly here as Boob is going to match that on the other side. We see it activated first with LeMay though, but it's not going to be fast enough to help out Hoffman.
Yeah, Hoffman going down is a good opening pick. Chemicals here is going to really have to make a big difference. Surprised we're not seeing the Psylocke play. Instead, we got the Bucky to try to hold things down a bit more with those opening claws. And they're pushing the team back and to get the first. We see this rotation often as they go inside here as they try to get the rest of their team back together. Point now going up from 1 to 2. Hard point to take, making it look easy here as they let the cool down go away on the dance. And oh, what a beautiful group hug.
Oh, but they still were able to contest at least for a little bit right here, too. Over to the other side. One below all now, just unleashing everything. Kraken impact again and again. We dropped down. Monotone did use up that Fate of Both Worlds, but there's no other sustainability after losing out Flamme. Now it's just again and again as you wipe out the team. Run-ins showing up what the Kraken impact does.
Yeah, run going on a run here for sure. They used a lot to get that point, but why not, right? You've got this whole stretch in 4 minutes to get it back and continue to push. Love what we just saw from One Below All, and now I can finally be introduced to these players, Vicky. I can see what they've got in them, and Run showcasing some good work here on Bucky.
That's what we needed to see. We needed to see what different compositions this team really shines with, and this is a great counter when you have a Human Torch taking to the sky. Hoffman specifically has been a big problem. Chemicals being on the ground, though, is going to try to match that in this mirror matchup that we currently have between both of these teams. Finding Hoffman with the Supernova is coming up shortly, but we're going to get the copy of the God of Mischief first from Flamme, who, by the way, gets another Loki ult just as quickly out and about, and it's going to be the Fate of Both Worlds just to start this engagement here, looking at Voob.
Yeah, I like how aggressive they are with the ults. Voob not waiting for like a duelist ult to happen, just going in immediately there with that ult, and you know it can pay off. But right now it's not, as Hoffman took their time and they're able to rain down, eliminating Voob. Chuckles to follow, and yes, they do get the quick response there on it, but they lost a lot to it.
Necry's getting that one pick, though. There's a little statement to be made onto Hoffman, who had used that Supernova just earlier. Magneto Bubble coming out already, just waiting for the rest of the team to regroup together, because once they re-engage here, they do have these 3 ultimates, but Heelys, with enough of that healing output, will also be able to have the Fate of Both Worlds.
Yes, as they move in here, we do have Meteor M for the response. You know, both Sky has held on to this Meteor M for quite some time, has had some lethal triples with it. The Spaceball special looking to go up and down here as Chemicals trying to get some pressure on, at least making S76 get out of there here and into the Groot hug. And oh my gosh, the follow-up run, trying to do the same as last time, but the team, look at the flying there from Luna, keeping the team up on both sides. And the Meteor goes up, does not connect, and S76 trying to make the difference here on Flamme, trying to get that pick, does get it.
If Flamme stayed alive just a little bit longer, needed a little help with the peel, but the target focus was there from S76. Flamme could have gotten the copy and actually just could have kept this stagger going, or rather the stall on top of that point, but it's not going to be possible this time around.
It's a game of inches, right? But yeah, at this point, this is going to be a quick cap here. They're not going to be able to get to it. And this is, oh my gosh, every time we speak on it, it's the Kraken impact that comes from the rafters there. Slamming down again, Vicky, yet again from the match we just saw at Egistril. And look at this cleanup, forcing the Strategist ultimates with 2.1 meters or less left. What a response.
Because they just want to immediately re-engage, but they won't have ultimates unless the Kraken impact is huge for One Below All. Looking at Run, as we saw it already before, he could activate it right afterwards here.
Oh my!
Sorry, that's the opposite of huge, actually, and that was immediate focus from Cardi here. He said, Kraken impact? I mean, Kraken no impact.
Sorry about the... Beautiful job there from Magneto and Sky, what we love to see from them. Time and time again, man, that Kraken impact coming from the other map, that was insane. They'll hold that point, never give up, right? Never surrender, as the peeps say. And they're able to continue this press. 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Time vanish.
That was the opposite of Armed and Dangerous. Armed and not very dangerous, I guess, here in this case. Chemicals, though, now could retaliate with something even bigger with the Kraken impact here. As we get to see Necry's having that Meteor ready to go, that's going to be a key to see what they're going to deal with here, because the Rival 7 are also just about to have all these ultimates online. It's a group hug from Pinnacle. Here comes that Kraken impact, but luckily, the Halhui's right there with the Fate of Both Worlds to keep this fight going.
Man, these Arms and Dangerous are like holstered and safetied right now. Absolute nothing coming from them as they I was waiting for that one, as they're pushing in here, throwing in the combos and pumping out beautiful damage even through the dances to build up ult so perfectly. Hoff now 80% ready to go. Magneto ult up. This is a big one. Necry's, you land and stick the finish and hits the top of the Groot wall. You want that back as it bounces off the backboard and no one to rebound now. Hoffman gets pulled in. Oh, beautiful from Run, trying to make up from that previous ult. Does get a lot of contention on it, but able to stay alive is Hoffman and healed. Look at this strategist vision.
Yeah, actually looking for both these different angles. Their guys also got like frozen twice back to back. It looks like the supernova now taking away with the overtime now on board. But Pinnacle finding Chuckles while S76 takes care of the problem in the sky. They're so fixing up there though. You have to consider the Kraken impact from Chemicals again and again. We find the impact, and this time it was armed and dangerous.
Man, Chemicals ready to explode with the Lord icon on that Bucky too, and a name like Chemicals, like just farming aura points right there. Absolute greatness from the Kraken impact to now become armed and dangerous and make that impact that they were looking for. That went from a absolute collapse at point 1 to a stronghold there on point 2.
Yeah, I'm just in my mind. The only thing I could think about while watching the end of what we've seen from season 2.5 is just thinking to myself about how Thing is about to just take care of these pesky Flyers for real, because everyone's had enough of these Flyers. S76 being on that torch, Hoffman being a problem. You split that attention with Chemicals being on the ground with the Kraken impact. It's just a lot of focus in general going all the way around, but it was a great hold now as we take a look at Arrival 7 being on their attack.
I mean, and speaking about Chemicals, you see some once you get Jean Grey in here, Phoenix throwing that fire chain reacting all over the place, it's about to be absolute warfare. Marvel warfare, as I like to call it, from her ult. You are nothing from the Predator missile that she throws out there. But, I mean, again, if you haven't seen the old guys from Phoenix coming out season 3, 20 seconds fly around time and a splash finish, insanity. But right now, season 2. It's match 2. We got these two teams ready to go. Defensive effort here from One Below All.
A lot on the line right now too, right? We have One Below All just only getting that one checkpoint, getting stopped right before the second checkpoint could have really helped them out here, as Arrival 7 instead up an entire game after the action that we saw in a dominating 2-0 for that first map on Burn and T'Challa. Hoffman coming out on the torch, already trying to navigate around the vertical heights that this map provides. A lot of safety picks here too, while trying to also find a different angle in trying to harass the backline.
Yeah, I like this approach here, using that coverage on top as always. And great job from each torches, not completely putting all their attention on the other torch, but making sure they put the pressure where it's needed and apply that cooking as they can do and serve it medium well here. Now throwing down Hoffman now is turning the attention to S76, trying to get that early pick. It's one shot, both back away. Teams get them up, and Voob there with the Chemicals pick. That's a big one to open up.
That's huge, actually. And also, you can already see these Loki ultimates. Look at the difference right here in that survivability, not only with damage, but also healing output from Voob, who has that God of Mischief already. Flamme nearly approaching it, but it's S76 here that's playing around this next corner in a cheeky fashion. They call it the Magneto Bubble that was already used up on Hoffman.
S76 throwing down that flame wall and that connection, forcing now Sky to back out, and now trying to put that pressure on Hoffman. Has the supernova for the ultimate pressure here. Strategist now forced to look up at Hoffman to keep them up. Powers are theirs, and we're throwing out now a ult to come at any moment, but Voob can follow with it. There's the show from Flamme. There's the supernova from both teams. It's an absolute flash and a fireworks show out there, Vic.
Man, welcome to Fire Tornado Alley, though. Cartier Sky gets a drop down. It found Runnins and it's found Voob. Two huge picks as One Below All. They're falling like flies. You put them lined up like a row of dominoes, and at least they will have 3 ultimates to re-engage, but a bigger dominating performance from Arrival 7 on the attack.
If we were handing out Oscars, that team fight just won best visual effects. I mean, just that, wow, the colors, the spectacles, the elimination, the stakes here now as Arrival 7 arrives to point number 2. And they are on the offensive push. Monotone still up their sleeve, even though they use so much Vic, they still have yet another ult. That's a big one at that.
See how they're going to use it, at least with Arrival 7 having the fate of both worlds here. Going to lean into that ult like you were mentioning. Flamme, you already know Loki getting the ult just as quickly, though. Having that ultimate charge up so fast for Loki. Nearing it here already, as Healy's going to try to match that from the other side. You have to look at where Pinnacle's positioning is as the Armand Dangerous comes in. The Kraken impact. Big first pick off of S76 onto Hoffman.
Yeah, Rooney unable to connect anything from that Kraken impact yet again, but S76 is getting those picks as needed. Flamme with the pressure in the back. Flamme, again, though, just staying alive and taking all that attention away. Chuckles, though, does get the trade on Sky. Going to force now Arrival 7 to depart and regroup and get this thing back together. But yeah, just want to, I mean, just say hats off to Flamme and their survivability here. But, oh, beautiful. The flame of the kick. Their blazing kick from S7.
Fire actually melting down any ice potential here from the Luna Snow. Talk about the elements in full force here for everybody to see, as the nice hold is coming out for one below all, and they have a good amount of ultimates to cycle through on top of it all to add in that pressure.
All right, we've got everything ready for both these teams. I mean, absolute ready to explode, as we're going to start with potential supernova here from S76 to try to trigger Flamme, but Monotone pretty far away from that ult, so this is going to be tough. Flamme is going to keep the team up. Oh, I like the lanterns at first, and okay, dodging the meteor. Knows they can't get much done there. We do have the Kraken impact going down, and they Chemicals gets the hit there on a run.
And Chemicals keeps getting that reset originally here too. Nice stall though. It was a stun onto Heelys and Chocos. That forces Heelys to go down. Boob now just left together. But one below all is not around to stay on this point. It's a Rival 7 that have cleared the entire payload. Chemicals had opened that up originally with that grapple to pull in Neckrise, I believe it was, before starting that Kraken impact.
Yeah, honestly, right now, Rival is just, they are looking all lights out at the moment. They just need 1.27 to claim the second map. One more to advance, but oh my, it is just, they're going off. They can't be stopped. It's the Magneto. It's the man. You can't spell it without Sky.
You could stall for as long as you want, but every single time Neckrise has come out on the Magneto, he has been stopped as the first one picked out for one below all, and it's just a matter of time to Venom to continuously stalling here, but the Kraken impact is back on the board for Chemicals, and they completely take over the second map.
An absolute clinic put on from them, and they stalled as much as they could, but you can't stop the Arrival from arriving to their destination and getting the job done. 2 maps up right now and none to show, unfortunately. Hey, what did you guess, Vic? What did you not guess that Flamme is just gathering MVPs this point? Like his trophy case is full with only 2 limbs or 2 deaths.
It's pretty on brand with Loki too, because you know Loki always likes being in that spotlight, and just being the MVP time and time again, really leaning towards the strategist and really helping them out on what they've made as an impact here. 53,000 healing. Combine that with Monotone being on that Luna Snow, 52,000. I feel like the Loki may need to be focused out here if you're on the opposing side, specifically for one below all, because it's been pretty crazy here. And then you combine that with Chemicals, 26,000 damage, 9 final hits, together with Hoffman. Very toe-to-toe here for both of these two duelists.
Yeah, and I see why Voob, yeah, they like keep the Loki. I mean, Voob, look at that. I mean, obviously popped off as well. It's a tremendous job. Honestly, it really just came down to the ult fights and the Kraken impact, the Armored Dangerous versus the Holster and Safety. You know, which one was getting the results? It was clearly from Chemical side, right? So that is where we saw a lot of this come together. And, you know, for the side of Arrival, they got the job done. But job's not finished. They got one more map, or hey, we've seen plenty of it. Reverse sweeps could have happened.
Yeah, I was gonna say, S76 had put down, what, like 46,000 plus damage at that point. That does act as a double-edged sword, though, because you're just allowing yourself to boost into Flamme and getting that Loki ult already faster than we would usually see Loki get ult anyways. Combine that with Monotone, you have the damage output, but it's just the finishing blows have just not been there to get the follow-ups.
Yeah, I mean, Sky has just been tremendous for Arrival in terms of just landing the clutch ults when needed and making the opportunity, making the most of it at that. But we do have more coming your way, guys, and it's definitely bound to be a good one, Vic. Listen, right now, we've seen a lot of these teams play thus far. Who's been your favorite before we go to break?
Ooh, I think Cafe Noir. The fact that Cafe Noir has put on a clinic there and making their run through that lower bracket. It's always interesting to see how teams can make a comeback after being sent down early.
The dive comp, always fun to watch, guys. Don't go anywhere. We got another fun match to watch for you guys right after this quick break.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. And I
What's going on, guys? Welcome back yet again. We've got match number 3 underway right now. It's been the arrival show, but can one below all rise back up and become one above all as they get their first map? We'll have to see, Vic, as we head into Midtown.
Yeah, got a few things to digest there, okay? The torch is a problem. Yes, we're seeing S7 have a lot of impact with the torch. The damage output is there, but when the enemy Loki or the backline strategists are not only having a lot more impact in getting those ultimates online, that goes hand in hand with the damage output that we're seeing from the torch. And then we see a bit of that heal difference, honestly, I would say, between both strategists, backlines, between both of these teams, because it works into that here. So I feel like the torch has been a problem to consider. The Loki's another problem if we're going to be leaning towards more target bans here.
Always tough when the hero that you're working best with, the opponent is doing that well, and it's even a bigger problem because then you don't know what to go through. And the bans, they've stayed about the same, but we'll have to see if they stay that way as we're going to be headed into our next matchup between the teams for Arrival. And it's win and pretty much get in here as we hit Midtown in the first layer of pick and bans.
All right, let's get this started here. What I really like about this pick and bans, for anybody tuning in right now after they got to see the action in the MRI, I have to reiterate, these pick and bans are a little different, where you see one team ban a Wolverine per se, like right now here, or the Emma Frost. That means that neither of these teams will be able to play the Emma Frost or Wolverine. It's not a target team ban here like we have been able to see within the MRI.
Yeah, again, Emma going out is going to open up. There's some other strats. I always love that the Emma bands followed by the Psylocke team up pick, right, in the save from Arrival. And yeah, didn't see the chemicals on that. Really didn't need to. It was all the Bucky Barnes show there on Wakanda. But hey, we're in New York now, Midtown, as Wolverine, one of the most dangerous on this map, though, not being an option.
That's good. That's good on trying to prioritize that, because we saw the Wolverine bans too earlier on, I believe, from Arrival 7 when they were facing off in our second series of today. But it's been great action here. They prioritize on saving the Human Torch. Again, S76M did a fantastic job. It was like 40,000 plus damage output, but we also saw a much more cohesion from Arrival 7 in enabling that torch in general.
Absolutely. With the save, I mean, they're comfortable with what they have, though, right? Like they know that you got to believe in yourselves, and you can't. I've heard this from teams in the past. You can't always, especially in this mutual global bans, you can't ban against the team. You have to pick and ban for your team, right? And what you feel like you play best at. S76 confident in what they can do on that torch, but they're gonna have to show up for it because so far it has been Hoffman just going off there. Loki's save is going to continue what has been the 24-second show here in these matches. I feel like every single game Ignite had that combo banned. Now it's the opposite.
Yeah, we're just seeing it as like a priority save pick. So you get to still have that 24 seconds of invincibility with the Loki and the Luna Snow rotating their ultimates. We now get to see Arrival 7 having the enablement, with Flamme being a really big problem. It could really go underneath, and it's easy to overlook the way that Loki gets that ultimate online so quickly to start a lot of these second fights, but it then goes together with Monotone having that Luna Snow to also just combine that together to increase the survivability to allow Hoffman to get those picks.
Oh, as we see I love this skin for Magneto. Magneto never gets old from that combat chest there. Flamme locked and loaded on the defense side of things. And yep, the triple Vanguard is the name yet again. Pinnacle not playing group, playing a little Doctor Strange as One Below All reflects on the thoughts of the last 2 games, going down their elevator, listening to the music of Baxter Building.
I'm just thinking about Necrise, who was the first to get picked off in those back-to-back fights. Must definitely feel a type of way right there, too. I believe that was when Necrise was on the Magneto and had tried to roll out on that Venom. But starting things off already in this side room, you're running triple Vanguard. This is very common here, so you can expect maybe One Below All to catch on to this, and that's why you see Chuckles on that score goal.
No, you have nothing to lose at this point. You're down 2, so One Below All, and you come out absolutely swinging. We've seen things like Squirrel Girl here, Moon Knight, a lot to just try to break through these initial defenses there from Steam Engine before. Now Run trying to make it the difference here and just getting that ult fast. He's at 63%, Vicky, just farming this thing. Now 70. That Kraken impact is 80. You're going to come out any minute.
I'm in danger. The Kraken impact could really help out, but at least you have chemicals on that rocket to bring Pinnacle right back. You think you have the advantage, and oh my goodness, he literally couldn't even put one more toe in that spawn. Gets deleted right outside those spawn room doors, and this is the retaliation. The Omega Hurricane getting charged up quickly is now coming out. Tries to get the freeze right there. It's staring point blank at that Omega Hurricane, but good luck.
I mean, getting that a limb through the Hurricane, never fun there. Could have ran out the last bit, but Necrise there with the Agamotto. The follows to come from it now. They didn't chew down, but the return job from Arrival through all these ults. They're able to stay alive and counter back, and it's at the hands of Sky.
Oh, no, wait, but this is even better here for one below all. The way that they're going to be able to close in this gap, this is why you're seeing Pinnacle now come right back around on the Doctor Strange portal just to start the re-engagement, and I like the positioning too. You're going to be able to come right down from the high ground, so you have the positional advantage.
All right, now Pinnacle trying to jump in on the action here, looking for it and trying to push forward with the team. Good job in patience. The team not overextending. Clobbering time down. Perfect read there, but still able to squeeze out the Loki. Voob taking some of the heat there. Pinnacle getting that trade on Chuckles right now. The Squirrel coming out for that pressure, but it could be a little too late. 2 minutes off the clock. Thus far, the show comes out, and Voob trying to keep the team up.
And you won't have that Chuckles Squirrel Girl ultimate here at the very least, but your spawn room doors are right behind you after you got picked off, so you can just start the re-engagement just as quickly. You have the Fate of Both Worlds here, tries to get the grapple right afterwards. Here comes a Squirrel Stampede now, but it's been answered back as now Monotone, Flamme right there also have the answer just to keep the rest of Arrival 7 alive.
Yeah, the teams have everything in their back pocket here. Magneto goes up, slam dunk, and the miss. Great job from the jump of the Squirrel there. Maybe not the right target to go for. Dancing out, Flamme keeping the team up. Agamotto out. The eye opens. The teams typically fall, but not this time as they're kept alive. Great job from the strategist, but Pinnacle looks to change the script and gets the 2 in. But again, the strats keeping everybody alive and the pressure on.
He is taking so much damage, man. Monotone, Flamme, and Chemicals kept Pinnacle alive. You know, once you hear just like you're incredibly low, that sound effect, that you are literally going to have to navigate away, but didn't even have to give up any of that space. They win another team fight in that re-engagement with that portal.
Yeah, these health bars are like heartbeats. Have you seen them? It's like all the way up, all the way down, and back and forth they go here. Like a yo-yo. 54 seconds left on the clock. All of the ults used for Arrival and one below all, but Voob up and ready to go, followed by the big burst from Run and Friday Jarvis. Take your pick there. This is what I wanted to see offensive-wise from one below all. This is the comp that looks like it get it done.
See, maybe, or do you find it clipping in 4K instead? As you can see, the maximum pulse. Now you see him. Now you know Flamme got caught lacking there in the back, but it's a nice retaliation. Pinnacle just seeking out revenge as Monotone dances it off with the Fate of Both Worlds.
Honestly, really good job from Monotone there because they were going back and forth on the bridge. They read that. Ron put it where he thought they were going to go, but they went in the building instead. Good read there. Flamme making their way back. S76 is going to have plenty to respond with. Crescent Darts going out here. And the clobber in time. Hoffman slams the fist down, and it is looking rough here. Both teams pushing everything they have. One below wall. Throwing out the Agamotto. Vicky, can they get it done?
I mean, they found 2 off of it, and they get to get those 2 picks just to follow up right afterwards. Flamme then comes in with the Fate of Both Worlds. Do you have enough time to re-engage after you used up your portal in the last 2 fights? Maybe that 3-minute cooldown is up, allowing Pinnacle to come right back in before they get that first checkpoint.
Every drop of the cooldown, but the portal's here, and wow, this is going to be a big one at that. You don't have anything, though, ultimate-wise, and just a quick hand of Khonshu could clean up the rest of them. Chuckles just floating above here as the symbiote lurks down on the prey, jumping down, diving in. Monotone with the pick on Voob. Oh my.
That's huge here. Wait a minute. They have the number advantage. Baronins comes in, finds 2, and Pinnacle matches him right here in the KO feed. The Doom feed more like it here. As Arrival 7, they're holding on to dear life. It's just Hoffman and Pinnacle. And look at Pinnacle's health.
Oh my gosh, Jarvis had no time to even clip it as Strange gets the 2 Hoffman. Oh my gosh, Pinnacle just barely staying alive in this thing here, just trying to keep this thing going. S76 going down as the desperate Spider-Man comes back. Run as Psylocke, the fastest duelist in the West to contest, but it's not going to be enough unless an limb comes out. But right now it's Sky with the hit on the strategist yet to get into the dance. This is looking like Doom for one below.
Oh, the swap up though? Yes, Run-ins comes right back around the portal. That was actually, talk about the timing right there, by the way, was insane. You get the Eye of Agamotto. It looks like here he only found one. Chemicals now follows up with the Dance of the Butterflies. This fight lasting so long. Meteor coming in, and the number advantage is still in favor for Arrival 7.
Yo, say what you want. My respect is there for One Below All. That was such, like that's some of the angles and spectator stuff that I want to see. That's just like, oh, that's how these teams differ than what you're seeing out there in the common ladder. Don't let the name fool you, One Below All, because that was an elite top tier play, but unfortunately not a good offensive effort.
Nah, I mean, the thing is, like, they went, what? Like, went Moon Knight, we saw Squirrel Girl, we saw Iron Man, we saw the recontest with 2 different portals, we saw a swap up from Run-ins to the Rocket before coming right back to possibly have, like, BRB. Everything came out from both these teams.
39 heroes available, and I think we saw 31 from Below All. Like, it was everybody out there getting their best impression of in-game.
Everybody's here, literally. Now get to see how the script is flipped this time around from Arrival 7, because let's not forget, I feel like defense wasn't their strongest suit when we saw them in that previous series, but the attack was a completely different story.
A little bit of a game sandwich here, Vic. We had the sweep to open up the day. Then we had 2 back-to-back razor-thin games. And we could end on, or not end, but close the sandwich loop on another sweep. We still have another match to go. But right now, definitely looking like some of these matches a bit closer than others. Arrival, though, it's crazy, guys. If you missed their first set against Steam Engine, like, they were almost out. Like, it was not looking good for them. And they just flipped that script completely. Told Kevin Feige to pocket it as they continue their run.
That was literally like a reversal 3-0-2, right? Where they had lost that first game and then turned things around if you're Steam Engine. They want revenge out here, Cozy, because Arrival 7 is who put them down in that lower bracket as Hoffman terrorizes the high ground here, being on that torch. The torch continuously is a problem. They didn't want to ban it. They wanted to play into their strength, yet S76 is rather on the storm not to match the torch deal that we had between Hoffman and him earlier.
Yeah, and look at this space they already have, right? I mean, just absolutely cooking through Main Street here, and it's just looking rough thus far. Ults are stacking fast. You have Flamme ready, Voob to follow here, and right now, Run is going to have to go on a run with the Kraken Impact to put a full stop on Flamme.
Trying to run up that hill here. Going to be able to get that copy from both sides, it sounds like, from the God of Mischief. It's going to be the dance off just to clear the next point around the next corner. With the fate of both worlds, it's going to be matched that on the other side. And here's the Omega Hurricane, as Monotone is so close to having that Luna Snowball, gets it right on time to use it to keep them in this fight and to negate any sort of damage output from the Omega Hurricane.
Oh my
and now
gosh.
this is going to last right through the Eye of Agamotto to the very end until Run-ins comes in to deal the finishing blow in the back line.
I mean, perfection on every frame, from the tornado to the Luna ult response, but man, that was the Agamotto of Agamottos that you needed to at least put a stop with 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Now teams about even where they were. And, ooh, nice little freeze there, pop in the Luna. But teams reset, relock, reload, and quite even on ult economy outside of one big thing, Vic, and that is One Below All has got that Luna ult.
That's going to be the win condition here, just to survive through the onset of damage. See the Supernova coming out. They don't need to use it just yet. The Magneto Meteor not finding its mark here, while Keelys now finally unleashes the fate of both worlds. Cartier is looking to land its mark here. Can you get the dance up? Find Boom here in the process. You won't even be able to get the Loki ult. That was a way larger impact to find with the Meteor than on the Luna Snow. Here comes Chemicals, though, with the 3K.
Welcome to the Space Jam, and a photo finish from Chemicals there as they push forward this baby. Minute 39 seconds. Now at this point, Necro is going to have to portal in to try to contest. You've got the Omega Hurricane open up with a Kraken Impact. They're going to have to stagger these quite perfectly here. Don't have anything strategist-wise to contest, so they should fall here, but then they have one more fight after.
Oh, looking behind, it's taking out the lamps out. The Omega Hurricane, silent but deadly, but ready to go here. Chemicals puts another head on the stake. You try to get the combo, you get the Eye of Agamotto here, you get the Kraken Impact from Run-ins, but then forcing Hoffman down the Grand Slam to try to reset, needing some help here. The Eye of Agamotto to answer 2 more. It's Monotone going down without using the fate of both worlds. They have less than a minute now on the clock.
Man, Ron has showed some flashes of being an insane player. Love watching that come together for the team. And man, Flamay even got that ult just at the right possible second. But 48 seconds left, guys. Don't let the music fool you. Still a little bit of time here. They've got the fate of both worlds they can open up into. You can have the Kraken impact to follow. Every single ult for a rival should arrive on time. And on the other side, one below all, Chuckles, man. Haven't heard a lot from Chuckles today. Can he get the last laugh here with the Meteor M?
That'd be impressive here, because that'd be a big Meteor M. If one below all wants to stay up in this upper bracket, Supernova now unlocked here. Hoffman trying to clear up the space as Monotone and Chemicals now slam down in the Wombo Combo. The Kraken impact together with Monotone helps the survivability. They're clearing heads. They found Boom. No backline left and nobody to stop this payload from going to the finish line.
Arrivals landing at the finish line or close to it for the upper bracket. Nothing stopped this train once it got going. And hello, new team, new dream. Guys, top two are going to be advancing to Ignite, and I've got a feeling Arrival has a pretty dang good chance to do so.
They keep playing like that, Cozy? Absolutely. We could be welcoming them as one of the teams to take up our slots here as they move on into the grand finals, man. That was crazy work. That's one below all, by the way, that we're just terrorizing through that upper bracket. And they get stopped in a 3-0 by a Rival 7, who were on the brink, by the way, of getting eliminated into that lower bracket.
Yeah, guys, and you may not know the names, but just be familiar with these games because they're able to push through what has been a long MRC for Season 2. And they've been able to show that they're one of the top teams. One below all maybe didn't show it there, but definitely a tough opponent for them. And to get the sweep at that in the upper bracket, sheesh, is all I've got to say. Absolute phenomenal job, and the Rivals looks good.
And Flamay, once again, with 46,000 healing output, you compare that to Voop, who had 30,000, Heelys, who had 24,000. It was just the hand-in-hand work with Chemicals, also having 11 final hits, and that's without a lot of damage. And that's something that, you know, a lot of people don't really think about. They see big numbers and they think automatically good, but with that lack of damage and a lot more of those final hits, you're not feeding into those ultimates between Loki and Luna Snow. So that combined together with Hoffman having much more of that damage output really worked together.
Man, squeezing that ult through that through that shield was insane. Run, Duelist on the side of one below all. You've earned my respect, but unfortunately you guys are now going down to the lower bracket. Keep in mind, they're not out. Their Cinderella Dream is not completely dead, but it is going to be a bit on pause for the upper bracket here, and we'll see what they're made up down below. But yeah, you said it best. Between Flamay, the Vanguards, the whole team, I'm starting to learn some names, and I'll dang near remember them for Ignite here in the future, most likely.
I mean, when I see Cartier land those dunks in an important fashion, we see Flamay like just continuously popping up on Loki. It's going to be hard out here together with that strategist backline. And let's see if they can hold it down in that grand final. But after the action that we saw with one below all, I wouldn't be surprised, Cozy, if they want some revenge.
Absolutely, guys. We've got a heater coming at you. We're going to have a break in between them one last time. So don't go anywhere. It's been an awesome day of Rivals, and we got more coming right at you after this break.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And we're not no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and splashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. Night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still
After he yawns, another comes to my Glentor. To me, my queen in black.
and time will spiral into darkness.
And I was holding back. Psychic shift. Cosmic flame. Turning up the heat. Follow if you dare. You are nothing! Less than nothing.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. If you've been with us the last 7 hours, then maybe you remember Cafe Noir. Well, they're playing what team we have seen in Steam Engine now for the third time, but third time's a charm. They've been a great team thus far, only falling to a rival that have looked every bit of elite here in the MRC. Vicky, we've got a heater coming at you with two great teams, and Cafe Noir, Vicky, have been a awesome dive heavy fun team to watch.
Yeah, it's really been great here as we take a look at what to expect, and Cafe Noir having a little bit of a break before they start terrorizing that lower bracket that we've saw beforehand, and seeing already things off. They definitely know something, that Black Panther being that first ban with Ultron being that next.
Absolutely, and we saw the team that went against Cafe Noir. They had to ban Panther, maybe Spider-Man. I mean, they were trying to shut down anything, and kind of same playbook there. Someone on Cafe pops off on Panther, clearly,
Yeah,
because
for
we've
real.
seen every team now start with T'Challa going down. But as we heard before from Ego Death, if Black Panther's banned, it just opens up the world for them, and they're able to really get things going. The Psylocke save is definitely fun too. I think, was it Hopeful that played that?
Yeah, we saw Hopeful on that Psylocke. We saw Hopeful also pop off. I believe it was on either the Bucky or the Punisher earlier too, because that was our first series, of course. Just looking back at the action that we've
7
had
hours
here
back.
within the RMC. Yeah, for real. And then, of course, 7.62, man. 7.62 had rolled out, by the way, with this Spider-Man. Together, they had, like, the Venom dive composition with Hopeful being on the Psylocke. It was a very scary situation to look at. But that's why I see the Luna Snow being protected. And I'm wondering, are we going to see the Loki ban next?
Yeah, this is such a good matchup because, like, Tones was an incredible Magneto. We saw what the Washer can do right on full heat cycle. Iffy had probably some of the best Agamottos that we've got to see thus far in the MRC, at least today. And so it's going to be a heavyweight matchup. Coach is the Luna. You got a lot against, Luna v. Luna, Brad v. Coach. Fun to watch these new players, but big time matchups line up here, and you might see that Spider-Man lock and say they're teasing us, but we've seen him roll out and he's pretty crazy.
Yeah, 7.62 just was one of those highlight players that we saw from the very beginning. Seeing if that's going to be what is going to lean towards the win condition for Cafe Noir. As we get situated now, Konya also was actually a really good Invisible Woman. We saw like the consistent 12k damage coming out from the Invisible Woman.
Yeah, absolutely. As we look at Clintar, this has been a map we've seen plenty of today, no question about it. Now looking into what is going to be, typically this point just does not hold, Vic. This is such a tough point to hold after just so much aggression at it. As we look at the team's lineup, get ready. Dr. LZ, if you're not familiar, well, get ready for an absolute just clinic this guy puts on here. And the Washer, another guy we've highlighted plenty of times. There's so many people and interest to look at. Cafe Noir, though, Vic, who's their standout player?
I feel like, honestly, there's a lot of good ones. I think Kanya, like I mentioned before, was really good. Iffy was really good at following up with 7.62. Hopeful on that Psylocke was incredibly scary, but we haven't really seen what is going to happen with the way that Steam Engine's having this run back opportunity and seeing what they could do a little differently here after they're coming back down from that lower bracket, with 7.62 being as good as they are.
Yeah, and honestly, Cafe just swept 3-0, so we didn't even get to see them struggle with adversity. So we'll have to see, you know, this is a much better team they're going up against here. So we'll see how they respond to it. 7.62 trying to get some early looks as he's getting rid of those Groot walls from Slurnt. We have not seen Groot play from Slurnt a lot, so very interesting in just flexibility that we're seeing from the team. 7.62 has been lethal, going in for more, but it's going to be Steam Engines going in with the first lap and hold there on defense as they quickly get rid of 2.
Finding that big pick onto Tones means that Cafe Noir, it's back to the drawing board. They're going to have to get sent back, and you can even see if he's just trying to see if they can get into position on this backline. Being on that Captain America to just harass those backline members, too. As you can see, they're trying to look out for him.
The sprays on the wall. Yeah, definitely. And Brad's had some of the best claps as Luna, just getting those final picks on flyers. He's been really resilient there. In the eyes of the strategist, you can hear that Cap stomping upstairs. They want to get rid of that distraction. Washer with the beautiful flush and finish there on Hopeful. My goodness, what a clean hit, as now he's looking for more.
I feel like when we take a look at Steam Engines, aside from Washer having those pop-off moments, King Coco, obviously that Loki being the problem that it is, could make it really difficult for more of this dive composition from Cafe Noir to have that success that they really want to lean into that win condition. Look at the Captain America waiting in the corner, and they've been waiting for the moment to strike before diving in.
Well, hey, patience. With great patience comes great eliminations. If he does get that pick, but quickly is going to be his fate to follow there. Steve Rogers can do it all day, but not this time. Should have logged off yesterday, as we like to say here at the cast.
Goodness.
Now, beautiful Vanguard sweep up of defense. Right now, Steam Engine looking all the bit warmed up.
And the Groot ult into the deadly Groot hug instead. I mean, silent but deadly, as we always say, too. That's going to be Slurp walking away with some more KOs here in Cafe Noir. We'll be able to re-engage with a good amount of ultimates themselves, including that survivability with the invisible boundary as well as Coach.
Yeah, that final judgment going to be tough to deal with. Brad followed closely behind. King Coco just has done such a tremendous job every single map at keeping himself alive, thus keeping the team alive here. Dance with the Butterflies, though, you know what it can do, but they're at least in this, yep, we're going to get at least a strategist ult. Wow, to pop, but he gets the finish on Doctor. That's huge.
Yeah, that means you won't have an Omega Hurricane instead, and you have the Loki already using the God of Mischief to get the copy on the fate of both worlds to keep everyone in this fight. Magneto ultimate coming up, and the Reflect possibility with the Captain America looking Washer dead in the face and still disrupting the peace from this back line.
Yeah, right now Zhang Ji, too, has been the big-time holder of defense on Punisher. Frank Castle doing a great job just keeping this team at bay. There's the shotgun coming out, and the blast coming with it, but 7.62 lights it up to 7,000 degrees approximately with those tornadoes, getting the picks early, and Tones up at the meteor. Down comes the Omega Hurricane and the meteor.
Wow.
And everything is being launched.
That was huge timing right there, too. You had the invisible boundary, and they were brought in from what looked like Slurnt in having that group hug, and it was just stopped right there. Combine that together with having Kanya waiting in the mist for that Omega Hurricane actually helped them out.
Yeah, and kind of an awkward time to respawn there. You know, no time to Doctor Strange portal back, anything like that. With the ways those limbs chopped out. Now, at this point, Steam Engines is, 2 minutes, 40 seconds. That's not that long, Vicky, to get through this point of the map. They're just happy to at least get through the first one here. And 7.62 showing great patience, looking early for the quick hits there on the top. Look at this great use of animation canceling. You love to see it.
Trying to get out those hits as fast as possible. Damage output instead. Putting in that pressure while from afar. Chang'e is right there, being on that Punisher, has the final judgment available. King Coco too, with immediate retaliation, but they have to deal with this pesky Captain America, who keeps diving into these backlines, still just tries to pull out even more out of them because they're trying to bait out these lambs too.
Yeah, I mean, all those melees you see, guys, it's like a mini dash at that too. Just keeping that torch so fluid and able to get around. Ooh, the Cap diving in. Iffy has been all over the place with Steve Rogers today. Doing it all day here now as Zhengji here just putting on pressure early. Has the final judgment. Is he going to pop it now? He is, but oh, we got the dance happening behind him. Hopeful can clean up the job. He gets one. Oh, but the trade happens and they take him down, Vic. That's a huge pick.
And that was off of the judgment there. No sustainability. We had the ultimates come out at the right time, but they shut him down. They don't see it as worth the investment, and they hold on to it for the next fight. But that's a lot of space now wasted away and favors Cafe Noir with that time bank.
Not horrible with 1:20 left. You just have to win one fight here to hold them to 2. They have 5 left in the bank. But yeah, definitely just a great job of timing there from Hopeful, cleaning up with the dance. Execution of the Dance of the Butterflies from Psylocke, and here comes the Omega Hurricane. They're going to look for a lot. The show comes out, and so does the sky as the meteor pops up. It's an absolute apocalypse out here of abilities, Vic.
Yeah, if you look down below, you may get blinded. Don't stare too long at the sun here. You got the supernova. You have the dance off here with the fate of both worlds, the invisible boundary, the dance of the butterflies that's slowly coming up though, but it took a lot out of Steam Engines. That was King Coco and Brad, who had already used up those strategist ultimates. Now the dance of the butterflies has come out here. The lamps were forced out too, and that was a great sustainability for Steam Engines just to negate that ultimate.
5 ults at that, and it didn't get that much done, but Brad does trade with the other Luna. Coach going down to Brad. The Quackster coming out here now as Hopeful tries to get a quick dash. Doesn't get the success, though, as now Tones is going down. The defense is looking to stop. And, man, Zhengji has done an insane job on defense thus far.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they actually close off that wall, too, so you're kind of just a sitting duck shooting around. I mean, the demons are coming up right behind you instead. You got less than 3 seconds, and you can't find your way back on the board here before the jump comes in from Ivy here, too. Tones opens up the portal, and now they're going to start the re-engagement.
And here comes 7.62 with that Spider-Man. Peter Parker coming to play here as they're running in. Iffy is going to go some quick health faster than having the strats. I love that, as now he's kind of playing in and out, but now unable to get back in. 7.62 now going to Magic instead. The whole duelist roster being used as Hopeful gets the cleanup scoop and goes for the combo elim there on Punisher. They're getting the job done, Vic.
Yep, gets the finishing blow, and you're about to have the Dance of Butterflies. And guess what? King Coco has already used up the God of Mischief. Unless Brad stays alive now, you have the fate of both worlds to keep your team in this fight. It's going to be another contention with another portal. Here comes the Dance of Butterflies. Look at it getting negated by Brad being on that Luna Snow. But do they have enough here with 7.62 coming out from the portal and the magic picks as well?
Goodness gracious, here it's looking close as now the Magic just trying to get the quick picks, able to burn through it, and Punisher's down. Oh my, make it 3 for the Demon Queen is 7.62 going off at any hero.
Man, Darkchild or not, Magic coming out in full force when they had no time. They had made these swap-ups at the very last minute. Now getting that next checkpoint adds in a little more time into that time bank.
Oh my gosh, an absolute photo finish, and they get that point done. Captain Noir showing why they swept the first team, and they are a team that will not go lightly here. And Steam Engine, you guys got to turn it around. You had 5 ults here to get the stop, could not get it done. King Coco getting close, Slurn at 88%. This is going to be tight, Vicky.
See how they can try to stay alive through all of this, though. It's going to be an onslaught of damage while Coach has that internal bond just to create the pathing for the rest of Cafe Noir. That's with 2 picks there, too, in favor for Cafe Noir. That's even with Kanya going down before making their way right back on that Loki. 7.62 has the Omega Hurricane. King Coco answers back with that copy just so that way they can kite away. But there's so much damage output coming in. Slurnt needs to be able to get this big root hug to get a follow-up with Shang-Chi.
Oh, that was huge. They used a lot of the resources on Dr. LZ to keep them alive, and well worth it here as the goddess goes out and the lanterns to follow. The Omega Hurricane is going to at least keep this team moving back, but man, it's the final jet. Oh my gosh, the blocking is perfection here from Steam Engine.
That was almost an environmental help right there in getting that pick, but you managed to get away, you managed to get right back into your team's open arms, and you get the copy, you get the eternal bond, and you get 7.62 with the Omega Hurricane focused on the back line. Slurnt going down without using that Groot ult instead. Shang-Chi goes down with that final judgment too, and Cafe Noir clearing the way.
An F7 coming out here from who looks like he's playing Mystery Heroes. We've seen everything come out of them. Now at this point, throwing the double portal, the disrespect. Oh, you love to see it here. And then close it at the top with the 5 high. What an absolute precision masterpiece from Cafe, taking Vicky a point that looked lost to a full cap.
You're telling me they had no time before that second checkpoint and they managed to bring the payload all the way to the finish line with literally no time to work with, and that was just them with their staggered ults and getting a lot better trades on the neutral.
Yeah, I mean, and you had a little bit of everything in there. You had a demon come out of Apocalypse Limbo at some point, get a 3-piece. Spider-Man made an appearance, I'm pretty sure. It's like absolute wildness there. If he going in and out of dimensions like an absolute wizard there, getting his heal back on his cap. That was just a lot of fun, and you know, we promised that for Cafe. They're a fun team, and Steam, I mean, they looked so clean there. Just they were unable to kind of sharpen things up and hold their ground.
Are you not entertained? What more to expect against these two heavy-hitting teams that we've been able to see a lot of action from throughout the course of the MRC thus far? 7.62 sticking onto the Storm, it looks like here, to try to match that against Dr. LZ. But I feel like not only is the fighting happening over in these skies, but it really trickles down to the way that Slurnt hasn't really been able to get too much output with these Groot ults. We saw him holding on to it for a little bit, but there really was no combo to proceed forward because the Omega Hurricane was already used up.
Again, a new hero for them, at least in this part of the MRC. Didn't see too much of Groot from them earlier, but now they are on the offense. The defense is Cafe Noir. Can they drive this car through the Cafe, Vic, or are they going to be stalled at the door here as they're pushing forward early? And I got to say, the Punisher was really what helped them on that defensive effort on the first point. Gonna have to go crazy here in point 2.
It's already hopeful wrapping around, though. Finding an opportunity after they changed up their composition. We had that Captain America earlier on. Nice Groot wall, just put in a little bit more of that extra pressure before they're forced to drop down. But look at the difference play here, too, as Slurnt is just trying to create that space together as Steam Engine just wrap up around Cafe Noir.
Yeah, and at this point, Steam Engine getting... Oh, King Coco, you know what he's good at? Is getting that ult fast. He's at 82%. That's going to be the difference maker. Coach to follow, though, 86, 89. They need to get that internal ball before it's too late. It's going to come down to the wire here as the turret's spreading the bullets, and the pressure is built on, but the point's going to be capped without anything. Oh, that's a rough one because they popped the ult, too.
And you know you're getting that satisfaction putting in so much of that pressure here. You have the spawn room doors right there, but the eternal bond, man, right there, unable to contest to stop them from getting this payload moving.
Oh, an absolute perfect cap. If you're Steam Engine there, you got 5 minutes on the clock. That's a lifetime to get the second point. But we've seen what they can do and what defenses have done against this team. And now we've got the ults happening. We have Loki out, hopeful to follow.
And dancing here around the final judgment, though. You're playing behind the Doctor Strange shield, but there's only so much damage you can negate. Everyone's grouped up together in the dance off of the fate of both worlds, and King Coco is there to help re-engage with the Loki ultimate. Beautiful survivability we're seeing right here from Steam Engine, and now with the Omega Hurricane, it could force out that ultimate that we were mentioning. It's going to try to match that together with the Luna Snow in that form of the copy, and they deal with 7.62.
The Wasp, you're turning that Hurricane into an absolute Privilege throwing it back in. I mean, that was there's been hurricanes left and right. I mean, just staggering these storm ults. It's non-stop shouting from the skies there. But the offensive effort here from the Vanguard play, and I love Slurnt here going over to Doctor Strange. I think it just fits this comp a bit better here. You've got that Agamotto that can open up with 4 minutes at that. Vicky is insane.
Yeah, and I feel like the group walls have really helped out. You don't really have to worry about an Emma Frost building up a lot of that damage there, but having that portal really comes into clutch here, especially if you're trying to hold them by this next choke, because they got a good amount of time in that time bank, 3 minutes, 50 seconds of climbing here. Eye of Agamotto coming out. Nice protection, though, does not find its mark onto Hopeful, who's also trying to play protecting by the lamps here, too. So the final judgment comes out now. Instead, tries to break right through that side. Beautiful block off the shield, and now the Omega Hurricane is putting some of that attention. They hear that final judgment. They know that they do not want to get taken out, as that final judgment will have their name on the board as they finally stop this momentum away from Steam Engines.
And that just shows how insane final judgment is, right? Okay, because you had the Omega Hurricane come out. They couldn't use it. They were trying to stall it because the final judgment would have just blown right through it. But then on top of that, okay, let's respond with the Magneto ult from the washer there, but then he hits the top of the shield, and then Dr. LZ knows they're done at that point, right? Because they're going to just get mowed down, and that they did. Cafe Noir, good job on defense. You got 3 minutes to go.
Gotta hold it down for as long as you could here. Just trying to approach with the Doctor Strange shield. I like this pathing that we're currently seeing. A different approach here from Steam Engines as the Omega Hurricane from right behind them. It's a bunch of sardines stuck in the can right now before navigating away because he forced out the fate of both worlds. That was the goal there in the long run without even getting that pick, as now the final judgment comes in, the protection on the Magneto bubble, and it's forcing all of Cafe Noir to cut away.
You get the Wombo combo there that we've seen often. The final judgment with the damage boost is so much DPS thrown at once, and we're seeing it yet again. Agamotto comes out. It's a good, it's pretty good as Brad goes down at least to it. Then King to follow. Both strategists are out. Now the team should follow suit there as Cafe Noir, once again, great defensive hold. And now there's 2 minutes left, Vic.
Maybe he's going down right there, but it's fine. Now this builds up into those ultimates for the next contention. Konya and Coach will have their own ultimates, respectively, to deal with that of Steam Engines, because you have King Coco, Slurnt, Eye of Agamotto on board. That could be the Wombo combo together with the Omega Hurricane, or if the Omega Hurricane could at least force out that internal bomb from Coach would go hard.
Non-stop hurricane warnings as we're yet again Dr. LZ's 10% away, 7.62. Shortly to follow here, and they're calling the weather warning. They better listen now as the Punisher putting in the aggression early. Here comes Dr. LZ. This time, no final judgment to deal with it, but there is an internal bond. Coach keeping the team up and alive through it. The Washer comes with their ult to follow, but keeping it for this next part of the fight. Goes up, slams down. Can the Wash get the full cycle? He does not.
Can we see it from the other side? Instead, from Tones, you get back in the turret. Point blank in their face is crazy, by the way. In front of that final judgment, here comes Hopeful, finding 3, follows up with 7.62, and that is more time dwindled away from the Steam Engine's time bank. Cafe Noir have their feet planted on this defense.
Another minute off the clock. Also, yeah, just utilizing those iframes for what, 0.1 second before the final judgment comes at you. Like, I respect it, I guess, but there's probably no other option. Portal comes out, fight right to him, and Washer with the clean pick on Cloak. That's a big one, forcing 7.62 to ult immediately. That's going to be the trade there on the Washer, but now it's Storm for Storm, and this is looking like Steam Engines at least is going to win the beginning of this fight. Toads, though, wow, what a finish.
That's big. The trade-offs are still happening, too. And that's what, if he's going to be able to come right back around with the Eye of Agamotto. You have less than 30 seconds, and we're still seeing more of these trades come out. Steam Engines, Dr. LZ, unstoppable, has that Omega Hurricane ready to go.
Yep, lanterns have been used, and Loki is out, so trading for the next target. The Hurricane, it flies. They get nothing from it. The portal comes out now, and they do not have a portal left, so this is going to be your fight, ladies and gentlemen. Can Steam Engine keep the gas down, or will the brakes be ripped out? We'll have to see as Punisher pushes in. Final judgment about to come out here. They can combine it with Brad, and the damage goes online. Washer with the pick.
Well, looks like all speed, no brakes, although the Eye of Agamotto from the heavens comes in. It does find 2. Meanwhile, this Eye of Agamotto even bigger. It's found 3. It causes the demise of the Doctor Strange. Tones goes down without having the ultimate available. Slurnt immediately turns right back around, and the magic is out from 7.62.
Yeah, surviving a 3-eye is insanity here. Love 7.62 takes out the demon when the going gets tough, and here it is. The pig takes it down. Dance of Butterflies, hopeful, trying to get something done, but the lanterns are out. Eternal Bond to follow. Magneter up. Washer down. Does not connect, and to follow Vic is going to be the Punisher ult.
They just have to stay alive. 7.60 will come right back around with the Dark Child, and you currently see that Brad and King Coco had already used up those strategist ults. It's up to Dr. LZ to stay alive, to use his Omega Hurricane, clear out the point, but they may not need it because Cafe Noir are nowhere in sight. The Punisher dealing just enough to clear the point.
Well, each team has an equal amount of time on this last point, as we saw from the last one here, and one team got it done with swift justice. Cafe Noir really blinked and this point was over here. So Dr. LZ, they got the Omega Hurricane. You do have an eye coming up outside of that. Not a lot of strat supports, but you don't need them because Cafe Noir doesn't have much up their arsenal.
You don't, but looking at what they're going to have to worry about on the other side, Steam Engines having that Omega Hurricane, having that Eye of Agamotto here. Brad slowly approaching now on that fate of both worlds. Cafe Noir just going to be playing a lot more pokey now as the Omega Hurricane comes out. It's all about protecting that back line. Those bubbles, the Magneto bubble on top of it all here too. Before backing away, you just want to force out as much as you possibly can, and nothing came out just yet until the very end. Now that Hopeful Ponyo and Icy now have it.
Insane communication there from Cafe Noir, using the bubble and the lanterns perfectly to stay through that Omega Hurricane. Absolute perfection of cooldowns, but it can't be enough to stop this engine from moving. You got two down. They're looking for more. Keep in mind, though, the spawn is very close, so they're going to be able to follow. Final Judgment out for Hopeful. Gets 1, 2, make it 3. 13 seconds left. 4. They have a portal, though, Vic. But my gosh, Cafe Noir got it. Used a lot to it.
And they waited, too, to cycle through these ultimates. You see the infrared vision. Can you touch the point just on time? You used up the fate of both worlds, but now that's going to be so detrimental. Used up all the time that you possibly can to force out the overtime.
Yeah, it had to, I guess. Portal wasn't ready quite in time, although I thought they had plenty of time to get that out there, at least 13 seconds. But either way, that was the call that was made. Dr. LZ does get the hit there on Tones. If they can get another, this is going to be the momentum they need. Dr. LZ now 2 Omegas in one fight, as we see Hopeful try to get some space, learn to get the pick on Iffy, and at this point, it is now Cafe Noir on the ropes. Can Steam Engine make this thing tied?
They're trying to. Hopeful staying alive, though, with some help of Coach. This builds into Coach's ultimate. Hopeful trying to get that final judgment. Overtime ticking away. They have to try to boot them off so that way they don't get to the finish line. The internal bond to open things up for Cafe Noir. The copy now from the other side to capture the fate of both worlds. Trying to avoid the Meteor M, though, from the other side. No one's looking at Coach right now, by the way. You find Dr. LZ ignored from the back line, and the Eye of Agamotto finds Hopeful, but does not find that pick as the final judgment is ready to go at 7.62. This is not a drill. The Dark Child comes out and swings to wipe out everybody off this payload as Cafe Noir successfully find themselves on this defense.
Absolute photo finish from Cafe Noir. I mean, that magic coming out just when they need the quickest eliminations possible. Limbo opens, the demon follows, and yeah, Washer, I'm like, all right, you're going to just hit the cloak and you'll be good, right? Nope, cloak in the back line, throwing on the Terror Cape and getting 2 picks to it. We've got another Loki MVP, 38-6 with 53 assists. That'll do.
Again, these Lokis, man. These Lokis are crazy coming up. I can't wait to see that stat line, man. Even coming out with the magic at the very last second to get anything going for 7.62. 23 final hits, 20 for Hopeful. Those final judgments came in clutch. 44,000 damage, 46,000 damage. And even looking on the other side, 80,000 damage, or rather 80,000 healing in favor for King Coco.
Yeah, honestly, just a tremendous effort from both teams. The duelist matchups here, the double duos, is peak, Vicky. Absolute peak, because both of them are just rising up to the task there. 80k healing. Are you kidding me? King Coco, 9k to boot. That was a heck of a way to open up this matchup. We knew it was going to be a good one. We've seen these teams now go at it against other threats here, but lived up to every bit of the hype.
I honestly feel like that was still so close. It was a very similar situation that we saw on the opposing side when they were on the attack, where they basically had no time at that second checkpoint, making it very difficult for both of these teams. But those last-minute swaps were crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, as we look at some of the great highlights and what just happened in the last match here. Hopeful, I mean, we kind of talked about the heroes they play at the start there, Vic, and how you're like, well, they kind of all play them all. These duelists are super flexible at that. I mean, you know that when you see the magic come out, as we see here, slice and dice and get an absolute lethal 3-piece there, and just perfection of play of all sides.
Yeah, and when we take a look at the highlights too, the combination between Brad, King Coco, we saw the damage output for Cafe North specifically from Kanyo, whether it was on that Invisiwoman, on the Loki on top of it all, but the timing and enabling those final judgments also helped Hopeful plant their feet on the ground to prevent the storm from really having as much impact.
Yeah, without question, great set. Listen, I've got a prediction. I think this series is going to be tight. If it's anything like that map on Clintar, I don't think we're going to see any sweeps here, folks. At least that's my best guess. Yes, we had a sweep earlier from Team of Cafe Noir, but I'm telling you guys, Steam Engines, they're not going to go lightly. We've seen that time after time from this team, and we're going to continue to see it. We go to match number 2 in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Quick little break, and then we'll be right back with the action.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are setting out for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. We told you it'd be a banger. We did not lie, and this is not going to be a sweep. And my guess between these two titans of team, we have Steam Engine, Cafe Noir, Vicky. Match 2 coming up.
Man, and to start things off on Clintar, which changes a bit of the pace, right? We're so used to Domination being that first map when you're taking a look at the MRI. And starting things off on Clintar specifically, I feel like Convergence in general, just adding a lot more of an even matchup to look at both of these teams, because both teams face difficulties before getting to that second checkpoint. But the time bank dwindled away to the very end. I'm wondering where we're going to be moving on to next, as it's going to go the distance as we see Midtown for map number 2.
Yeah, we got Convoy coming up, and you know what? We've seen a good amount of Midtown today here. Not too much Central Park, Vic. I feel like Central Park was like the map of Ignite, and it's the opposite this time around, as Midtown will decide the fate. Ultron being banned and Black Panther to follow. Team showing mutual respect for one another as this thing continues on. But we got that Psylocke lock once again coming from Cafe. Hopeful has been in Demon on the hero. And speaking of Demon, don't think we'll get a magic ban, but 7.62 showing what they can do.
That would be hilarious. I don't think that's gonna come out though, for sure.
No
yeah,
shit.
right. Like the fact that we see little crumb of magic actually get any sort of footing here in the current meta in season 2.5 as the protection comes out for the Luna. Again, no surprise there. The Emma Frost being prioritized too as that next ban, which is great because this actually works into that Psylocke having that strength with Hopeful, no Hulk, so that way you won't have to worry about the Gamma Squid with the Namor coming out too.
Yes, we look on forward here. Emma gone once again. What you know, I like his Slurnt does obviously like their Emma, showing his Lord Queen right there, but they don't need him. They say as they get the quick ban, the Psylocke safe pick is just too much to give them, right? As they continue and move forward. 5 seconds left on this save, taking every bit of it, and they got to lock this in. It's going to be the torch save. Dr. LZ, he's going to have access to the skies. We've seen what this guy can do, and it's insane.
It's been a big issue with that torch, too. So saving that's playing into those strengths here, too. Leaning over to the safety of the cloak and dagger. I'm wondering, we still going to have that Loki coming out. King Coco being a really strong contender there. Kanya, too, also showcasing the flexibility. But this is what I was waiting for. We hadn't seen the Loki being banned, and the Loki has just had so much output just in helping out the sustainability and elongating these fights.
Yeah, and King Coco, I believe, last time swapped to Invis is what we saw from them. And then Brad was then on the Luna. Luckily, they still have that saved. Adam going out, though. Trying to figure out these two teams, one another, as they looked at that last fight. And, man, I'm telling you, they've put on an absolute clinic and show, even with just one map so far. And, guys, we've seen it time and time again. We've explained it, but if you are just now coming in, triple Vanguard, great way to open up this point on defense, put a lot of pressure. And on the offensive side, we've seen Moon Knight, which we actually see right now highlighted, and Squirrel Girl to put a lot of pressure into it. Moon Knight so good on this point particular because of that room they like to hide in. It just opens up the floodgate for the Crescent Darts.
And we also know that Moon Knight, when you come out of the attack, it's because you're expecting the triple Vanguard, which they guessed right here in this case. It's a really good position to hold a much more forward positioning in that side room with the triple Vanguard, so you could expect a lot more of that burst damage option, whether it be from the Squirrel Girl or from the Moon Knight.
Iffy on Strange. We've seen those Agamottos all day here, Vic, and lined up, ready to go. 12 seconds to pop this thing going. And I think the record for Moon Knight ults is 10 seconds maybe within the map start. So we'll see if they can beat that.
Let's see here. Got now starting things off with the Jeff. Looks like the Jeff NATO may come out just for a little bit of a poke fun pressure. And before making that swap up after getting that speed bubble and a nice snipe over to the side here from Wash with the fine tones.
Oh my.
That immediately starts things off great here. An aggressive start with Brad finding those next two picks.
You don't need a Moon Knight when the Quaxton over here got the two-piece on Luna, the duelist, the strategist. Now you've got, oh man, I'm telling you, this Moon Knight skin is sick. The one where you're talking about in Ignite, well, the flames are on. For Phoenix coming in season 3 with this insane look.
The way they're going to be able to clear up that next path here, too, was Slurnt being on that Groot, creating more of that space with these Groot walls up ahead here. 7.62 taking a lot of damage. This Moon Knight having the ultimate already, Hand of Conchu ready to deliver here, too, before they back away. They know what's coming, and you could see possibly maybe a Wombo combo if King Coco can keep everybody alive, but Slurnt being able to find that pick as everybody is folded over to the side, all fall prey to the Hand of Conchu.
Yeah, my goodness, Conchu's smiling up there right now. Egypt is happy as the god rained down, and Cafe Noir. Now they're going to try to switch up their plan of attack. We saw Steam Engine just do really good on this map before, so they're doing it yet again. Grappling hook up for that high ground look down below, and I love this little peak spot. Use it myself here on the Moon Knight. Beautiful advantage point for them.
Keep up the pressure here too. They have so many ultimates going into this next fight. Kanya having that internal bond gonna be key here, as well as Coach with that fate of both worlds. Changes up a lot when you don't have that 24-second immortality with the Loki ult to cycle through. As the final judgment comes out now from Hopeful, they try to keep Hopeful alive, but they pull the trigger on the dance way too late. I'm not sure if that was a miscommunication right there from Cafe Noir, but it was Steam Engine that retracted right back. It's a big group hug to keep everyone from Cafe Noir all together right at the end of that dance off here, and Kanya going down trying to back away after having that eternal bond, not going to use it up just so that way they can have it for the next engagement.
Mark, Steven, Jake, it doesn't matter. Khonshu is hungry today. Gets another 3-piece there, making it look like light work there. Crescent Darts bouncing around, popping off. Watching this ult tick right back up to 1 million now. If he does have that ult, I mean, Captain Noir, they have everything but 5 minutes on the clock. You got to respond here and reset. You got the first win. You got to get more.
What's scary about Midtown is once you have this momentum when you're on the attack side and you just find yourself staggering and you can't even use these ults, it feels so detrimental. Like your entire lead has just fell through your hands at this point. And now Steam Engines, they're running away with this. They have 2 ultimates online here. Cafe Noir, we know, have everything. The Omega Hurricane, though, could force some of that out as Kanya has that eternal bond.
Brad has just nailed these picks with Luna. Great job there. Agamotto out. Iffy has been huge on these today. And finally, we get this response from Cafe. They still have 2 ults to boot with Coach. That's exactly the fight they needed. They needed to win a fight without using a lot of ult economy. They did just that. But, Vicky, there's an eternity left on the clock.
Yeah, literally 4 minutes and less than 30 seconds. And look at 7.62's position. You're on the Wolverine. You have the Rage ready to go. The last stand, rather, ready to go here as they try to approach. They do not know where 7.62 is, and you're trying to get the kidnap to take you right back to the team.
Yeah, great kidnap there with the pop and finish of Iffy and the rampage of Toad. Oh, look at Toads take the credit there. You're like, yep, totally just got a 3-piece. Just a 3-piece casual primary hit there, and 7.62, he's fuming. No, great job. I can't believe that one pop of that got all 3. That was an awesome cleanup, though. And Steam Engines, though, look what they've got, Vic. They've got a fully loaded ult roster. But Coach can, if they do it right this time, right, is able to keep them all alive through it.
It was just the fact that you get that one finishing blow at the right time. You get the kidnap again, the protection on the Magneto bubble off of the Groot hug. And Toads is right there to follow up with 7.62. Yes, you have Coach here keeping up the survivability as well as Brad. But now you have the Omega Hurricane. You have Kanya right there with the internal bond.
Yeah, said fear Magneto, but whispered it. I barely even heard that ult go up and down and slam down. Washer making it loud and proud. Getting that connection on Coach, and right now it's trade for trade, blow for blow, but that's always going to go in favor of the offense. On this point of the map, they're closer to the point, but nope. Cafe Noir, hello, welcome to the map as they come roaring out in the 3rd point.
When it comes to stopping a team, at least when they have non-stop momentum in those first 2 checkpoints, I feel like this choke specifically is one that you can easily get held on the spawn room doors. Look at the way they've been able to cycle through their ultimates too. They'll have another set coming up shortly with Hopeful having that Goddess of Death here, Iffy too, with the Eye of Agamotto.
Oh, wow. Okay, we have the Eternal Ball coming out. King Coco paving the path for the team to follow. Steam Engines got to capitalize on this. They do have an Agamotto, though, that they're going to have to watch out for. Hopeful in the Reign of Goddess and Thorns and Crows thrown down upon them right now, just keeping their distance, doing a good job at pacing themselves through what is a crucial matchup. 2 minutes left. Here comes the hell from above, thrown down, and right now just staying alive.
The Goddess of Death. I mean, why even show face at this point? You're just going to wait it out. Sure, a bit away from their time bank, but they got 2 minutes on the clock still, slowly approaching Brad, having that fate of both worlds. King Coco right there too, just building up that eternal bond. Nice shots that we're currently seeing from the Hela before having the Goddess of Death themselves, as Halfway Noir may have to try to recontest. You see the attempt on the kidnap here. Nice protection on the Magneto bubble instead, and the Eye of Agamotto has found both 7.62 and Kanya.
It's ult for ult, blow for blow, every button pressed, but who will come out and impress here as they, push forward. Great little shoot through the pockets there in the pop on 7.62, but staying alive. Dr. LZ gets a trade on Hopeful. Tones to follow and trade. Right now, Cafe Noir putting up their best 5-minute effort now on this point, and they're staying alive doing it.
They must really like it going down to the wire. This is kind of the Cafe Noir special as they get the freeze up to 7.62. Immediate retaliation just to keep them right back alive and healthy. As Steam Engines now are trying to wrap around. Hopeful, though, looking even better being on the high ground. They hear the portal play coming out, just trying to wrap up behind them, almost trying to get this kidnap, too, on the other side.
Pure neutral fight here, no ults to be said. And yeah, I mean, come on, what 5-star cafe doesn't have good specials, right? This is their photo finish as Hopeful now trying to use this taxi cab as coverage, getting headshot after headshot, keeping them alive. But as Slurnt, they're trading with Iffy. Keep in mind, though, it is a short walk back to this point, and it's not overtime yet, so 6 seconds. They're going to have to do perfection of elimination and timing, but there it goes. We got the Eternal Bond coming out for Cafe Noir, but then the grand finale met by Brad. Both teams won it. What will get it?
With the survivability, the dance off here, the Eye of Agamotto does not land, but you try to block out the meteor if you can. Nice flick to stop it from crashing back into the ground here. Chinese does have that Goddess of Death. The reset after Hopeful had already used it from themselves. 7.62 now out to Marco on the Eye of Agamotto as Dr. LZ is swiping the rest of the competition. They had so much time in the time bank, and now nobody from Cafe Noir to stop them.
You know, it's one of those mental victories, I would say, for Cafe Noir. You know, you held them for 4 minutes, 3 seconds left on the clock. I'm not certainly too mad about that, but if you are looking at the side of Steam Engines, good job, getting the job done. Anytime you can go into the next part of the match with 3 points, you feel a bit better.
After having so much of that time back, at least getting it to the finish line, though, is the key here. As we look over to the flip-flop on the other side, Cafe Noir will be on the attacking side this time around. And I do feel like, yeah, it took a little bit for them to come alive. Again, the momentum from those first 2 checkpoints, they were brutal. But that's what you have to do when it comes to a reset. You don't want to find yourself staggering in, holding onto those ultimates, and not using everything just to stay alive.
Already, as Tones is showcasing a little bit of their Wolverine Lord skin, been playing Vanguard a lot today, but showing that they can do it all as they go down the elevator, flexing what they have. We got the Thing and the Penny Parade out, and if you're Cafe, I mean, they got a sick magic, but Moon Knight's been getting the job done here in the early points.
Good when it comes to the burst damage, though. That's why we said either the Moon Knight or that Squirrel Girl, as we see Hopeful hovering over that Squirrel Girl. Let's not forget, too, I believe it was the Adam Warlock that was banned prior here, so none of that triple res that we're going to be able to see here, too.
All right, the time ticks down. They have their safety house to fall back into if needed. Look at the freaking acorns shooting out of there like a horror movie. Trying to use the point as protection at this point now, and just good sustaining coverage at the moment. Nothing traded thus far.
A bit of a stun, though, before jumping right back to the safety of your team. That's the damage up that we were mentioning, but holding down the fort just through this defense here before Hopeful comes in. You don't learn your lesson out here. The Squirrel Girl ult charges just as quick. Talk about the damage output just to dismember this defense from Steam Engines.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't kidding. They actually really did go with the one Vanguard approach. I thought he was just showing off his Lord icon. No, Tones knows what to do here on Wolverine, and you love to see not the traditional 2-2-2. Kind of what you see out there in the latter bit more. One Vanguard player at times as they pop right back in Steam Engine. They want more now. Still 3 Vanguards and getting kidnapped right away.
A literal crime right out of the rip when you come out of that portal there, too, to try to re-engage. But the Omega Hurricane was waiting for them on the other side. You know what they say, it's hurricane season as Cafe Noir are walking away with those 2 extra picks. No backline support to keep Steam Engines in this fight. You put down the Sia, but it's more like you guys are the ones saying Sia instead.
Oh, I'm liking this Iffy on the mag. Tones popping off there on the Logan. Okay, I mean, Cafe Noir seems like they have a million different strats, flexibility up their sleeve. Dr. LZ, though, he's going to the comfort pick that we've seen him do great on.
Oh, tries to get a kidnap here. The bubble to protect them. Tones now going to be able to try to close in the gap here. Tries to use the Wolverine ultimate, but at least it forces out the Luna Snow. Oh, and they get off the point. It was just about building up that space that you've seen before from the Wolverine.
Sliced and diced and able to get it done. Point 1 is speed ran there. 4 minutes, 30 seconds. They saw what they did on the other side and said, we can follow. Tones now Trading that duelist back to the Vanguard and popping the Wizard on is Doctor Strange now with those clutch Agamottos that we've seen. But Iffy now is going to be on that mag, and they are just bursting through at the moment on the offense, and the staggers are happening. You got to reset Steam.
Yeah, and then when they do come back, at least they will have these 3 ultimates. But at this point, too, you want to try to re-engage at this next choke. If you could hold that next corner even better here, as Cafe Noir will have everything in the arsenal, just minus the Eye of Agamotto not available.
Hopeful throwing out acorns, getting that poke damage. Squirrel Stampede. The nature's ready here to follow suit. 7.62 trying to hunt their prey. We got Dr. Al versus 7.62. That's the big matchup of today. Squirrel Stampede is out. Connection is made. King Coco going down. That's a big pick. And watch, though, to trade to make it an equal battle.
King Coco going down, though. You won't have that internal bond. The Eye of Agamotto doesn't find its mark with Coach. Also going down, though, it's at least a trade with the both strategists going out. The Eternal Bond more so in favor for Cafe Noir, and they're still finding more of these picks. Wrapping around, though, is Iffy just trying to find that one last hit and clearing up even more of that space.
Oh my gosh. I mean, both teams on the first 2 points here, the defense has been abysmal, to say the best. As now the portal coming out, teams coming in with the double block off. Love to see it here. Iffy trying to land something to connect to the team, unable to do so, but the team's pushed forward, and oh, beauty's done. Steam Engine's finally putting a stop to 2 of the bigger playmakers here, and the point is getting pushed back.
Not even point blank, though. Were you able to get that Meteor M off of the dancing Luna Snow ultimate? But at least it could back away to try to re-engage. Even better, though, look at Dr. LZ. Having some of that range before having to re-engage now. Trying to see if they could get a kidnap over to the other side.
Stalking the prey, as we like to say, Animal Planets, as Wolverines do best here. And he sees Tones. He's looking who he wants to try to grab, and he's taking his pick of the litter. It's gonna be, yeah, he wants Iffy. Slices up Iffy, takes him down. Brad throwing on the dance floor.
Dude, he got kidnapped, he got frozen, and he still stayed alive because he had a mag bubble to bring him right back to health. Now it's clobbering time. It's found so many here, but the survivability, they're trying to stay alive even through the Luna Snow ultimate, and they go down the moment it finishes. King Coco does not have the Eternal Bond to re-engage.
Cafe Noir, point 2 is theirs. They go to point 3, and you know, they had 5-minute hold, 3-minute hold, a little bit different, but still a lot of time.
Lot more time here, 3 minutes and counting. Changyi will be able to re-engage with the Goddess of Death here. Slurnt 2 with the Eye of Agamotto. Do we stick here with this competition? It looks like we're wondering. We're going to change things up into the Punisher. I like this because you won't have that full reset on your ultimate. You'll just have 50% to then re-engage with that Final Judgment that you know Punisher gets quickly.
All right, guys. Teams reset. Steam Engine, they've got the Meteor Imp. They have the Eternal Bond to write it, or the Agamotto to write off that as well. Iffy, though, has been pretty huge thus far. 7.62, farming ult like crazy per usual. Coach ready to throw down the dance floor in response. Can Washer connect? That'll be the matchup to look for. Washer, though, doesn't even need an ult. Coach going down first.
And these raw hits that Washer has needs to be studied, because if it's not the meteors, it's just finding these Magneto picks in general onto that back line. This buys a lot of time away from Cafe Noir, who have now less than 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock.
To be honest, I gotta say, Brad and the story arc of this guy on Luna has tremendously changed. Went from getting picked early, kind of losing those early fights against what was been a rival and a tough team, to now just getting every single elim and pick there on Luna. Feel the wrath of what? Because nothing. 7.62 just got stopped. There's no chance of rain.
I was like, feel the hump.
Yeah, okay.
Wiped out before you could even see anything come out. It was interrupted, and then you have to deal with the Final Judgment on the other hand here too. Now you're down to a minute, less than 35 seconds, and the Cafe Noir had just used up 2 of those ultimates to just try to re-engage.
Yeah, 7.62 at least was stopped halfway to charge up, but not an easy look. Yes, Steam Engine had to use all of it, but it's looking tough here. Can the series go 1-1? Hell's Unleashed. The Meteor down to follow, Agamotto to follow suit as well, and it is all Steam Engine here, and nothing. Cafe is closed at the moment.
I mean, it looks like maybe it's a holiday out here because Steam Engines, they are just rolling it down. Finally now clearing out the point, looking at Cafe Noir, and it's back-to-back that they've lost out on these last two team fights. 7.62 at least will be able to approach that Omega Hurricane after it was interrupted.
Yeah, 4th of July was yesterday, right, Vic? I mean, you would think it wasn't after the fireworks show we're seeing right now just from Steam Engine. And now we get the Wrath of the Goddess going out and getting, oh my goodness, okay, getting a 4-piece, make it, okay, Cafe Noir now open for business. 33 seconds left of the clock. They're going to have to play to perfection, though, and they just used a lot to get it.
They had to work a little overtime, though, just to make up for the loss at the same time. So now coming right back around, utilizing everything, having much more impact on that Omega Hurricane. I'm looking at the Vanguard lineup. They'll have the Eye of Agamotto, that Meteor M coming up shortly, and that's going to be crucial to land that meteor once Brad has that Luna Snow Fate of both worlds.
Every work's got a little overtime, but Steam says not everything we have to do about it. Brad getting yet another crucial pick on Hopeful. That's a big one. Slicing and dicing. Dr. L goes up. He goes down. He lands a 3-piece finish, Vic.
Woo! Talk about a shish kebab here. Dr. LZ, unstoppable, gets the following. Quad gets the immediately wipeout. And Cafe Noir, they have these two ultimates, but they can't even use it because they don't have the time to put one toe in line.
The doctor is in, and he's prescribing a heavy dose of pain here as we now have a 1-to-1 matchup. I am not even a little bit surprised. What did I tell you, Vic? This was not going to be a sweep.
No, not at all. Steam Engine, I don't know, man. I feel like Cafe Noir and Steam Engine alone, with those last two series that we've seen between both these teams. Cafe Noir, yes, had taken it in a 3-0 in our first series of the day, but it's the way that Steam Engine has just been taking us the distance, whether it be in their series versus Arrival 7 and then dropping all the way down to see how they were going to be able to do against the full Brazilian team, Moto Turbo, and now evening up the score line between themselves and Cafe Noir as we take a look at the stats.
Yes, that's still the story. I mean, it was pretty lightning close on both sides. Hopeful and 7.62 always feel like they're going back and forth on who's going to end up getting more limbs damage, whatever. They're just looking for the win and trying to get the job done there. And man, it has been an absolute just tight fight between these two in the tug of war that has been these matches thus far. Haven't seen any domination. Maybe we get a little bit of that as we look at the highlights, though, for match 2.
Yeah, you even saw the survivability. It was a little shaky for our game-winning team, but in general, it seemed pretty even between both of these teams too, in just the cycle of these ultimates, finding certain holds there, whether it be before that second checkpoint, seeing it all the way through, or even right there by that choke by the spawn room doors before you get to that third point too in general.
What I love at this level too is from 7.62, I saw it briefly on the Wolverine, getting this little bit of hop from damage reduction. If you go to your spawn with the kidnap, you're able to get this little bunny hop going on and keep some momentum. You don't want to use it much because it does use the cooldowns, but just shows that these players using every bit of animation, canceling, and high-tech play that you like to see here at the top. We're going to go on a quick break here before a probably heavy dose of dopamine in match number 3. Don't go anywhere, guys. We got a good one coming up shortly.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing up for a last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And we're not no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and splashing through sun walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. It's match number 3 as we enter the witching hour. Vicky, me and you just love it this late, don't we? I mean, we're on the clock here, always at the late hours. That's when the fun stuff happens.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's great. It's great, especially on the eve of your 17-hour flight. But we're going the distance out here with Marvel Rivals, and we're going the distance here with our lower bracket semis. And I wouldn't have it any other way, Cozy, because right now, both these teams, they've already been able to showcase not only the counter potentials, but the way that they've been finding themselves evenly matched up with one another.
Yeah, it has been Rivals 24/7 from Ignite to Season 3. Teases now to MRC Season 3 next week. It's all good in the hood. Love to see it as we enter Central Park, New York, yet again.
Hey, you talked about Central Park. Now we get to see it out here and see if any of these changes. Look at Iffy, the way that Iffy's been highlighting over that Black Panther. Like, I'm here wondering, you know, what is the secret sauce that the BP may have between both of these teams, man? Because obviously they have that information as we see the safety pick hover over that Luna Snow.
We have seen 0 BP pretty much since Self put it on full display for Ego Death, one of the best at it, but someone over here pretty crazy as well as we see the bans roll out, and potentially it is Zhang Ji there on T'Challa. Now, looking at the big bans, a lot of the same except Psylocke now being banned.
Putting in some respect, actually. We saw that here. It's combined together with the Torch being a problem. Torch, obviously, too, I feel like could have a lot going on this map specifically. It's that verticality that you could lean into, playing around the high to low ground disparity of getting out of that LOS as the Storm is off the table. That's going to be that next pick as the safety over onto the Magneto.
Yeah, Torch definitely an absolute terror here. It's crazy to think that they're just going to give it to Dr. LZ. No need to even save it. They instead elect to save Magneto. Captain America save. Vanguard's getting the save this time around. Vic, who do you think's getting the bans?
Could it be the Loki again? I feel like that definitely changed up a lot, but it's the Adam Warlock to prevent the triple res comp from coming out.
Like to see it. I think there's a smart bit here, and obviously both teams would like to utilize it. Cloak being banned in reverse, but man, we've seen what Brad can do on just Luna and King Coco. I mean, man, no Loki ban can seem crazy.
King Coco, a little loco. I mean, no Loki ban too. Yeah, like you mentioned, just the fact that you won't have that cloak and dagger, which I feel like hasn't really even been that detrimental because Kanya's also really good on the Invisible Woman. Of course, for you, those of you guys tuning in right now, the ban select system is a little differently than the MRI as we are used to it. These bans pertain to both of these teams as well as the safety picks also pertain to both of these teams at the same time. So it's difficult because if you try to go for more of these target bans, it could also affect your own respective team.
Yes, as we now go to Central Park, guys, we look towards these teams and what they've got. Backs against the wall. Again, loser faces elimination from one of these great teams here. And Vic, I gotta say, we saw a lot of Spider-Man, little Peter Parker, 7.62. Haven't seen much of it here in it. And honestly, with the Human Torch and how crazy it goes on this map, makes a lot of sense.
I'm getting PTSD because when it comes to this map specifically, the Spider-Mans really be out here. They're trying to terrorize the backliners, honestly, but not going to be the case this time around because you also have that Emma Frost that you have to worry about too, getting that choke slam on you, Tones, and Slurnt. side by side as we get to see the torches out too. I wasn't surprised here to see the torch because you could really get a lot done on torch on this map, especially within this first choke.
Yeah, we saw SM earlier against the Doc, I believe, and now we're seeing 7.62 against Dr. LZ here. This is going to be a must-watch TV battle. The Skies going back and forth using those melees to continue their barrage and dodge as they're throwing in. 7.62 has a great fireball throwdown, looking for the slam on the strategist as they push forward, waiting to ignite and throw. Great job from them and using the squirrel chained up as coverage.
Yeah, that's great. Getting out of their line of sight, and yet you look to your right. Oh, you'll break your neck because you still find yourself getting kidnapped. 7.62 gets taken out if he follows up to take out that backliner as well, as that Luna Snow is going to be out from this fight, but at least King Coco does have that Loki God of Mischief to get the copy once they come right back in.
All right, Iffy now. Oh, the double hit there from Steam Engine, throwing up. Oh, and the return to Cinder. Both getting it done here, and Hopeful goes. Oh, the Arm and Dangerous gets frozen shut.
Armed and Dangerous in the freezer, more like it, man. The fact that you just get wiped out, then you get the follow-up on the Supernova. Coach is the victim on the other side, and that's a big stagger part onto Cafe Noir, just wasting away more out of that time bank. Less than 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, and Steam Engines, they're slowly approaching their own ultimates. You're looking at Brad, you're looking at King Coco, just to keep up that 24 seconds of immortality.
Yeah, Arm and Dangerous is chilled and helpless now as both Dr. LZ throwing in some shots to try to keep this fight alive for them. Defensive effort has been outstanding thus far. 2 minutes left. Cafe Noir has 4 in the bank and getting close to more. But right now it is all Steam Engine. Supernova going down though, throwing down those tornadoes and making it tough for 7.62 to get any type of room.
At least though with Brad having that Fate of Both Worlds, just keeping that sustainability with the rest of Steam Engines. I have eyes right here on the way that Kanya is going to use that invisible boundary. If he actually gets stunned, taking a lot of damage, having to back away though, it's the damage output that they're feeling between Shang-Li being on that Wolverine, having that ultimate available, and now the Psionic Seduction just forcing Dr. LZ to back away. Thankfully though, they have these pillars to play around with.
Smokey the Bear is going crazy, man. The amount of fire that's been thrown out there, and they're not eliminating each other, just staying alive through it. Invisible boundary up. Coach taking Dr. LZ down. Brad with the collapse. He's been lethal with it so far. Cafe Noir trying to get this point.
Trying to get away too from that Human Torch. Both backliners between Loki and Luna just playing inside that side corridor, but they've lost out on Sung Ying, and now the rest of Steam Engines are falling. Cafe Noir with less than a minute on the clock, basically right here, trying to take this point, but the recontention, they're not going down without a fight, portaling right in.
Brad with that main character syndrome, like icing up, trying to 1v6 as Luna. Love to see the respect there. As Hopeful backing up a bit with a huge hook, and it does at least get them to push back exactly what they want there from a last-minute portal, Vic. King Coco getting close to help the team out.
Alongside of Hopeful and Iffy here, the Supernova comes in from 7.62. They're trying to clear out this point, but the stall is huge in favor for Steam Engines. They're taking away even more of this time bank. The Meteor now trying to find it smart. The Eye of Agamotto to follow up here between Watcher and Dr. LZ, and here comes Tones with the slam down, the Psionic Seduction, bringing everyone into their line of sight, isolating the backline specifically, and even with the Invisible Woman's shield, it can't help them. It's going to favor Cafe Noir instead because it was Kanyo that was helping out Tones here, and finally, even down to the wire, they're able to finally get this payload moving.
I mean, it's a Cafe special pick. What else did you expect here as they turn up the heat? 7.62. Getting that Cafe rolling here as now they look hunting now, going from flanking to hunting, throwing down the fireballs early, trying to get a little bit of poke damage and hit out there. Dr. LZ, though, not going down without a quick fight in the air and no ults to show for it. Slurnt has 92%, but it is nothing left in the engine for Steam.
Yeah, aside from that, Shiny will be able to at least build up into that Kraken impact, depending on that damage output here, with Dr. LZ also just putting on a showcase, hanging out alongside these lamps. Kanyo has that invisible boundary here still too. You get the Silent Seduction now coming in from Slurnt, just so that way you could force him away to help build up into this next range of ultimate, but they have to look up at 7.62.
Yeah, as you have Slurnt now pushing in and trying to get Okay, Tones now with the big pick on Washer there. That's going to open up the floor for them a bit now. 7.62 really just opening up the skies and the lanes for them as he just puts constant pressure down. But Dr. Lz, it is just a battle of the torches.
Literally, it's just an entire war happening over into the sky. You got to look up to see some of that action, and Tones being able to get that 2K2, not going down without a fight. That's Washer coming right back around that Psionic Seduction, now going online for Cafe Noir.
All right, Washer now trying to not get that early second. The Echo's going out. Oh, and the kick to the wrong Magneto, but oh my gosh, barely floating on. He's staying alive there.
It was figuring it out immediately right afterwards. You get the roundhouse kick to try to hit both Magnetos. You find out which one's the real one, and then you get the slam down right afterwards. It's the intimidation factor. The Emma Frost, as she tells you, the Neo just a bit here, 7.62. Has that supernova looking to the skies, though. So does Dr. LZ.
7.62 supernova after supernova. Skies open up. Dr. LZ to throw down as well. This is going to be a big fight to determine. 20 seconds left in Cafe Noir here. And it is coming down to the special as always. And 7.62 heating it up. But look at Emma Slurnt just putting all the focus on them. King Coco separating like a Dragon Ball Z movie. My gosh.
Literally does not go out without a fight. 7.62 finally gets taken out. You got less than a second. You have overtime taken away, and you have the portal order up here as Coach makes a desperate swap over to the Jeff. You have the invisible boundary from Kanyo. It's all out on the table as that invisible boundary, I feel like, was being held onto for so long just to try getting something going here for Cafe Noir on this attack. And Dr. LZ still uncontested, by the way, right behind.
Insanely close map. Tie overtime on. Last effort for the teams. Hopeful throwing out. Gets the pick on King Coco. That's a huge way to open up. Washer to get the biggest threat out immediately. And it looks like Steam Engine is going to be able to close this point shut. Look at the Jeff survival. And it is going to be it there for Cafe Noir. Only a point and a half to show for it.
Man, these fights just kept going down to the wire, even with these re-engagements with this portal here too, but you're just getting away with murder in the skies on this torch. When I highlighted possibly seeing the torch here on this map, we're not surprised. We've been seeing it a lot within the MRI, but specifically not having any attention onto you aside from the enemy Human Torch is crazy.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be tough, like, what to swap out for. Both torches felt like they were alive, like, I swear, 99% of that map. But looking at what they can do on the inverse side of things, I mean, Cafe Noir defensively, we haven't seen them do a ton of that whole triple Vanguard look, and we're not going to get any more of it from them here, as we've got just a 2-2-2 comp, a helpful dose of it. They did kind of switch it up and go with like a little bit of a Wolverine one Vanguard thing. Obviously not what to do here on defense. And Steam Engine, love the thing pick into Emma. Just so much aggression early.
Yeah, I feel like the Emma being available, at least for this game specifically, because we have seen the Emma sometimes getting banned out where we have the Magnetos coming out to play instead, has really helped them out here in terms of the aggression and putting in that positioning that they've been finding themselves in. But I feel like this is going to be pretty difficult. If you're Cafe Noir at this point, you're currently looking at Steam Engine, and you're going to want to try to make sure that you figure out what you want to target focus. As we see Slurnt being on the Emma Frost, Washer being on the Thing, though, to work that alongside, and they're going to make that swap up over to the Magneto. Because I was wondering, you know, we've been seeing Kanya going over to the Invisible Woman, but this time it's going to be the Loki.
Battle of the Torches yet again. 7.62 throwing out the flame shotgun and closing down the top. And love what we see here from Dr. LZ, just trying to get 7.62 out of this fight to start here, but not going to go quietly as the dive goes in, and he understands the assignment. And my gosh, how is he alive? The survivability, the fact that you have both of your supports just focusing down. Look at Kanyo's ult charge already, nearing 80%. King Coco too, about to have those Loki ultimates. That's why Loki is so strong. I have to keep reiterating it, but if he's gonna be the first one to go out, which means you won't have any of those strategies ult to keep you guys alive. They trade that for Washer, so Magneto's not out on the board here. Hopeful gets stunned, gets caught on the other side of those claws, and that's Hopeful going out without being able to use a Kraken impact. Coco staying alive. Barak can follow this into the supernova. This is going to be a lot for Cafe Noir to hold back, portal and all. This is going to be a tough defense. The freeze coming in, the damage reduction coming out. There's Brad with another finale and damage boost. And here's the Rampage any minute. Looking for the 4 to 5 piece as always.
Oh, tries to get a kidnap, but misses in the process there. They're not going to be able to contend here on the point while they just keep isolating them in that side corridor. They finally retouch to try to contest here. 7.62 gets Brad. Cafe Noir have these 4 ultimates. They try to dive right back down. The lamps will meet them on the other side. And Cafe Noir, with a successful defense, have sent steam engines back into the spawn room.
That color me surprised. Can't believe they were able to hold back what was honestly just an arsenal of attacks there from Steam Engine, but they still have the Meteor M that they can throw into the Berserker Rage, and we're probably going to see a pretty nasty one of that. We've seen some great ults from Zheng Ji thus far here. 7.62 throwing down the pressure early, and no strategist ults to keep this team alive for a fair bit.
Though, at least from Cafe Noir, they will have Kanya with that God of Mischief. That's going to be a clutch factor to deal with what Steam Engine has in the tank right now. Washer with that Magneto Meteor. Shang-Yi 2, though, comes in with the dive. Together with Slurnt, though, and the Emma Frost provides itself successful in forcing their way through that corridor, getting more of that damage output. And now Cafe Noir are dropping like flies.
Yeah, an absolute clinic taking the heat to the kitchen. Cafe goes down. Steam Engine full gas. All the coal sending this thing flying. Coach now just trying to get back with his team. Smart and wise here. Oh no. Hopeful left behind as a straggler and a stagger.
Yeah, you see the swap up there too. You go onto the Hela. We know that Hopeful has a pretty nasty Hela. You can get into the fight just slightly faster, but they're gonna have to try to re-engage. They have 3 minutes, less than 25 seconds on the clock just to get it halfway to that next checkpoint. And Washer does have that Meteor M once again. Kanya too, building up into that God of Mischief as we've seen.
Yeah,
Ooh.
there's not a lot to go with 3 minutes left, though. Oh, Hopeful, though, with a quick Thor throw. But Brad has the ult. King Coco has the ult. It is all momentum at the moment. You're going to have to get a perfect response from Iffy here and the Meteor M if he wants to get the cleanup and keep this team hopes alive for Central Park. Washer pushing forward. Meteor M ready to go on their side of things. Is it going to be a full cycle?
They want to force out some of these ultimates out first here. The Sign of Seduction now comes in. It's going to be the first thing used in this next fight. And now you get that answer back from Slurnt. But you have also the immediate retaliation on the dance-off of the fate of both worlds. It's going to be a party dance-off here as now Cafe Noir are just cycling through these ultimates. It's the Supernova first. The protection on the Magneto bubble. You look at the Meteor M, but it misses its mark. That could have been here, big here too for Iffy, just to be able to harass these backliners because Dr. LC is just getting away with murder.
Brad has just continued to hit these picks after picks on the Flyers, taking down the threat of 7.62 with the Supernova. That could be game-winning. That might just be match-winning now. Dr. LZ throwing in the pressure early, keeping the team alive is going to be the Loki for Cafe Noir. And then Hell's Unleashed. Goddess of Death up, and down goes Hela for a quick exit. And it is going to be Steam Engines with the finish and the map.
Nobody left a touch, and even if you were that close enough, you saw that choke slam coming out as well. Not so much of a far distance. Even with that time bank dwindled away, they had even more time to work off of to get that payload to that finish line. It's been pretty back and forth, honestly, between both these teams, because even though we currently see that advantage going in favor for Steam Engine, I feel like it's really gone down to the wire with more of these trade-off fights.
Absolutely. Here 2-1 Steam Engine taking another one there. And listen, both teams putting out a show today. Dr. LZ, though, man, can't be stopped, won't be stopped. Heating up, just heating up. Probably Vic at 28k, 12 elims. Awesome job. And look at the strat, damage and synergy, 39k a piece. I mean, beautiful play.
Yeah, 39k between King Coco, Brad. I'm looking at those 12 final hits here too, alongside the damage output within the Vanguard lineup of this team. It's been really enjoyable to see the different pieces, because whether it's Slurnt being on that Emma Frost, we've been seeing that Loki play coming out from King Coco. Combine that together with the Luna, it's just been crazy. The Dr. LZ just not being contested in the sky, it makes it really difficult. Hopeful did make that swap over to the Hela, but maybe too little too late.
Yeah, I don't want to say I saw what was coming when Dr. LZ was able to play Human Torch, but also play Human Torch on probably its best map. I mean, it looks pretty good for that team moving forward. They've had great momentum throughout. The lower bracket has been a treat to watch.
Looking at some of these highlights here and just looking at the series that we have on our hand, I'm not surprised, Cozy, that this is going to go to distance, seeing the back and forth, but now you can also see that currently Steam Engine are just one more game away from clocking their ticket into progressing through that lower bracket semifinals. They won't have another chance, again, being in that lower bracket side, but the Human Torches were just a big cherry on top when we were watching the MRI. Now watching it trickle down over now to the MRC further showcases how strong of a pick Human Torch is on certain maps too.
And Vic, it's tough to say. It's tough to say, but unfortunately, our time has gone to an absolute maximum here, and this, we can't spoil. Don't know what has happened for what team is going to advance. Cafe Noir, Steam, one of them have the shot to push forward to tomorrow. We have a full another day of matches here. Vic, what do you think is going to happen? Who's going to come out as a finale champion of it all?
It's so hard because I feel like Cafe Nord just really likes feeling on the edge, I have to say, because like it's always like last minute in these re-engages and winning these team fights. But I honestly have to talk about the action that we saw earlier on today. A team specifically that I could see taking it, finding their slot in is Arrival 7. Now that they're sitting already in the grand final, they could be a lot more comfortable and they could see how these matches play out.
I was going to say, Arrival's going to be the tough one to beat because if it is going to be Steam Engines moving forward, we already saw what Arrival was able to do. Steam Engines made it close, to be fair, but, you know, that is definitely the team to beat right now. Again, guys, this is not Ignite. This is going to be the teams that aren't in Ignite for the EMRC to qualify into the latter half of Ignite after China. So these teams trying to be that next Ego Death Techie multitude of teams that we saw Luminosity make it into the group stage and show what they have and become some household names that we know now in the rival scene like Self.
Yeah, and that's against so many different teams just to make it here themselves, right? It's an open qualifiers. If you and your friends feel like you guys could take on some of the greats in Marvel Rivals, this is open to everyone. Take this as an example to then practice, try to go right back again for our next MRC, because this is how you get to find that hidden talent in the pool.
Yeah, I mean, the matches were honestly a lot closer than I thought today. Not knowing some of these teams, I mean, you know, you want it to be tight. When I look at something like 100 Thieves versus Sentinels, I kind of know what I'm going to get here. And with new names, new teams, you never know truly who's going to kind of make that difference. But they, for the most part, outside of that first match there, they've kept it pretty dang close, Vic. And it's bound to be even closer as we head into the end of this all tomorrow.
Yeah, because also the lower bracket final and the grand final, I believe, is best of 7. So that changes things up for us here, where we've been going through the matches all day today in the best of 5. We've already seen it within the MRI, Cozy, how a best of 7 really changes things up, whether it be focus bans, and also just the ban system in general being slightly different than the MRI makes it where you can't necessarily target ban if that's also one of your team's strongest suits. I think that's played a heavy part into some apprehension of whether they want to focus on banning the Lokis, on these Human Torches, but sometimes you got to lean into your own strengths here, try to help yourself out, and that's why flexibility matters.
All right, guys, as you take a look at what we've seen today, some of these matches aired, some did not. We had the 3-2 from Arrival earlier, and if you don't want to get spoiled, I would say look away because we don't know the finish of that game. You guys will be able to check that out in the in-game client if you so choose, because we did have to wrap things up here as time has hit an absolute maximum, but great games all around. We did see that sweep earlier there from Cafe Noir to PXG. That was definitely one of the more one-sided games of today, Vic.
Yeah, probably honestly one of the only ones that we saw, and that was our first series to kick things off. And then our second series, we went the distance into a game 5 situation. Our third series coming in, we went all the way over to that 4th game.
Oh my!
Engine had taken this, and it did
The
I don't want to
reverse?
spoil it. I can't believe that. What?
The reverse sweep, guys.
Look away! Look away!
Look away! This crushes me to spoil what would have been another absolute heater of back-to-back games from Cafe. We have seen what they have, 7.62, and oh my gosh, I am blown away. The 3-2 finish there in the finale of what we saw today, guys. But this is going to be what y'all are looking at from the matches today. Cafe Noir, by the way, had back-to-back sweeps going in. We didn't see that second game, Vic. That makes a little bit more sense now how they were able to get that reverse kind of sweep back on Steam Engine.
I gotta go back and watch that in my own game client, because that's insanity. Actually, Cafe Noir making their way through. Again, sorry guys for any spoilers, but of course we have gone the distance here. It's been nonstop good competition, but this is what sets you up to what to expect for tomorrow, because in a best of 7 and with the immediate reversal, literally this is why it's so important, because everything's gonna be different.
You know, I'm going to give the edge of Cafe Noir to move on to the grand finals over One Below All. We only saw one game from them, but just a rival 7 and how they were able to handle them and what was pretty much a clean sweep there, right? And Steam Engines, we saw play a rival very well, who then made, you know, Cafe Noir really put up everything to the test. So I'm going to go with Cafe Noir versus a rival to end up winning that BO7. Vic, what do you think?
I could see that. I'm right there alongside you, because I just feel like it's a different look looking at a Rival 7. They're a lot more comfortable. They haven't dropped down to that lower bracket. I could see a Rival 7 taking it home.
Guys, 8 hours, I can do it all day. I mean, forget Steve Rogers. I love casting this thing with you, Vicky. It's been so much fun for now that has been a couple of months. And you know what else is fun, Vic? I don't know. Yelling, you are nothing at the enemy team here coming a week with Phoenix coming to the game.
I wouldn't be surprised if Phoenix doesn't even get a bit of playtime. Everyone's going to want to try to ban Phoenix, but then you're going to feel so cool when you land with that gigantic AoE that you've seen in the preview. Phoenix being our next hero coming up shortly is going to be great to see, Cozy.
Yeah, I've had the privilege of playing her in some early access builds, and it has been absolute fire and heat. And I mean, talk about Cafe Noir, talk about 7.62 heat in the kitchen. This is the hero to do so. We've got ourselves a new Queen of Rivals move over. Emma Frost Phoenix is here to show what she can do in Marvel Warfare. And guys, if you haven't already, check out the new skins right now. You can play in game, get your best 7.62 impression on with Spider-Man, Future Foundation, and Captain America, Captain Clintar.
Love these skins here. They've been available now for about a day and a half, too, coming out July 4th, while Phoenix comes out at the start of Season 3, guys. That's going to be on July 11th. You do not want to miss out what rises from those ashes.
Y'all, it has been an absolute heater of rivals today, from the MRC to Ignite last month to an absolute stacked July. And you don't want to miss any of the action, including tomorrow, where we're going to wrap up the MRC and you can continue to grind away on your Will of Galacta costumes. And Magic was shown a lot today. You can have a new look as you rep her too.
Love seeing these different skins out here. Make sure you guys watch just 6 hours to collect all these great goodies here with your Twitch drops. We had Emma Frost at one point. Now we have Magic, and it's been quite some time that we've had the Magic drops here too. So you don't want to miss out.
Yeah, all the Will of Galactic skins, I think, slap. I think we have Hawkeye coming up next. So just a plethora of good skins on the way. And the Battle Pass is insane, guys. If you haven't seen that either. Anyway, that's all we got over here on this side of things. Sorry to leave you at the end, but what a turnaround for Cafe Noir. What a great job from a rival. You'll see them go at it, potentially, if they're able to go through One Below All, guys. I'm Cozy, joined by, again, the always brilliant Vicky. Safe flight, safe travels for you. I know you're about to hit like a 17-hour flight. Always fun, always long. I should know this when we cast together. It's going to be like an all-nighter.
If anything, that just means everyone at home could expect banger matches when they see Cozy and Vicky hit the mic. It's always been a great time casting alongside you, Cozy, and I can't wait to see some more Marvel Rivals action.
I'm just hungry for the pizza. I'm looking forward to it, guys. You guys have a good one. Have a great one. Good luck out there in the last week of Season 2. Until the next one, happy rivaling and good night.